is if you apply an atheistic lens to the world, then what we use to navigate it are pragmatic ideas rooted in our shared observations and what we can understand empirically about the world. The problem with anything other than that is it usually is a hierarchical organizational way of organizing these things, and at the top of a hierarchy is always a dogma. And the problem with dogmas is there's generally many of them, and when they collide, there's no peaceful way to circumnavigate any impasses you have. You know what I mean? Because dogmas are unquestionable; they can't be negotiated. So when dogmas collide, people suffer, and history shows that this is the case.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So I guess you're saying like atheism is like a worldview, but more so like a step in the direction of like analyzing the world, sort of like a prereq to analyzing the world, basically, right?
Yeah, it's a honest approach at tackling these hard issues.
I think so too. I mean, but like, like I'm an agnostic, so I wouldn't say like I would say agnosticism is like more. Well, I think atheism is honest. Yeah, yeah. I guess agnosticism and atheism would be like my take. Um, Typically, when it comes to a lot of the answers about the universe and stuff, I kind of just say like I don't know, and I think that's like completely fine until we have information to make a decision.
Well, sure, saying I don't know is one thing, but you also want to say, well, let's try and find out. And there's going to be a better way to find out.
Then
There's
religion
going to
or
be
God
some
the gaps.
better ways of finding out and worse ways of finding out. And I would think the honest, uh, like more of a scientific approach is more of an honest way to try and find out. The one that removes all the biases that we can possibly remove.
I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that for sure.
I don't know. Maybe that answers that question for your friend or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for him to come in here, but let me text him. But gotta love the pole dancing raptor. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, some of my friends are in here. It's like an inside joke. I mean, okay, I would buy a dinosaur costume, but I'm not sure I would pole dance while I'm wearing the dinosaur costume. There's a lot of different live streams on TikTok. It's crazy. But for the people that are in here, I'm hosting a live, and I'm also editing. So I have the live audio going through these black headphones, and then I have my editing audio going through these red headphones. And so I'm kind of hosting a live and editing, and then also the audience members can hear music, but people on the panel can't. But yeah, my Spotify is also playing. But yeah, my brain can somehow multitask between three things. I have a weird brain, but also it helps with what I do on social media. But yeah, if you can, please tap your screens, like the live share with anybody who you think might be interested, and that would help me a lot. I would be playing video games, but I got a lot of editing to do, and like I got a lot of work to do. I've been complaining for like 24 hours, but I'm still doing this shit. Wait, why do you need something else offered? Well, this is not my topic. This is like a topic from one of my friends. But I would say like if they don't choose theism, right? Then I guess they're wondering like what else should they choose? Like what should be their other option? And they're looking for. I mean, like I guess people don't want to fall into like nihilism, right? Or epistemic nihilism. Or like what's the purpose? The universe has no purpose. Um, so they're just wondering like what are the other options besides like theism? Um, but yeah. But what's up, Skippy? You got anything for me?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are good options. I mean, maybe not other than Christianity, but other than like religion in general. I think like what religion accomplishes, there's no like secular way to accomplish, which sucks. I think that's lame, but I think like the thing that works is like finding like smaller niche communities, at least in my experience. Um, like, but it's still not like a good facsimile of like what it was like to be religious. So I definitely think that there is like a hole, um, that when you take religion out of the human experience, that it's almost impossible to fill.
Oh. Okay, so you're saying like if religion is taken out of the human experience, like it's an impossible hole to fill with like any other like worldview.
Yeah, I do think so. I think there's something about like the mandated tradition and ritual of religion, and like also like the guilt that comes with not fulfilling those rituals. So like you're gonna go to church even if you don't feel like it, and you're gonna see people in your community even though you don't like them very much because of this kind of common interest. And I think faith has kind of a unique ability to do that, whereas like I think like most political institutions end up being like very cliquey or very like power centered, and I think the values of political institutions are really like specific. I think like any other community is so like based off of like people wanting to be there, where like people will like self-select. Whereas religion, I think there's something really beautiful in like if you don't go, you will go to hell. And so even if you don't feel like going, you are still going to go. Um, and I just think that creates like a much stronger sense of community.
Yeah, but do you feel like that's also detrimental in a sense? Like you're kind of only part of this religion because like there's like a fiery like pit like next to your head basically, and you're like, okay, I have to do this. And it's a bit scary and like traumatizing and like it's kind of sad, but like no disrespect, but like I mean, don't you find that a little bit sad? Like people are just like so terrified that they go to church because they're afraid that they're gonna like burn for eternity.
I mean, I don't think most Christians take their faith that seriously. So like I think like you will have like and like maybe that's really unfair because I know religious trauma is pretty common actually. So maybe that's unfair. But I mean, I think yeah, like I agree with you. Like I think it does suck. But I also think that what it accomplishes, you can accomplish no other way. And maybe like the calculus is just like the community that builds is not worth the trauma that it inflicts, which like is a like I can't really argue against that. But I do think that like the community that it builds cannot be built any other way.
Mm. But what do you think about like atheist communities that like bond over being atheist, or maybe communities that don't fit like the Christian
Coco,
mold?
have
Like
you been in some of those communities? I would consider them more hateful to each other than like religious communities are.
sometimes it depends. Well, actually, I think it's sort of equal because I think like for each like atheist community where there's like hate, I think I could also find like a Christian community where they're like smashing kids' heads into the wall for like blaspheming or something.
Have you ever seen the disc golf community or like the Star Trek community?
Yeah, there's other communities like outside of Christianity or like the LGBTQ community. I mean, like there's so much love and like community felt during like pride parades or just really anywhere. I mean, like they're just amazing communities to be in, even as a straight man. Like I would feel so safe in a community of like, you know, LGBTQ individuals during like a pride parade, and I'd be like waving my rainbow flag and like supporting to support.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Me personally, like my personal experience, I'm like more afraid of being SA'd by that community than if I was around like straight men. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean, like, I'd have to look at the statistics, but like, I don't think they're
Well, that's
assaulting
anecdotal.
people.
I'm not pulling up like no statistic that says that community is more likely to do that. I'm saying like in my experience of being around other men who like men, they find me attractive and they don't respect my autonomy. So I don't like that.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah, I guess that's anecdotal. I mean, for me, like, I mean, yeah, like I understand to an extent, right? Like, if I meet somebody and like they're gay and like they're attracted to me, I might feel a little bit uncomfortable because like I am straight, but like I don't think they're gonna grape me. And I've had a lot of like LGBTQ community friends that are like fucking awesome. Like I would die for them.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
It seems like
I also feel like churches will just body SA. Like they won't shut down or anything. Like if sexual assault happens in a church, they just like body that and move on, which I think on one hand is like really horrible, but on the other hand does give a very like resilient like community. So like one of the things about the church is because it has so much authority, such horrible things can happen, and it doesn't really rock like the willingness of the people to attend most of the time. So I think like it's more impervious to like horrific moral activity. So like even if horrific moral activity does happen, it's not going to be impacted as much. So I think that makes religious institutions stronger in general and like more stable.
Are you saying that they like hand wave it, or?
Yeah, 100%.
I've never seen that in my experience. Like when I was at a church and someone was
crazy well documented.
Yeah, someone was essayed at my church. They excommunicate that person and they stop interacting with them. They are a bad person and that goes against what we believe in. So like any church that doesn't think SA is wrong, they wouldn't really be a follower of their own paradigm, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
just like factually, we know that happens. So it's
yeah,
They
like
don't know that though, right?
yeah. Wait, hold on.
We do,
Wait.
100%.
So like, yeah.
Give me one.
Wait, hold on, guys. So like, when it comes to, I mean, like, the famous one, right, is like the Roman Catholics, right? I think somewhere in the 2000s, like 2015 or 16, right, there was a massive amount of men, women, children, boys and girls, right, suing the Catholic Church, to the point that they actually have like SA insurance. They put money aside to deal with these like court cases, and it's
businesses do that too.
Yeah, and it's widely known that some of the offenders, right, they will violate a man, woman, boy, or girl, and parish members will simply move that individual to another parish where they will continue to violate and they other people, right? And so there's cover-ups that happen in the Catholic community.
Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, Catholic. Oh, I grant that.
Catholic.
I grant that for sure.
The churches,
yeah, and
they
it's
care
widely
more
spread.
about they consider their reputation more important.
Yeah, and like
in the grand scheme of things.
Yes,
but again, like I can grant that those terrible things happen, but nobody on this panel would be like, "Well, that's a good Christian. Like they're doing that because of Christianity." Like, no, they're doing it because they're shitty people.
Yeah.
And
no,
but
it does make, but because churches will hand wave it, it makes the institution more robust than an institution that can be rocked by like a moral horrific act. An institution that cannot be rocked by a moral horrific act is just a more robust institution.
Yeah,
but no, that's fair. But like we see public schools do the same thing. Like if teachers have had reports filed against them, I've seen this personally where they've just moved the teacher to another teaching another class or the other school in the district. Right, I've seen this personally. I have a friend who actually, I know this is anecdote, but the same thing happened to them. They had a gym teacher that was harassing the older girls, so they moved him to the elementary school rather than keeping him in the high school, which is that's just bizarre.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
we witnessed that in every institution.
yeah, and like statistically, I mean, like more essays happen in like public schools. So like I found that out like last year.
Yeah, I
Um,
actually found that out when I was looking up if, like, because people are always like, oh, churches commit so many essays. And when I was looking it up, the majority of essays happen in schools or at the child's home, right? So maybe the people, the perpetrators are part of the church community, but that's not where the majority of essays occur.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely
Right,
in
and
like
like Prince-
definitely in like 2000 something, right? It was like widespread lawsuits against the Roman Catholic Church, and a little bit of like criticism towards the Pope, who kind of like knew this stuff was going on and was very like quiet or not really addressing it, and people were like, "Whoa, what's going on? Say something." But yeah,
Right. And
Yep, I
sociologically,
grant that.
right? If we give any access to kids to older men, right? It's just going to by default attract older men with the previous inclination to do those things, right? So if we give them a school position, if we give them a church position, they're coming in with the a priori disposition to do such acts, which is why we see higher rates where they have more power and authority.
Well, when you talk about
Wait, I'm
public
sorry,
schools,
really
I think-
quickly. Hold on, please, really quickly. Yo, Jess, this dumbass article you just gave me says leaders of religions. It doesn't even have anything to do with Christianity. At least cite an article that has anything to do with Christianity. Thank you.
dang, you guys are arguing and beefing in the comments. Kidding. But you know, I'm kidding. You know, you.
Coco, I think a more adequate question for the prompt at least would be secularism as opposed to just atheism, because I feel like atheism isn't Christianity is almost like a political society, like cultural and societal thing, right? Atheism is more so just a specific belief. It's like theism. It's like if you had theism instead of Christianity, right? Christianity has more sort of things you can attach to it. So I feel like secularism would be a more adequate thing to put there. Because I like, what does that even mean? I'm like saying just like a position in reference to some like cultural, societal, political thing. Doesn't make sense. Like obviously atheism has nothing to offer in comparison with Christianity
Yeah.
in that case.
What's that, Prince Nuppy? But yeah, like secularism would probably be like a better term, yeah. But yeah, this
Yeah.
topic was suggested by a Fred, which I'm happy to do it. But yeah, it's up to him if he wants to change it. But you know, I might actually
No,
change
I don't know. It doesn't. It's like
because it was my idea. Can you hear me?
it. You're a little bit low, but speak up or get closer to your mic.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the prompt was my idea because I often come on lives and I hear Christians constantly not Christians, atheists constantly critiquing Christianity. And I go to church pretty often, like on a weekly basis. So when I'm normally around atheists, they critique Christians all day long, but they don't really have anything to offer in opposition. You know what I'm saying? So like Christians, they have community. I don't think that it's as organized as they like to make it seem, but they often do have community. They have like methods and systems of like building communities as well. They have all
yeah,
of
but
these-
atheism itself is
Well-
just a position. I feel like secularism is more. Again, it's
Oh,
like apples to oranges.
yeah. But hold on. Go ahead, Prince Nappy. Finish.
No, that was just my that's just what was on my mind today, you know, because like I said before, I go to church on a weekly basis and I'm constantly in lives where I see people who don't believe in the Christian God or who don't have any supernatural practices, but they fall short when it comes to offering people something substantial as a form of replacement. Like you don't have any organizations or communities where people can come to, you know, get along with each other, practice certain things, or have like it's just like some type of thing that people, some type of
Social utility.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I agree. So I agree with that. But I think like so you can say like for the individual and for like the community are maybe two different things. So like for the individual, you can just be pluralistic then. Like I as an atheist find a lot of joy in attending like religious events. Like for example, I live around a lot of in a very high Native American population, so I can go to like Native American spiritual ceremonies and like be with my friends and like be a part of that. And so like I would say like personally as an atheist, you can just be a lot more pluralistic about it. So I don't really think it takes away from your experience like to connect with spiritual communities if you don't believe any of it's like literal.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, atheism or secularism just offers more, um, it's just cohesion in pluralistic societies. So, like in the United States, where oftentimes, you know, Christians are at odds with maybe people as a whole because, you know, they might have like moral disagreements and find one particular thing abhorrent, and then when, you know, sort of when a Christian, like at least where I'm at, when
Where's the nicotine?
What happened?
Yeah, so like there's certain so like Native American spirituality was not protected under law until like the 1970s due to like Christian beliefs that it was demonic. So like if you were Lakota or Crow or something like that, like Christianity was like an active hindrance to like you fulfilling like your existential like you know, things of existential import for you. So I think like allowing like a more pluralistic view of like human behavior and like issues of existential import, I feel like a lot more people are then going to have like access to things that are important to them, rather than like Christians. You know, because I think if Christians think that they're right, like if Christians think that like, oh yeah, this is true and also the most logical thing and also the most moral thing, I feel like that leads to a lot of like Christianity attempting to like subjugate other people, you know, even like a spiritual subjugation or whatever.
Yeah, that's like particularly the thing that's always at odds with like Christianity in a pluralist society, or any major Abrahamic religion. Honestly, they all sort of want to vie. You know, it just seems like they always kind of vie for political power. You know, maybe Islam more than Christianity, right? But I still think that they're two peas in a pod in that particular case. Well, I won't talk about Judaism. I think that's kind of obvious to everyone that they tend to have like some vying for political power. So it's just always at odds with pluralistic societies. I think secularism just better meshes together.
Yeah,
I guess if
I
I was
about
to
to say,
Go ahead, Prince
I was
Snappy.
about to say
Sorry.
that I don't really see like how pluralists could like prosper in the average Christian environment. Like, I feel like they're too like literal with their interpretation and understanding of things.
Well, I don't mean pluralist in terms of like a Christian position. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying pluralist in terms of your political alignment. So you'd be, you know, open, or essentially, you know, you believe that a society with multiple different perspectives, I guess you could just say, like positions or views, is beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, I meant pluralism and just in like the I guess the individual existential import. So like if you're a Christian, you cannot be a pluralist.
Yeah.
Because you have defined exclusive answers to questions of existential import. But like if you're an atheist, you can be as pluralistic as you want, and it's like you can find things that resonate with you in different spiritual practices. That's why there's like, you know, atheistic Jews culturally, or like you know.
Wait, I'm
atheists,
sorry. You said Christians can't be pluralists? That's just not true. I'm a non-contradictory pluralist.
like logically or existentially.
I mean, even given the Bible, there's certain doctrines that like can pluralistically be true. I have to pull up my notes to be able to give you examples, but like I know, like the more that I read, most people that like are actually smart theologians claim that Christianity is going to be a framework that is non-contradictory pluralist.
So okay, but like you would.
You said what?
How are you using pluralism there? Just
Yeah.
curious, just so I can understand your position.
A pluralist is going to be someone that holds to like multiple I don't know how to explain this correctly because I'm like not the most read on pluralism, but like it's going to be someone that holds to like different frameworks being true at the same time as long as they're non-contradictory, at least like as a non-contradictory pluralist.
Well,
Oh, yeah, that's
yes.
true for
So
Christianity.
like you would, yeah, but like you would believe that if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell.
Yeah, so that would be like a true dichotomy. You either believe in Jesus or you don't, right? But then like
Yeah.
there are certain like parts of our religion where multiple things are true at the same time. Like for example, so God's will is ultimately sovereign. God only wants good, right? But then there are bad things that God allows because he has two wills. Those are two things that are true. That's going to be a
Yeah.
pluralist framework that I hold to, right?
I feel like pluralism only makes sense if you're already a Christian in that sense. Like I don't think anyone, like even if you are a Christian but you're agnostic to the Christian claims for the sake of that conversation, would not describe it as pluralism. That would just be like plural, like I guess pluralism in like really specific theological points, rather than like the larger existential, questions that I think we were talking about, as in like religious community or religious practice or like religious salience and things like that,
But
which I don't think Christianity would be pluralistic towards.
okay, and really
Oh,
quick,
okay. Yeah.
Graham, you want to hop in there?
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly different direction, but I guess, I mean, in order to even answer the question right, I guess I would have to find out what is it that you think Christianity has to offer that would be missed if it was gone?
The authority to establish community. I think that's the thing that Christianity offers. It's really hard to, it's like really hard to replicate.
Even if it's just a pretend authority? Doesn't matter?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think God's real, but I think that if you tell people you either go to church or go to hell, that they're going to do a lot better job at like creating a community than people who are creating a community based off of like their own desire to create a community. Because I think communities are really inconvenient and take a lot from us. And so like a church will like command that you be a part of a community even if you don't want to be. And that kind of like pressure on people, I think is really difficult to achieve without religion. I don't think Christianity specifically does that. I know like I have Lakota friends that go to ceremony even when they don't want to go to ceremony. That's when they see their aunts and things like that. And so like I think any kind of religious like any kind, I don't know, I just think any kind of religious structure kind of provides that.
Yeah, I would second that. I think it's not just Christianity, it's religious belief in general. So when you look at community, by definition, it's kind of predicated on some unifying purpose or narrative. Otherwise, there's nothing to unite multiple individuals around. So if in a secular world where if you say there are no uniting narratives, you have people left without any community by default.
Yeah, and the community that you do build doesn't have the same force. Like that's the thing, because like you can say like, oh, I have this like environmental club and we meet once a week and we do environmental projects together, and like I get a lot of meaning from that. I feel connected to my community. I see the same people, but like sometimes I don't want to go, and I feel like I would rather sleep in or I would rather do something else, and so I'm going to do something else. But then that weakens that community. Whereas in religion, you have like a pressure, like a spiritual pressure to go and be consistent, and I just think you lose that spiritual pressure.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar because often I feel like we have an issue with doing exactly that. Like the authority isn't there. You won't see people show up or attend. There isn't that type of like drive or command present without the church or other organized religions.
I mean, you could say it's the same thing for work, right? Like, I think work is good because if I don't go work, I'm going to die. And so I go to work and I get to see people, and there's a community at my job, whether I like them or not, right?
I do, and I also do wonder if I don't know how many of us are Americans, but like if because like American society is so individualistic, anyways. that without religion we just don't have the tools to build other things. Where like I think in like Norway and like Europe and things like that, even though they have like lower belief rates, they still have like stronger secular communities just like based off of like the proximity via urban design. Like they just literally walk places instead of drive, and so they interact with more of their neighbors more often.
Yeah, completely different environments. I'd agree.
Yeah, than we do. So I think like especially for the American atheist who like is in an individualistic society.
Dialectical athletes.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Chaser, yo, low-key, last night was a little bit weird, and, like, it made Missy mad uncomfortable, so, like, you do have to chill out with, like, that stuff.
I know, she sent to my main account a very, very upset DM.
Yeah, like, she's a woman, and, like, she's had a history of, like, stuff, and, like, yeah, it just makes her very uncomfortable, so, like, just chill out with her.
I mean, I didn't really do anything too crazy. I just like said personal information about her, but yeah.
Yeah, but
I'll do it again.
You know,
but
like, that throws somebody off. You know,
this guy Wesley Fraser is actually a philosophical titan in the domain of idealism, specifically analytical idealism, and I just want to shout him out for that.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for that, Chaser. I appreciate that, man.
Of course, bro.
So, Prince, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What point were you trying to make? I think you were saying something about what I had said, but I couldn't hear you. Can you say that again?
I don't think so. I wasn't trying to make a point. I was just agreeing with Skippy that like in Europe, it's probably much easier for like secular groups to have a community because they can just like based on proximity, they can walk around. Whereas like in America, it's completely different. But I don't think I was trying to make a point.
In Europe, I might consider moving to Europe then. Honestly,
If you like
I've
good
seen
urban
you on
design,
panels, but I don't know if you're an atheist or theist.
I'm more so atheist, maybe agnostic atheist, but how I'm feeling right now is pretty much atheist. But what were you saying?
Are you justified in that belief, Mr. Prince? Can I call you Prince?
Am I justified in the belief that I'm an atheist or that
that God does not exist?
I think I am. I'm not convinced.
Okay, well, what's the justification for it, would you say?
The Bible is contradictory.
Well, God could be a Muslim God. It could be Allah.
Well,
Assalamu alaikum.
Well, we're just talking about like, well, I guess it's your definition of God. Like, what do you mean by God?
Oh, I don't define God because I think that's a contradiction. I think God is absolutely simple, which means that He is that He is, right?
Okay.
But I think that we can use hypothetical or like subjunctive conditionals to establish like how God may work.
Wait, Chaser, is that gonna be Spinoza's God?
No. Spinoza's God would say that there's no distinction between like reality and God. I'm saying God is like some like simple identity out there. Yeah. But anything that I know about God is not from philosophy or predicating onto God. It would be what's expressed in theology or the divine science, so like the scriptures.
Okay, so I guess if we're not sticking to like I want to say a mainstream idea of God, then I guess I'm agnostic. But if we're talking about like mainstream views like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, then I'm gonna have to go with atheism.
Well, I feel like Prince. I feel like your first point holds up then because Chaser seems to be reliant on like the reliability of scriptures to tell us about God, and so if your problem was like scriptures don't seem reliable because they seem contradictory, then we wouldn't have any access to any attributes of God because we would not like the thing that gives us access wouldn't be reliable.
But
so I do think Prince's first point is relevant there.
I mean, there's no attributes in the sense that we understand attributes. God is ultimately mysterious, but we can analogically understand how God works by pointing to like certain things. But yeah, generally those things are going to be lost to us without scripture. Yeah. Like for example, there's nothing with like the sense of God existing as like some sort of simple being that gives us the fact that God would value like salvation or something, right? So, like, the fact that God values salvation is revealed to us, right? So.
Right.
Yeah,
if I might
so
add,
if you find that scriptures, so if you find scriptures difficult to like trust, then you would just not have access to any of that.
I'm a dogmatist about scripture, so like I look at scripture, and if scripture were to tell me the world is flat, I would no longer believe science.
I think it does say the world is flat.
Yeah, that's
No, it
crazy.
doesn't.
Yeah,
That's
it
not
doesn't.
true.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it
crazy.
doesn't.
That's crazy
It
work.
absolutely doesn't.
But
I would,
what's
I
up,
would kind of
Wesley?
piggyback. Yeah, I just want to kind of piggyback on that and say that, I mean, I would just ask, like, suppose we grant that there's contradictions. What would be the issue with God giving revelation that seems to be contradictory relative to changing times? I would just ask that, just for the sake of argument. I wouldn't hold that there are contradictions, but I would just say if I grant that, what's to stop the Yahweh figure from providing different revelation depending on the time?
Well, so I guess it would,
would.
yeah, I mean, so I guess
be right
it would
back.
be like what? Okay, so like, I guess you would have to establish why the Bible is from God and not from like people. I guess that like yeah, I mean if God wrote the Bible, then he can write contradictions and like whatever, right? Like if we're already presupposing that like God wrote it, then like sure God's real. But like the question would be like why are we supposing that God wrote it? Like the dogmatist would just say like he believes that. And then because it's dogmatic, you couldn't question it by definition. It's like it's just a belief that he holds. Which does not need to be justified. But like why so like why would we say that God wrote the scriptures?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple different ways that you could go about justifying that belief. I think you could argue for the resurrection of Jesus. He attached himself to the text that we're ascribing to. But then I also have pretty solid philosophical arguments, I think, for that there is a God that exists, and cashing out what revelation is would be just our experiences of him in relation to our actions amongst his divine nature.
Yeah, I mean, for some Christians, like I know Chaser said that he's not going to define God because he holds to divine simplicity, but like for some Christians, the literal ontology of God is going to be logic and knowledge. That God is the logos. So I mean, all knowledge is going to be revelatory from the Godhead himself.
Well, actually, I don't negate that. But when I say God is the Logos, I'm just very clear about what that means, and it's not predicating God. Instead, what it's saying is that essentially the rationality of the universe is reducible to divine intention.
Yeah, I grant that. That's fine.
So
And
I
I
don't think
understand
any,
Chaser's motivation. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think any of that has to do with like why I should believe the scriptures are
I'm not
from God.
motivating the scriptures. If you don't
Yeah,
believe
I know
the
because you're a
scriptures, that's fine.
dogmatist.
But
Yeah.
a necessary being is like pretty much if you affirm a PSR, a necessary being is kind of like undeniable.
Sure. So like about scripture, right? Like that, cause I was a question. Like that was Prince's first point. Was like, well, I don't take the Bible to be true. And you're like, well, but the Bible tells us that there's a God. And like, yeah,
Well,
sure.
that's not
Like
where I
if
get
the
that.
Bible's the revelation, what?
I don't get the belief that God exists from the Bible. I get the belief that God exists from philosophy, and then I read the Bible to know about God. But also, there's like good historical evidence for the reliability of Jesus, Jesus' resurrection. And if Jesus' resurrection is reliable and he affirms the Old Testament scriptures, then the Old Testament scriptures are reliable. So,
Wait, why does that hold?
because Jesus would be either a messianic figure that got resurrected by God if he's reliable, or he would be God. So,
I mean, I think he could have just. I mean, I think like the fact that someone resurrected doesn't mean anything other than that.
Has
they
anyone
resurrected.
else done it?
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean,
yeah.
are you gonna wait, Skippy? Are you really gonna seriously, as a serious interlocutor, gonna sit there and tell me that if you had proof, undeniable proof that Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead, you wouldn't be a Christian?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that means anything other than that he resurrected.
Isn't that just kind of embarrassing to say out loud, though?
I mean,
No.
wait.
I don't think it's embarrassing to say.
I mean-
Truthfully, I think it is.
Wait, hold on.
See what I'm saying?
Wait.
Atheists generally aren't intellectual; they just hate God. Like
Wait,
any
hold on.
any person
There-
would know that raises the probability of Christianity being true beyond a point, unless you're just setting the priors of Christianity below a principle of indifference.
Wait, hold on. So, like, Cage did
Well, like,
argue.
but why would that mean
wait,
that
guys,
God
wait,
exists, though?
wait. Yeah, like, Cage did argue this, on a live that I did, I think, like, last year. But, like, let's say that Jesus did resurrect from the dead. I mean, there is, like, many, like, plausible hypothesis, right?
No,
That
there's
you
not.
put this on the table.
Well,
No, there's
it's
not.
not
Literally, like,
that's
yeah.
not the only. Well, Coco, that's not the only candidate hypothesis. I agree, but given the information that is presented in the scriptures, because that would presumably be the evidence. If the evidence for Jesus' resurrecting is the scriptures, and the scriptures are reliable, then there
No,
would
let's
obviously
say-
be implications
because the
that negate
scriptures
other
aren't-
things in John, trivially. But
Sure, the
what's up,
scriptures
Skippy?
aren't evidence, anyways.
Yes,
but,
they
like,
are.
let's say that there's-
Wait. Do you seriously just say that? Like, are you being serious right now?
So, but let's say like there's some like other independent.
Wait, who
like,
just said?
you
No
know,
one's lighting up. Who seriously just told me
Yeah,
the scriptures aren't evidence?
Depends how you define evidence,
That-
but I would say scripture is evidence, but,
Yeah, I don't think anyone,
Sure.
not even academics, negate the fact that scripture is just like trivially evidence.
Yeah, but whoever said
So,
it,
like,
you can argue for it.
Yeah,
What?
The scripture
Well-
isn't evidence.
yeah. Why would you say the scriptures aren't evidence?
For supernatural happenings?
Yeah,
Yeah, because supernatural happenings are going to be like the least likely possible thing that happens, and so every other.
Wait, why
explanation
would
is
that be the
wrong.
case?
Because that's what it means to be a miracle.
Or
Wait, what?
I would also say like given like priors.
So to be a
Wait,
miracle, right?
Hold on. Miracle is not what you said. You said supernatural happening, right? So you're just saying something which violates gnomic laws. Why would that be something that is the most unlikely thing?
Hi.
Hello,
Hey.
Madeline.
Give us one.
Hi. How do you define miracle?
Oh yeah. Give us 1 sec. We'll get right
Yeah,
to
so
you.
something that violates like natural law.
Okay, well,
In what way?
why would that always be like the least probable explanation?
What
to
if the
violate natural
miracle is
laws?
is the most probable?
Yeah, but also
No, because otherwise it
What
wouldn't
if
be a
every
miracle.
day is a
Then it wouldn't
miracle?
be a miracle.
Sure, hallelujah.
Or do you
Praise
take
Jesus.
day for given?
Wait, you're just
Sure.
wait. That's
So,
just
like-
question. Wait, you just committed
No.
a formal fallacy.
Well,
of
no.
question
So
that-
like we can, right? Because like some things are like statistically more likely to happen because we can observe them happening more often. Like that's how we would get like the probability
wait,
that like
okay, maybe you're not. Maybe you're not
like it
making
gets
the point.
cold. It gets cold after summer.
Maybe you're not making the point that definitionally miracles or violations of the laws of nature. Dude, what the fuck? Can we mute this girl, please?
oh yeah, you
I can mute
got
myself.
Thank you.
sorry, you got background
So
noise.
maybe you're not making the point that like definitionally violations of gnomic laws are less probable than other types of explanations. In which case, maybe you're just saying miracles by definition are rare. And okay,
Well,
I can
I
grant
would say
that.
miracles are less
but-
likely,
but-
like less likely than non-miracles.
Yeah,
Like
sure. We could,
non-miracles are so much more likely.
we
to
could say
happen
they're
than
less
miracles.
likely. Like, yeah, we could say they're less likely. But all I take evidence to be is just something that raises that likelihood. And trivially, reporting on miracles raises the likelihood that miracles happened, given the fact that you'd expect people to report on miracles if they did happen. So it's just trivially evidence.
That's true, actually.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah. And I guess. I guess I would. Yeah. Just say
Okay.
not good.
Okay, I'm
evidence
glad
then
we
at
agreed
that
on that.
point.
Maybe what you're saying is that your
that's
priors
fine.
are so incredibly low that no matter how much evidence you get for something, you wouldn't be convinced of it. Maybe that's your position.
Well, like, yeah. So my position would be like it would be like history would not be able to prove something that was supernatural because, like, any
Well,
natural explanation is going to be more likely.
Well, no, that's just repeating what you said originally.
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
saying
just
is, in virtue of a sufficient amount of evidence, like let's say there were like 500 accounts of some supernatural event, would you then say, okay, well, in that case, I would affirm that that supernatural event happened? Or would you say, Well, that's not
No,
enough
I mean,
evidence.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't like. I think there's like 20,000 sightings of Bigfoot since like the 1980s, but I don't believe in Bigfoot.
Do you
just
know
because
what
of the
sufficient
knowledge.
evidence is called? Science. Science. That's
Hey,
sufficient
my friend, can
evidence.
you do
That's
us a
what it's
favor?
called.
Can you not
Science.
come on the
So-
panel and interrupt people, please? Wait your
Well,
turn.
but you're talking
The issue
sufficient
here is-
evidence.
Wait,
so
wait,
I
wait,
will
wait,
just
really
clarify.
quick, wait,
Can
slow
we
down,
do
slow
this,
down,
guy?
slow down, slow down. Well, we're in the
Okay.
middle of something. You just gotta hang tight.
Anything that is
Bro,
not
be a good boy or you're getting dropped. I'm not gonna tell you again.
Yo, you gotta chill.
All right,
Hang
so
tight.
Skippy, the issue here is there's actually no amount of evidence that you would actually take that would prove, like, not your position. So it's just like, what's the point of even having a conversation about it if you're just never going to be convinced? It's just a waste of time.
That, I mean, yeah, I would say, I mean, that's not a bad response because I don't.
Yeah.
I just don't
It's just
think
like it doesn't make sense to me because, like, for example, I will never be convinced that the Earth is flat, so I don't have those conversations, right?
science.
Dude, can this motherfucker shut up, please? Like, holy fuck, this guy's a fucking hooker, dude. Like,
I'm
Jesus
just
Christ.
saying, though.
Okay, sorry, Skippy. You can talk now.
No, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think like in principle, like I don't think like in principle I think that like supernatural event there's all like the. So I guess from there I would say like I personally think the best argument for religion comes from personal experiences. Like those are the that's the best, like that's the most
So
convincing.
the only way for you, so I think like Chaser brought up a good point. Given your priors, you're almost like guaranteed to never believe that supernatural events happened unless you were to experience them, like some type of anecdotal evidence.
Yeah, and I think spirit supernatural experiences, like as Christians report them sometimes, because Christians say a lot of things.
My
But,
uncle
like,
saw a ghost once.
But like they seem to know that it was God, and so like if I had a spiritual experience with God, I think I would know that it was God, just because that's like part of the thing.
My uncle was saying the same thing. Like it's almost like I
Like
hear
when-
him. Right? Yeah,
like
he
when
was saying
Paul-
he had a supernatural experience as well. My uncle, he did. Why should I believe you or him?
Well, I think the hope is that you also have a supernatural experience that you believe.
What if I didn't?
Well, then you won't believe.
Okay, so your belief is only based on your personal experience.
Yeah, but I think that's the best
so
argument for religion.
Muslims also have personal experience. Do you believe in Islam?
Well, I think if I had a personal
Yeah,
experience,
you're just completely not tracking. Your uncle had the personal experience. He did. That's not going to change his beliefs, right?
I think,
Well-
yeah. I mean, if I had an experience with Allah who like confirmed Muhammad, then I would believe I would become an Islam.
Do you think if you were born in the Middle East, would it be more likely that you had the Muslim personal experience than if you are born in the?
Wouldn't that just make your religion dog shit? If people that aren't born in the Middle East can't have the experience, you have to be pre-exposed to the cultural influence and stimuli.
Kind of what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of non-Middle Eastern Muslims. Asia's full of them.
How many exactly?
Entire countries.
2 billion.
Born and raised outside of Middle East, like
Yes.
probably
Yeah,
and
like
third
Indonesia.
generation? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like.
But someone who just out of the blue, like they had Christian parents
Wait,
and out
Mr.
of the blue, they
Bojack, you
became
came on
Muslims.
here yapping about science and evidence, and you don't even know that there's billions of Muslims around the world.
Yeah, but I'm talking why when a child is born, are they born a Christian or a Muslim? They become religious.
born in
because
the
of their
default
parents,
position.
because
They
they're
don't have
indoctrinated by the parents.
No, they're born in the default position, which is they don't
Yeah,
have
even if-
beliefs.
No, but no, a child is not suddenly Muslim if the parents were Christian.
Yeah, you're not tracking. The child is born in the default position. No beliefs, no
Okay,
anything.
and then parents indoctrinate the child in the religion that the
I would
parents
grant
are.
that. I would grant that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
So
but if
people
like,
have
if
the
that
religion
child-
because their parents had the religion.
Sure, but
Yeah.
but eventually your personal experiences are going to come into play. And so that's why people fall away from faith, right? Because they'd say like, "Oh, I don't have a personal experience with this, or I don't feel like I have a personal relationship with this, and so I'm going to fall away because the religion promised me that I would have." Or some people are going to be, "I do have a personal relationship with this God, and therefore, and that's what the religion predicted. The religion was correct, and so I'm going to stay in this religion because I had the personal."
Don't you think it's much more likely to have a personal
We can't hear you.
What?
You got quiet.
Christian than
Oh,
Yeah, we didn't hear what you
being
just
brought up as
said.
a Christian and suddenly have a Muslim personal experience
Hey, my
of
brother, we
Allah
didn't-
showing up to you
my
at
brother.
the age of 11. If your parents were Christians and you were going to Christian church day in, day out, and suddenly at the age of 10, Muhammad comes to you and
But here's
gives
a-
you the revelation about
here's
Islam.
here's
Do you
another
think
question.
it happened ever?
do you think that?
Do you really
do you-
honestly believe it even one time happened in the history of humanity?
Yes.
Wait,
well,
hold
it's
on.
not my
Wait,
claim, nor does it entail from my argument.
So,
But do you
wait,
think
hold
there
on,
is
hold
no
on.
from your
personal?
argument. It does entail from your argument.
hold on,
does
hold
not
on, guys,
entail
hold on,
from my
guys, hold on,
argument.
guys, hold on, guys.
It does, though.
Prince, if you get what I'm saying, I'll let you have the final say.
I heard that.
Yeah, but be patient.
I got you.
But I'll
That's
let you
okay.
have the final say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, this is fun. I'll give him some time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bojack. You're good.
No, I don't think I have a claim right now. My position is that there is no way that a child can suddenly develop religious inclinations out
Sure,
of
but-
the blue.
Sure, but if they have a religious experience, they're going to be
What
religious.
if they don't? What if they don't?
Then
have
they're
a
not going to be
experience?
religious.
Exactly. So there is no God. If there is no
No,
indoctrination at all
what the
happening to
hold
a
on,
child,
Skippy,
if there
can
is
I get this,
hold on,
please?
hold on. Let me finish.
Nah, fuck that. Let me finish it. Because now
There
you're
is
just
no
like,
indoctrination
hey, my
at
friend.
all about any
Hey,
religion.
brother, can you do me a favor? Grown adults, let's
You
go
didn't
back and
even
forth.
give me-
My friend, you're screaming. Brother,
Didn't give me
back and,
30 seconds.
brother,
Oh,
we go back and forth. I'll let you get the 30 seconds, but do you promise that me and you will talk back and forth? Because you keep controlling the
Yes,
conversation.
last 30 seconds. Last
Go
30
ahead.
seconds and then I shut up. Okay? Let's imagine a scenario. A child is not exposed to any religion at all. No religious indoctrination. Zero. Will they develop any religion inclination to Mohammed, to Yahweh, to Jesus, to whatever, out of
Do they
the
live in the
blue?
world
Yes
right
or no?
now? Do they live in our world right now? Like the
I'm
same
asking you
present
about
day as
divinity
me?
because you propose divine arguments.
Brother,
that
you're not
divinity will
listening.
come upon
Yo,
this child.
yo. My nigga, track the conversation. Do they live in
You
our
propose
world?
divinity.
Yo, listen.
Don't you?
You're not talking. You're not even listening. You're not even answering what I'm saying. Does the person you're talking about live in our world right now?
Yo, Prince, we gotta relax. That wasn't rhetorical,
Well,
bro.
we're
Your
talking about
cortisol is
scenarios.
spiking. Your cortisol is spiking, bro.
Of course, it's a
Where are we talking
hypothetical,
to right
but you know, all
Yeah,
conversations are
But
hypothetical.
what's this guy's
when we talk
positions? I'm
about
gonna eat him
religion.
alive. What's this guy's positions?
Eat me alive, Chaser.
Okay, what do you believe?
Damn, that was kinky.
If a child was
fuck.
born and it was not exposed to any religion at all, would it suddenly develop inclinations towards Christianity, Islam, any other religion?
Wait,
out
do
of
you
the
think
blue
I have a
as
question? I have a
divine
question. Do you
power?
think that moral intuitions are inherent to children?
Sure, morality
yeah,
is
so-
a different subject altogether
Yeah, so
from
wait,
religion.
do you think
Yeah.
that a person that wasn't exposed, well, one, there's two issues with your argument, but we'll just go on the first one. Do you think
We're
that a
not
person...
talking about morality, Chaser.
Wait, hold
We're
on,
talking
I'm gonna
about religion.
spank... Dude, holy fuck, do you like the sound of your own voice that much? Like, pipe down. Thank you. So,
I like the sound of
essentially,
my
there's an
voice.
issue, which is, you're assuming that these children, right, when they grow up, they won't be competent enough to question whether or not their moral intuitions are grounded in anything objective, right? And then the second one is, obviously, people can come to the idea of religion without prior religion, even under a naturalistic hypothesis, given that fucking people came to the idea of religion without religion.
You're moving the goalpost, Chaser. My
I'm not
question
moving the
was
goalpost, I
Whether,
just showed
whether
how
they
stupid
would,
you
well,
are.
if you don't let me respond, then
Yeah, go
we're
ahead
not
and
having a
respond.
conversation. Yeah, I'm talking about modern religions. Would they develop a belief in a modern Christ, in a modern Muhammad, would
Wait,
they
do they have
invent
access to
this?
scriptures?
Would the divine power
Yeah, that's what I
come
asked him and he
out
wouldn't
their
answer.
minds,
Like,
and
do
they
they
will
live
suddenly
in the
learn
world
about
today?
Muhammad and Jesus?
Do they live in the world today
very
where they
different
can
from the
learn
conversation
about?
about morality, because we can talk about morality
Oh
separately.
my god!
That's
See, this
This
is
fine.
why
nigga
I
does
don't.
not stop
This is
talking.
why whenever
Holy
this is why
fuck.
whenever I host lives, I don't invite people with foreign accents up.
Oh, yo,
Oh,
wait.
okay.
That's a bit racist. Wait, we
That
gotta
was
chill on
How is
that.
that racist? If anything, it's xenophobic, Coco.
That was very-
That's a bit
okay.
That
xenophobic.
is xenophobic.
Yeah,
Even
we
worse,
gotta
probably.
chill on that. Everyone all
Okay,
over the
okay.
world is
I'll
welcome
chill,
on the
I'm
platform.
sorry.
Bojack.
This also.
Bojack.
Sitting
Hold on.
on his
Also,
American
that one
high
boy-
horse, America great, best, right? America best
Bojack.
country in the world.
You know what, dude?
Also,
Fucking
that one
bombing
Bojack is taking my
other
argument to a
countries
place where
for
I
no
did not.
reason. Yay!
Like my claim was
Hail
only
America.
that people
Bojack, how do you
base
feel
their
that
spiritual
Skippy is
beliefs.
denouncing you? Your mentor is
Oh,
telling you
hell
that
the
you're so
United
low
States
tier
of
that he
Trump.
can't even endorse you anymore.
No,
I see.
I was just saying.
This is a Trump supporter for sure.
No,
Okay,
so
well,
I
let's
was
get back
just
on
saying
topic.
He
that
is though,
people,
right? You are
people's
though, right?
spiritual beliefs
guy can't even
are
let you
connected
speak.
to their personal experiences.
He obviously.
That was my claim. That
Okay,
people's
also, like-
spiritual, which
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think is very controversial.
Isn't this like whole scenario kind of question begging on the Christian or Muslim position? Like,
Yes.
Let's
That's
just
what I'm
say,
trying
like,
to explain,
let's
but he
say
won't just
all the-
answer. He just keeps trying
let's
to
just say
control it.
all the fucking scriptures go away, right? Well, if the Christian God exists, then trivially he'd probably reveal them again, right?
Yeah.
Who will? Sorry, who will?
The
Any
Christian
God.
Reveal it again?
the
Who will
Christian
reveal
God.
it? Okay, how will the Christian God reveal it again?
He did it
Explain to me.
already.
Yeah, the same way that he revealed things to Moses.
So
It
there
would
will
just
be
by
another
through a
Jesus.
prophet.
Wait, another Jesus and another Bible
Wait,
written
what?
and
When did I say there'd be
edited
another
Jesus?
throughout 2,000
Trash.
Wait,
years.
this guy's actually
by
low
kings,
He's actually
by
stupid.
Wait,
whoever.
Bojack, I have a question. Are you first quartile?
Translated, retranslated,
Yeah, he is
edited,
first
edited
quartile.
again, right? Added,
Yo,
and retracted.
Bojack,
and
you're
this is the Bible
slow.
that
I
we
never.
believe right
Wait,
now.
Bojack,
It will happen again, you would
Bojack,
say.
you're slow. You're slow. I never said that. There doesn't need to be another Jesus. There's other ways to reveal things.
Well, give me one way. One way.
Yeah, like through a prophet. You fucking dumbass. He could just
Okay, for
communicate
another
to someone
Jesus
on
then.
Earth.
So if
Jesus
right
wasn't a
now, so you're
prophet.
proposing another
Jesus
Jesus will
wasn't.
come right
Jesus
now.
wasn't a prophet. Is this guy stupid?
Okay.
Like
So
genuinely.
who? Trump is a prophet.
Dude, what the
Yo,
fuck are we
Bojack,
talking
do me a favor.
about, bro?
Hold on, Chaser, hold on. Yo, Bojack, do me a favor. I'm gonna keep muting you because
This
you can't be
scenario that
quiet
you're
and you just keep talking. So I'm gonna keep muzzling you for a
Because he
second. I
described
need
the
you to
scenario-
listen. You keep just talking and you're not
No,
having
he
a
just keeps
conversation.
talking.
You're not listening to any of us. You're not even answering what we're saying to you. Please listen and respond. Don't just yap about what you already think.
I was just curious.
So,
What
Bojack,
prophet
do you
will come and reveal?
do you think that people
new Bible
do not
to
use
people?
personal experiences to build their religious beliefs?
Personal experience is also people. Don't you think that people lie all the time? People lie all the time.
That wasn't my
for
question.
their own
That
gain,
you-
for whatever reason.
What are you
People
doing?
Lie.
So, do you think? No,
So why
wait. Do
would
you think that
believe
people?
personal experience?
This is,
Do you think that people?
Don't you know that people lie? Do you
This
always
is-
believe
Dude.
what people say?
it's a bit
Do
much.
you think that people use personal experiences to build their religious beliefs?
Absolutely, yes. People
Okay.
use their experience beliefs to build everything
Okay,
about
so then
themselves.
the person
always.
can have a
That
personal
was the extent of my
experience and
claim.
become
People
religious.
lie. People are unreliable.
Bro,
Sure.
is
I
your
think-
personal experience
Do you
unreliable?
always believe people?
Bojack, is your personal experience unreliable?
Yes,
I-
to others.
So you
yes,
don't
sure.
know if you exist?
No, to myself, no. But I wouldn't.
Okay,
believe
so then what are you
myself.
talking about?
Because if you talk to me, I don't know if you lie or tell the truth. How
It
can I
doesn't
know?
matter about me. Skippy said
Skippy.
It
personal
does,
experience.
because if you
Wait.
tell me to believe in something, that's why it matters.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes, oh my, yes, oh
Hold
my
on.
God, yes.
No. Do you think I'm a Christian, Bojack? Or
I
the
don't
one
care who you are.
Bojack? Okay. So
Personal
it's-
experience is not
Sure.
reliable evidence.
that's
Wow.
all we have.
That's all you have.
all
Your
you
existence
That's
is
all
reliant
we
on your
have as
personal
humanity.
experience.
Like the-
Bojack,
not
how do you know
revealing
you're alive without
anything
you
to you.
experiencing?
You
How do you
already
know you're alive
this.
without you experiencing?
You already know this.
How? Bro, how do you know you're alive without experiencing it?
I'm not talking about my experience.
I don't give a
about
fuck.
reality.
You just
That
said personal
argument doesn't make any
experience is not
sense.
allowed.
It's
You're
just
moving the
consciousness, not
goalpost again.
personal experience.
So we are talking about one subject.
First of
you're
all,
moving the goalpost,
many
and we
people don't
start
even
talking
hold
about
the
something else
consciousness
right now.
existing,
Okay,
so that's
we
going to be
can,
personal
but
experience. And
if
your
you
conscious
give up the
experience
previous
is going to
topic-
be your personal experience. So, Truck, you just unmuted to say some stupid shit.
I'm just saying you shouldn't believe in my account of my personal experience. If I'm telling you about my personal
Bojack,
experience,
I'm not talking about
you
your
shouldn't
personal...
believe in it.
Bojack, if you don't listen, I'm just going to drop you. No cap. We're not talking about your relaying of your personal experience. Do you believe your own personal experience, yes or no?
But that's irrelevant to the
No, it's
discussion
not. Just answer the fucking question.
It's
bro.
not. That was my entire point.
Answer the question, yes or
Why
no.
should self-reflection-
Can you answer the question?
self-
Yo, can you answer the
No,
question?
I can't, because it's not.
Okay.
Unless we're changing the
Thank
topic. If you say we're changing the topic and we're moving on to a different subject, then yes.
No, my
This
whole
question
thing
is irrelevant
Look,
to what we are discussing right now.
The Bojack. So the whole thing was like, I don't think it's possible to give historical evidence for a supernatural event. Because historical evidence is based on probabilities. Supernatural events are going to be the least likely thing that happened.
Yep.
And so if you are taking a supernatural event, that has to be a faith claim.
Yes.
There's just
Amen.
Why
no,
aren't
there's no way to.
supernatural events happening any longer?
Oh my
When
fucking
we
god.
started having
That's a good
digital
one.
cameras, ways,
Bojack,
supernatural events stopped happening.
Bojack,
Coincidence?
I'm just explaining to you where the argument came from. Can you not?
Suddenly, no supernatural events.
So
For the
okay.
past 150 years,
And
they disappeared.
then my interlocutor,
Oh,
asked
strange,
a
right?
question.
Very,
that he
very
was like,
peculiar.
sure. So the interlocutor that I was talking to asked the question. He was like, "Hey, if in principle it's not possible to convince you of the resurrection, in principle, no matter how good the evidence is, then what's the point of having this conversation?" And I said, "That's a good point, actually. I like that's a really good way to test like what I believe. I think that's a really good point." And so then he said, and so then I said, I think personal experience, like if I was to have a personal experience with God, I would become a Christian. And I think personal experience is the best evidence for God.
Bojack, if me and Skippy have access to all the knowledge of the world, personal experience is going to determine what our conclusions are. Me and Skippy can know everything possible about all the religions on the world, but personal experience is going to determine our beliefs.
If pigs could fly, the prices of pork would just skydive. Like, pork would be so expensive if pigs could fly. Don't you think?
Sure.
Like, you are making a claim, like, if something, like, what do you even mean by that?
No one said anything about it.
Bro, it's factory resetting at this point.
So you'd rather be on your personal experience and go based on your religion on that, rather than knowing the truth and.
I have no religion, my friend.
No, nigga, you're just not tracking truth. This is your second time
If you knew
unmuting to
everything
just say
about
some
religion,
stupid shit.
I would go on personal belief. If you knew everything about
please
religion,
don't
and you
interrupt
knew
the
truth,
conversation
you
to
wouldn't
say
go.
shit that's useless.
Muslims go on personal belief. Buddhists go on personal belief.
Everyone goes on personal
This is
belief.
the only reason
Yeah,
for
but
religion.
you said if you knew
what you
everything,
gotta
if you
do,
knew all the
mods.
truth about the religions, you'd rather go on your personal
The
belief.
definition of religion is lack of evidence, absence of evidence. That's the definition of religion.
Bojack, please do me a favor. Let me get 30 seconds like I gave you. Truff, this is your second time interrupting to say some stupid shit, nigga, because you can't track. If me and you have access to all the knowledge in the universe, we know everything, the reason we would come to separate conclusions is going to be our priors and personal experience.
No, if we had full knowledge, we would share the same knowledge.
So if we knew God existed, you'd rather go on your own personal belief than rather believing in the God that will bring you to like heaven or wherever the sense is.
So
Is that
do
what
you
you're
think
saying?
that there's evidence around us that God exists that we can have access to?
You said if you knew
As far as I'm aware,
everything.
God is an unfalsifiable.
I don't believe in God.
As far as I'm aware, God's an unfalsifiable, right?
You're saying if you knew everything, you'd say you have all the evidence. You'd rather go on personal belief than evidence.
It's not what the fuck I'm saying, you idiot.
Then what are you saying? You're saying
if
me and
shut
you
up
knew
and
everything.
shut up and listen. If me and you know everything, what will change our beliefs is priors and personal experience.
Beliefs in what? Beliefs in what?
Oh my God.
In everything, if you knew
Why are
everything,
you up here
including
arguing if
everything,
you've never read anything? Like, why?
what are you saying?
Why are you up here arguing if you can't comprehend what I'm saying?
What are you even saying?
You
So you're
can't
saying,
comprehend it. That's my point. So why are you arguing?
explain it more in detail. So if you knew everything, including like if God is real, you'd rather go on personal belief than going if God is real.
That's not
Is
what
that
I
what
said.
you're
That's not entailed by my statement. So you're just straw manning.
okay?
What
So
would separate our conclusions is gonna be priors and personal belief.
so you'd rather rely on personal belief than fact and
You're
evidence.
literally straw manning. You're not listening. It's not entailed by my statement that I would rather go by my personal beliefs. If we have access to the same knowledge, what's going to separate our conclusions is going to be priors and personal experience.
So like evidence as in like research
So,
and
for
stuff. Is that what
example,
you're
let's
saying?
say me and you know everything about mathematics. Like we went through college and we're PhDs, right? We know everything about science.
I get that.
But you're doing experiments on nature, and I'm doing experiments on fossils. Our beliefs will probably be different. Our conclusions will probably be different because of personal experience, right? Even though we
Because
have
we're
access
studying
to
different things.
even though we have access to the exact same knowledge, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you got.
Like I know sometimes I yell and people think it's like, oh, you're so immature, but it's just like, holy fuck, you literally cannot be listening.
Okay, well you got that part. I don't really have enough evidence on that, so.
Thank you. You can Google it. Like I'm not even trying to be rude. Just Google it. Go to the ChatGPT and say, if two people have all the access to the knowledge of the universe, what will separate their conclusions? And they'll say priors and personal beliefs.
Because everything is subjective, right? It's your own personal experience.
Well, I mean, yeah, your
It's
beliefs
like,
are going to be subjective to your experience.
Well, don't even say if we do everything. Just say if we all here read the entire Bible, right? We're all gonna have different perspectives of what we read. I mean, that's like when you go to a church and the pastor tells you to go to this specific verse. He's gonna tell you his perspective. That's why it's his favorite.
Facts.
Whatever. But then if
and
you
it's
go
the
to
exact
church,
same verse that we're reading, but both of us might come to different conclusions. Facts.
yeah, and if you go to the church down the street from that same church, he's gonna have a different view, possibly depending on. But
and then like we can determine like who is wrong or right, maybe like to certain things, but regardless, people will still have their own personal beliefs. That's just how things work. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that Bojack kid really pissed me off. I wanted to argue with him about being a Muslim, but he couldn't even track what we were saying. Tough, did you look it up? Was I right?
Yeah, it said you can come to different conclusions.
Thank you. And it would be based off priors and personal experience. Now, should you come to different conclusions? Probably not if you have access to the exact same knowledge, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, can I ask Skippy a question? He made a comment earlier. He said that supernatural claims would be less likely in every given case, and I wanted an argument for that.
Yeah, it's just that we observe natural phenomenon more than we observe supernatural phenomenon, by like orders of magnitude. So it's just like there's not a good reason to.
Of a natural phenomena.
What?
What's your definition of a natural phenomena?
Like us?
Something which you can make like predictions using natural models, I guess.
So wait, so would a supernatural event be something that you didn't predict? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if there's like no natural models that could have predicted it in principle.
There's going to be something that happens unexpected given the priors, I'm pretty sure. Like,
Yeah,
given the priors of how the universe works, this happened outside of the way that things usually happen.
Okay, so it's just outside of the norm, right? So essentially, we don't see people rise from the dead. So a claim that someone did rise from the dead would be unlikely, given that we don't see that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes. I think so. I want to add more to it, but maybe like it's a stronger position put simply.
Well, I don't understand because like there's events only happen one time in history, right? Like specific events. If you lay out all the specifics of any given event, it's like a one-time thing. That's just the definition of the past, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And there are things that people don't predict, right? I mean, we have economic models that are meant to be predictive, right? But economists will only give you a like 10 to 15. I don't know if it's still this way. But like a 10 to 15 year. This is an approximation given the next decade. And then even their approximations, the further you go out, they end up being wrong, right? So like, are you saying that changes in the economy wouldn't be a natural phenomenon because it's contrary to what was predicted?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think like economics is not a natural science at all.
Bro.
I think
so you think it's a supernatural? Is economics a supernatural occurrence?
Yeah, I think if you believe in it, you believe in it in the same way people believe in astrology. Yeah.
What?
So economics, right, does not have predictive power. But if you think it does have predictive power, like there's no there's no reason to think that it does have predictive power.
Yeah, I don't think that's
like,
what he's saying.
Honestly, I think
he's saying that there
based
is some
because my
sort of
mom was
predictive
an
power.
economics major, so Skippy, that's hella based.
Wait, what?
I think that's based because my mom was an economics major. So you saying that it has no predictive power is super based because she would always disagree with me.
Yeah, the point is that like it's gonna have some predictive power, but there are gonna be events which are just completely unpredictable, and by nature of that, as Wesley was saying, you're gonna consider those what, supernatural events?
Well, so like we have like we're talking about economics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like economics like cannot tell you what the economy is going to do in 3 years.
That's
right?
fine. I didn't say it had all predictive power. I'm saying when it comes to specific events, are these events not going to be labeled supernatural because they're, as you said, not of natural systems that can kind of determine like what type of prediction?
Well, it's just like in order to say whether or not like economics is like for economics to function as a natural science, it would need to use like natural laws to make predictions. And we just don't see that happening.
Well, I'm just curious as to whether you'd regard economics as a supernatural thing then. Like you're admitting that there are supernatural forces at play in the world then? If you accept
I think if you believe I don't think there's any reason to like I think like if you believe that your economic model is going to be right in 5 years, you're believing it in the same way that people believe in astrology. Like there's just like it seems to be falsifiable, and the answer is like it does not have predictive power. So like I guess in the sense that it's wrong and not falsifiable. Yeah.
Is this like an open panel thing, or are you guys having a one?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
knock yourself out. Go ahead. As long as you stay on topic, and my moderators are Prince. Respect the moderators. If you disrespect them, it's like disrespecting me, the host, because they do help manage the channel. If I'm not here, they're the next best thing to ensure that everybody follows TikTok policy. We read the policy and we try to adhere to it. So.
Hey, yeah, I respect that. Yeah.
Topic. Adjust the topic. Adjust the topic.
Oh, to what?
Secularist.
Oh, okay. I can do that.
I was just going to mention something about the current discussion about economics. I don't know if you're saying that. I think Wesley was saying that. Are you saying that it needs to be either like dichotomous, like it needs to be like in the category of natural or supernatural?
I was trying to ascertain Skippy's view on that, because his argument against the resurrection was that supernatural things are just going to be the least likely explanation. And then he said that a natural thing is something that can be explained with predictive models, or accounted for with predictive models. And then he was suggesting that economics would be supernatural because you can't really accurately make predictions about it.
No, I was saying that the belief in economics would be like a supernatural belief. Not Yeah, because like economics usually gives us like a retroactive picture, like a story that we tell ourselves after something happens, but that's not science. If something only works retroactively, that's just like narrative.
Well, no, sure, but like the stock market still does things, right? You would say that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so if someone records in the past that the stock market did something that we wouldn't have predicted, would you say that it's a supernatural event? Someone's claiming because it happened in the past and it wasn't predicted.
Oh no, I think humans can do things that you just don't have enough information to predict.
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, then
Normative
the
predictive
resurrection
power.
wouldn't be supernatural.
Yeah, you're talking
Yeah.
about natural predictive power, but actually that just gets thrown out the window when you realize that we assume like every single science is using predictions that will get wrong because there's going to be things that are just outside of those predictions.
Wesley,
Like
that was fire.
for example, me, like if I'm walking down the road, like I mean, I'm sure you've heard these stories. Walking down the road, you get struck by lightning 7 times, right? There's people who literally have that happen. It's not even raining, it's just thundering. Struck by lightning 7 times. By any sense of like predictive power, you're gonna say, okay, that's like nobody predicts that when you walk down the road, you're gonna get struck when it's not raining. You're gonna get struck by lightning 7 times, right? But that's why it's a phenomena. Like it's a phenomena, but it doesn't mean it's a supernatural one. You would agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, so given that definition, the resurrection wouldn't be supernatural.
So you don't think the resurrection was supernatural?
No.
I'm just saying based on your view. I think it is, but
Right.
Yeah, I would define different
Given
like
your
things
definition
differently.
of right.
So
Saying
yeah.
given
So
your
how,
definition, Skippy.
yeah. So how, I guess how would you define supernatural then? Like, do you have a better definition?
Yeah, so supernatural for me would it's just a conjugate of beyond the natural, right? And natural for me just refers to corporeal. Supernatural would be agential, so like any type of willful interaction with a system, right? Would be supernatural. This is humans' interaction with the world. I regard as supernatural because it's a relationship between their spirit, their soul, and the corporeal world. Soul just means psyche, so this would just be their consciousness essentially. Right, interacting with the corporeal world, which would be like the tangible. So then the resurrection we could regard as supernatural because there's some will or agent that interacts with the physical or the corporeal, revealing to us that someone rose from the dead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So let's say that like I have like I am at work and I like I don't know. I think that definition of supernatural, like there's no difference between like doing something literally physically impossible and having a conversation with someone. And I just feel like there being a difference between those two things is useful.
The reason that there's
So,
not
like-
going to be is because we believe in the synergy of the psyche and the physical, and we believe that that synergy or that working together is supernatural because you don't get there by natural means. So we would best explain the psycho-natural harmony by supernatural means, right? That God is tying together somebody's brain and their mind. That God is tying together somebody's emotions, which are chemicals, and their soul. That God is mending all things that go into the human's, again, consciousness, memory, mind, all these things, making them active, making them a life being or a living being, as the Bible says. So our view is just that, everything that has to do with, again, like these types of things is supernatural. I don't really see an argument for what you're saying. I guess you're saying that like having a conversation would be utilizing your conscious, and so therefore it would be in a sense supernatural. Like, sure, we can agree.
Yeah, so like I would say like if there's if someone told me a story where like they were having they were like, let's say like they went up to their attic and they moved a box and then they saw a ghost. Like I would say like the supernatural claim there was like that they saw a ghost, like that was a supernatural experience. But under your definition, a supernatural experience was the fact that they went into the attic and moved the box in the first place. And that the ghost
those can be
that the ghost was
look.
that the ghost was was not uniquely supernatural because the fact that they had consciousness at all was already supernatural. It's like there's
Yeah,
just no
utilizing the
differentiate.
conscious look, synergizing.
There's just no
with the-
differentiator between like any mundane experience and the supernatural experience.
I don't think our consciousness is supernatural. I mean, it's just a bunch of neurons firing.
Well, no, but even if it so they're saying that like they've created a definition for supernatural that would just include any possible experience, which I just don't feel like that definition of supernatural is useful.
Isn't supernatural just
like
like
creation.
pertaining to a system above like our universe's natural laws?
Yeah, we already went.
I wanted to
through
ask
this.
Wesley and Defender about their definition. Do you guys then take it to be the case that maybe like the development of language is supernatural, like a supernatural phenomena?
Yeah, so look, everything that exists.
You said
is a
any
union
conscious
between-
activity.
Right. Anything that exists is a union between supernatural and corporeal. This is just trivially the case within the Christian worldview. Right.
Sure. So there is no difference.
You think it's
so you
trivialized?
cannot.
You think it's
Like seeing a
you think it's
ghost would be
trivializing it.
no more supernatural than having a conversation.
Yeah, look, we don't believe in cavemen and people evolved and grew languages. We believe that God imparted to them languages. We believe at the Tower of Babel, God gave them many languages. We believe that like the view of Christians was way different. That a lot of these things that you'd consider
Well,
natural.
some Christians. I'm an old Earth creationist, so I affirm evolution.
Wait, yeah, but you don't believe that the Tower of Babel existed?
Yeah, at some point.
Okay, wait, you do believe or you don't believe?
Yeah, at some point. I hold to everything in Scripture being true, but whether like the 6,000 year timeline is true, I mean, given
Yeah,
the
that's
evidence,
fine, but
probably
look,
not.
it happened. So God created languages. That's what he was asking. He was saying, do you believe the
true,
creation
yeah.
of language is supernatural?
Well, you just
in
mentioned
the
like
Christian
most
worldview,
Christians
yes.
don't affirm evolution. I do affirm evolution. That's all I was
You don't
saying.
have to affirm evolution to believe God created languages at the Tower of Babel. But anyways, the position is just very simple that we believe that God sets up worldviews. Or not God sets up worldview. Sorry, our worldview is set up insofar that God is the primary cause of most things that, happen with the natural world and the order of the natural world itself. So, as Wesley was saying, we believe that everything that occurs in the natural world has some sort of either fusion with the supernatural or is derived from the supernatural. But we do believe that there is a real distinction between the natural and the supernatural. We're not trying to conflate categories. Like, we believe that the natural and the supernatural are different. We just believe that there's going to be like a sense where they're joined together or they're working. Skip,
Sure,
the
but
problem
the way
that you
that you're
have is
defining
that
it,
you
though-
believe that almost everything is natural because like there's plenty of things that don't abide by the rules, and you're saying that, well, even if it doesn't abide by rules, I guess it's still natural. That's the problem.
Sure. Well,
What doesn't
so I
abide
would
by
say like,
rules?
yeah. So I would say that like, if you say that like any conscious experience is like by default a supernatural experience, then there's just like no experience that isn't supernatural. And so at that point, like the term doesn't have any utility.
Yeah, so look, again, supernatural refers, you need to think of it as like bipoles, okay? Two polar ends, right? You have the supernatural, which is a higher, think of it as higher, just in your mind as an image, right? And then you have the corporeal, which is the lower. Everything that you experience as existing, right, exists in between these two poles. So the more concrete something is, the more tangible it is, the more methods by which you can like interact with it, the more corporeal it is. But the less you can interact with it, through your senses, right? If it's only a visual experience rather than visual, auditory, touch sensations, right? It's going to be more ethereal, less corporeal. It's just this is the spectrum that exists in the Christian worldview.
Sure. So like I would say like, okay, I guess there's like some translation needed then. But like you could just say like natural phenomenon or the corporeal phenomenon then, and like we know that things are corporeal because we have models to explain them. Or like what's the vocabulary you want me to use?
Yeah, so natural would be the way corporeal things behave across time. That's what we regard as natural. But there's
Yeah.
even a deeper sense where you could say the natural is the way that the spiritual interacts with the corporeal over time, which I think might capture, at least it captures my position better.
Sure, but like if we're talking about like how spiritual things interact, then like that's not a natural thing, right?
It depends on how you're defining the term. I think that it is natural in the sense that it appears in the world that supernatural things interact with corporeal things. That spiritual attaches itself to the corporeal. That is a natural phenomena in the sense that is what happens in reality.
Sure, but like, so like even if I was to like grant that like supernatural things happen in reality, like you seem to be very slippery on like what you're saying like natural is, because like yeah, I can grant that supernatural things happen in reality, but that wouldn't make them natural things, or else there's no symmetry breaker between natural and supernatural. If all natural things is like things that happen in reality, then like anything that happens would by definition be natural, which is not my position. That's not my position.
Well, right. That's why I'm just saying there's a couple different ways you can talk about this. I think that the corporeal.
Well, we need to commit to one though.
Distinction.
I feel like every time I ask you,
That's
you just
fine.
say like we could do it a couple different ways, and then you change the way you're doing it. But then I can't have a conversation. We need to commit.
That's fine. Let's say natural is the corporeal and supernatural is the spiritual.
Okay, so Jesus' resurrection would not be corporeal; it would be spiritual, right? That's a spiritual happening.
It would be both, because it's a union between the spiritual and the corporeal.
That's what we're saying. Almost everything that has to do with the human interaction with the world is going to be both.
Wait, how is it corporeal?
Hold on. This is what it means for God to be incarnate, right?
Sure,
the spirit is uniting with the body, which is what incarnation is. So
Sure, but how is it corporeal though?
Because that's the body.
Would be a reincarnation. Yeah, the corporeal is just the body, the physical appearance, the tangible thing.
The physical.
We know that.
Go ahead.
I would say like without a supernatural force, like if you're saying that it's natural in the fact that it's like it affected something physical, like I would say like things can be supernatural and physical, but that doesn't make them natural. Like let's say like I had like a friend who was a witch, and they like conjured up a boat in front of me. Like the fact that it was a physical boat that they conjured up didn't make the action like a
That's
physical
why I
action.
think corporal real, right? Like it's gonna have some sort of like real existence.
Sure, but then there's again we're slipping to like there's no difference between a spiritual action and a non-spiritual action, because you take any action,
No,
any
that's
action
not
that
true.
Are you saying that real is synonymous with like physical?
I'm
When you
not
say
saying
corporal
that.
real? Oh no, I'm asking them. I'm
By
sorry.
the way, we believe like a leaf growing on a tree is going to be like a real corporal action that has nothing to do with spirit. So
Okay,
that's
okay,
what
so
that's
there
all.
are some things.
Well, hold on. I would actually disagree with that. Because
All right, man. So I think he's right. I think you might be conflating a bit.
Okay,
Like, what do you think is
what
the
am I
difference between supernatural and natural then?
Yeah, so natural is the corporeal manifestation. The supernatural can be regarded as the spirit that instantiates into the corporeal. So like look, if you say there's a type of tree, right? You say this tree is this kind, right? It's similar to Plato's forms, right? It's going to be the spirit of the tree is the type of tree that it is. The corporeal is the specific instantiation of that pattern. The spirit is the pattern itself. This is why the ancients regarded the seed as containing the spirit or essence. Because
Yeah,
you
if by
plant the
spirit
seed,
you just mean
it
essence, then
instills-
yeah.
Yeah, it instills the pattern into the material so that it actually takes form, which is that's my view.
So okay, I'm not even agreeing or disagreeing at this point. Like I literally have no argument to make. I just want to understand if the resurrection of Jesus was because I would just take that to be like an unequivocally supernatural thing that happened. Like I'm not even saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that was a supernatural miracle, and I don't know why. I don't know where I am wrong in saying that the resurrection of Jesus was like unequivocally a supernatural miracle.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to finish out because I don't think that I agree with the way that you use the term. Like, I think I just use the terms differently. Because I regard mind or spirit as being fundamental, right? So anything that I observe as being derivative or existing in the reality that I exist in, right, would be ultimately derived from spirit. So in a very real sense, I could say every event is supernatural in the sense that spirit's at the bottom, right? Corporeal is emergent from that. Right.
Sure. So then we just have no definition or like no useful definition of supernatural.
I want to add one thing really quickly. I apologize for cutting you guys off.
You're good.
The view with like the synergy between the supernatural and the corporeal or the natural, right, is really important when we're talking about this thing that I addressed before, and I don't think anybody talked about it, which is the harmony between the psycho and the natural, right? The mental, the mind, and the brain synergizing with each other, because a human mind is going to need a human brain in order to act, and a human brain needs a human mind in order to act, right?
Yeah,
and this is
why I just grant
they're not entirely separate.
No, I just granted that. Just to for the sake, not that I agree, but just to get an idea of of if you believe in supernatural things at all. And it seems like Wesley said that everything is supernatural. So like in the same, like nothing that, like it's just a useless term.
Yeah, well, this is just
Kinda
what
what
we're
I
going to
got.
disagree with. We're just going to disagree that what you said, narrative, is going to be not an explanation. Because you were saying narrative is not an explanation when you see something and you try to explain it after the fact. That's not an explanation, but it is. And when we say that like the mind harmonizes with the brain, this is an explanation that happens after the fact. We don't know how our minds are harmonizing with our brains, and yet we still are able to have some sort of explanatory power in that, right? We're able to understand that there must be some sort of higher synergy of them working, and like, how did they start working together in the future? We're going to say that's supernatural. I don't understand how you can get to there by natural means. That's not just to say that it's predictable. It's also just to say that by natural means, practically nothing would exist. And so this is why we're saying that everything existing itself is going to be both supernatural and corporeal.
I mean,
Yeah, I would just say it's
like a
an
distinction
impossible
without a difference.
conversation.
I think you should think of
It's
the
like-
brain more like a hardware and the mind like a software. The mind is just what the brain does. It's us being conscious of what the brain does.
No, I don't
Well,
accept that.
I would just say, under your guys' view, it's just impossible to have a conversation because, like,
No, it's not. Look, I didn't.
if I want to say a miracle happens, you're going to be like, well, everything's a miracle. So, like, then miracles don't actually happen because there's no reason to differentiate a miracle between anything else. Like, there's like Moses splitting the Red Sea, right? I would say is a supernatural event, but you would say, well, yeah, but everything's a supernatural event.
Well, your brain
Like, okay,
synergizing
sure,
with your
yeah,
mind
whatever.
is a supernatural
I guess.
event. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
Sure,
that's
yeah,
all
whatever.
It's not supernatural. It's just we don't fully understand it, but like we have some semblance of as to how it's not supernatural. For instance, a part of the brain called the amygdala is the part of the brain that's responsible for like our emotions and our fears. And when neurons are fired in there, that's what's responsible for the emotional state of fear. That's like tangible. It's not like
How do those neurons cause consciousness?
it's all of them together interacting with each other. We don't fully understand it yet.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
so
to say.
no,
The best
this is just-
explanation is going to be synergy. Okay,
Yes,
and
but
synergy
we
is
have- but we have,
explanation.
like- But we have yes, okay, true. Synergy's not explanation. What we have though, like in neuroscience, what we know is that it's more likely that this is like something physical, something tangible. It's less likely that it's something
No.
supernatural.
No, I absolutely disagree. So what we have in neuroscience are correlations. Correlations are not causation.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
no,
So what
that's
we-
true.
Yeah, but there's no
Consistent
causation.
correlations. We have consistent correlations.
Also, like, if we just take like parsimony, right? It's just like if we have these like explanatory models that don't require extra like presuppositions that work, and then we have explanatory models that do require extra presuppositions to work, but don't add any content or predictive value. Like, there's just no reason to hold to those presuppositions that don't add any content or predictive value.
Yeah, so I agree.
So like,
Physicalism would actually be the one adding the entity beyond necessity, right? I'm an idealist. I don't think that I need to.
because
I don't hold on. I don't think that I need to accept that the neurons are actually have real ontology to have predictive models, right? So all I need to do is say that what neurons are, what the brain is just an image of what the mind looks like from an outside perspective. This would perfectly line up with the correlations, because every time I make a measurement on someone's mind, I am seeing a brain, right? Because the brain is what the mind looks like from my point of view.
sure.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
so
it
like,
sounds
why
like a
are
whole
you?
lot of
One second.
equivocation.
Yeah, why are you differentiating them then?
Differentiating between the mind and the brain.
Wait, hold on, guys. Pause
Yeah,
real
if
quick.
like the,
Pause. Missy, were you gonna jump in?
No, you're good. I was gonna speak to that, but it seems like they actually were gonna get right on my point.
yeah, so like why, like if the brain is what the mind looks like from an outside perspective, like why would you differentiate those things then if they're the same thing? I feel like you're creating an equivocation within your own explanation. Like
I
you're
mean,
like inventing an equivocation where there
I'll
doesn't
play
need to be
devil's
one.
advocate. I'll play devil's advocate for them and say that like in neuroscience, like there's still a hard problem of consciousness as to like why do we like feel emotions? Like why is this how, like the process of neurons firing and then like generating a subjective experience, we still can't understand why it is the way it is. Like why is that? We know it's doing that, but we don't know why, so we can't like hard.
No, we don't know it's doing that. That's an extrapolation that I don't accept. We have correlations. We have strong correlations. We don't have a causal.
It's 100% consistent correlations.
Yeah, but it's predicated on the assumption that the things you're engaging with when you manipulate neurons are actually ontologically real, rather than being figments in your own mind, so to speak. Right.
Sure.
So if
So like
look,
when you said that, like
look,
a tree growing, right, would also be like a spiritual act. Like the brain, like I don't think you're saying anything. I don't think there's actually anything being said here, because like in the same way that like a tree growing would be a spiritual act, but also like a physical thing, then like your brain could be completely physical processes, but because you take all physical things to be like have essence or something like that, it's like it's not unique in any way. Like there's nothing unique going on there, right? Because a tree that doesn't have consciousness is also a manifestation of some like conscious essence or whatever.
You deviated from my view. I do think trees are conscious. I think plants they showed signs of memory formation. They're alive, right?
Okay.
So where you draw the line on whether something's conscious or not is going to come down to your priors on what you exactly accept as being an example of a conscious agent. You guys.
Do you think rocks
No,
are
rocks
spiritual?
They don't seem to maintain their own identity across time. So I don't think
So
that
okay,
they have
so when
what it's like.
okay.
Wait,
Wait,
so
they
are
don't.
you arguing
Okay.
that neurons don't generate our consciousness, Wesley?
Correct. Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence for that whatsoever.
Then why, so anesthesia is a drug, right? It shuts down all neural activity in the brain, and when it's used on someone, their consciousness is gone. Like they become unconscious of anything happening to them.
Yeah, so that's a positive claim. What's your
Yeah, so our
argument?
consciousness interacts with the world through the brain, and the brain stops working correctly. So our conscious interaction with this world isn't the same. Wow, that's
It
shocking.
stops all neural activity. It stops neural activity, which shuts off all consciousness.
Right. Do you
No,
have
that's
any like
that's
evidence that it
complete-
shuts down consciousness, or just shuts down neuronal
It
activity?
shuts off neural
Prince,
activity, which shuts down
propofol
consciousness.
is actually something that's a really interesting thing. We don't know exactly how it works. In fact, a recent study, I could pull it up. Oh, that would be so fun to go through together. But a recent study showed that we're having a better understanding as to why propofol works, and it's working more on a chemical than electrical, so an electrochemical kind of thing, and we're recognizing that they're creating specific proteins binding to specific receptors that turn off neural activity. If I remember correctly, I want to go reread the article just to make sure that but yes, propofol, we really don't understand how it works.
It
but
makes
does.
proteins? It makes like new proteins?
Yeah, it was okay.
That's crazy.
But let me. Where's my laptop?
I didn't know
One
that.
second.
Well, look, it's okay. It'd be interesting to go through, but it really doesn't matter from my view, because that's just going to be an example of what the brain's doing, right? You're writing down these observations. The brain's making these proteins in response to this drug you give the brain, and then we notice an inability to communicate with the person that we regard as being conscious when they're awake, right? That doesn't mean their consciousness ceases to exist. That would be a leap that would need justification. We have similar events that we can point to where if somebody takes psychedelics, right, the global metabolism rate or global metabolic rate decreases, right?
Do you think people are
But we
conscious during
see
surgery
we
or
see
not?
hold on, we see an increase in conscious experience relative to psychedelics. So it doesn't seem to me that like simply decreasing brain activity would necessarily follow that consciousness ceases, right? Being that we have
do you think people are
counterfactual examples.
Wait, so then what
Do
would
you think people are conscious during surgery?
Yeah, what would you define as conscious? Because I'm like conscious to like it's having a subjective experience. Like what would you define as conscious?
1 second, can I butt in?
That is a good definition.
If anybody's curious and wants to go look, it's propofol alternates abiogenesis by activating endoplasmic reticulum stress to suppress. I'm sorry, this is the entire thing of this is the name of the article. FT whatever transcription, and it is by Fan Young, Yi Lu. So this is going to be things coming out of China. But it's a really fascinating research. It is published within the NIH and is peer reviewed. So I highly recommend just reading it because it's so.
I've been thinking about reading more about abiogenesis. So yeah,
Well,
like,
I don't
that
know
sounds
what
interesting.
this is. I don't know what this is saying about abiogenesis, but I can.
Well, I think it just means that like there's a
I just
protein
heard you
that
say
wasn't there.
the keyword.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Yeah,
mean it's
it would
creating
be
a whole
a
cell. I think it's like an organic.
Also,
molecule,
shout
which can
out
also
to
be
Chrome
Right,
for
that's
making
what-
dyslexic font. I don't know if y'all know the difference. This is dyslexic font. It helps people with dyslexia read. It's called Open Dyslexic.
Yeah, but
It's hard.
I mean, if it's making new proteins, that's like that's a lot. I think that's crazy.
Look, I mean, do you want me to read the conclusion? Like,
Sure,
it feels wrong, and also, this is like a very well done. Holy.
Sure, but like Wesley, so do you take people who are under anesthesia in the surgery to be unconscious or not?
So you can say they're unconscious in a colloquial sense, and that when you say someone's unconscious, that just means they're like their body's there laying, you're not interacting with them, right? But unconscious in the sense they lost all subjective experience, I would say that there's no evidence for that. I wouldn't make the positive.
I mean, it's just
statement
people
that
reporting
has
that
an
they don't. Yeah, I mean that's just like people report that they were unconscious. So I think that I think there is evidence.
All you can say about that is that they lost memory of any conscious experience if they had it. Which
but
is
that's not
no
parsimonious.
different than- Hold on. That's
you
no
have
different
to
than saying
you have
they
to
lost-
assume
lost memory.
you have to assume this other like entity that's like, oh, they all have a conscious experience, they just don't remember it, rather than like, oh, why are we assuming that they have a conscious experience at all? Like it seems just
Well,
more
that's why I gave
parsimonious
a
to be
counter.
like, yeah.
Well,
No,
that's
go
why
ahead.
I gave a counterfactual. That's where I gave a counterfactual example with psychedelics, where brain activity decreases, but people do have the ability to recall their experience during the decreased metabolic stage or metabolic state, right?
Sure. Yeah, but
Since
it's
they're
not-
they're able to actually retain memory.
Yeah, but that,
then
like their
we can
cognitive
actually
functions
feel-
is definitely impaired though.
What'd you say?
Their cognitive function is definitely impaired.
Relative to,
Like-
like you mean the person in the psychedelic experience?
Yeah, relative to people who are on psychedelic experiences. Like
Yeah,
that,
so if
that's part of the
cognitive ability
that's part of the
means
problem with like
ability
using
to-
psychedelics for. Well, that's just part of the problems with like using psychedelics for like prescriptions, is because like let's say psychedelics do help with some cognitive issues, but they also just lower cognitive function in general. And so it's like, well, like, are you gonna like intellectually hamper this person their whole life while they're on treatment? Like that's one of the reasons why psychedelics are so difficult to utilize in like pharmaceutical applications, because they do like lower cognitive ability.
Yeah, so it seems like you're trying to smuggle in like this higher cognitive ability in part of your definition of consciousness, which I don't accept. Consciousness would just be the what it's likeness, which you can have whether you're like the most simple animal compared to a human. Obviously, we have higher cognitive ability than a shrew or a mouse or something like that, right? But I would still say there's something it's like to be a mouse, relative to it having an experience of its own, right?
No, that's fair. So you would say that like cognition and consciousness are not linked?
I would say that it can modify consciousness. You can add it into the conscious experience, right? Like cognitive ability would be an experience that I could have as a human, right? But it's not the defining characteristic of what it's like to be, right, of being a conscious agent.
Yeah, I mean, I have less of an issue with that actually. I mean, so like, but again, like, if we're taking people, like, I guess your view that like just that people aren't, I guess like the view that people aren't unconscious when they go into surgery, like, I don't know, that just seems.
You can use the
like,
word in the sense that you
I don't
are,
know.
right? But I can say someone's unconscious if they go to sleep, right? But then they come back and they told me they had all these miraculous dreams, right, or wild dreams.
I think the
I wouldn't
difference.
say there's not something it's like to be a dreaming person, right?
Well, so have you? I do ask the question, and this is not to be minimized or anything. Have you been under general anesthesia before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then you recognize it's not like sleeping. There's a very clear difference, right? Between
I would only be able to appeal to my memory. Not to cut you off, I'm just saying all I have access to is my memory.
Sure,
And when I
so
look
we
back,
recognize.
my memory's blank, right?
Yeah, because you had no neural activity occurring. So that's going to be the difference. There's plenty of neural activity occurring during sleeping, right? We see that there's increases in especially memory processing and memory storage, and so your brain is like very much so active and awake, even if it seems like you're asleep. So that's why you dream. Right? So propofol is different, right? There's a clear distinction and a symmetry breaker there, which is the decrease and stop of neural activity. That's the symmetry breaker.
So all I would say is that the neural activity you're witnessing when I'm dreaming, right, is you just observing what it looks like for my mind to be forming memories, rather than me being unconscious. So like the lack of that neural activity, coupled with the revelation afterwards that I have no memory of my experience, would indicate to me that what you're observing is my mind not forming memories.
So, in under which observation? So I would be seeing you form memories asleep, and not forming memories under propofol, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
correct.
I just said that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that I agree with that. But the interpretation is, under my view, is that my mind is forming memories while I'm asleep, and it's not forming memories under propofol, right? But I'm saying that the mind is what's there under the interpretation. You're saying that the brain
Can you define
just
the
doing
mind?
this thing. The mind?
Yeah, can you define mind and brain for me and separate so that I can understand exactly what their differences are?
Right, so mind would be a given subject, right? So if there's a subjective experience happening, that person is a mind, right?
Okay, so
that
subjective experience, not just subject. Got it.
Correct. And then brain would be the appearance of a subjective experience to another. So like if I look at your mind, what your mind looks like to me is a brain. I don't see your mind in and of itself. I don't see what it's like to be you.
Okay, so the
Right.
mind is the function and the brain is the little thing that makes it happen.
No, not makes it happen. I don't accept that at all.
If we were
Don't follow from what I said.
So, I have a couple of questions about this. One is sense of self. If an individual is conscious, and they were to receive significant brain damage, and would they be like a different mind? Or would they stay the same mind, or would they How would that work?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting question. This would be kind of like like a ship of Theseus problem, right?
Well,
Where
I only ask
if it
because I
sees what
have
the
people like that. Yeah.
yeah, so I think there's a sense in which you can say yes, because it's the same subject. You still call that person the same name, I would assume, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would say there's a sense in which you are still pulling out the same subject, right? Even if their qualitative experience is different, and their ability to access and interpret things and present them to you, right, to interact with you is different. I would say it's still the same subject.
Okay. So, well, since everyone left, um, so I'm a property dualist, holding to, like a monistic view, right, of physical. It's a complicated view. I digress. So I'll give you a lot more than a lot will when it comes to the mind and it not being reducible fully to the brain, right? I'm gonna be a lot nicer there than other people. But my problem here and with idealism has always been and always will be uh, physical substance and the denial of a physical substance. So my question there is how do you like what is the physical?
Yeah, so the way I cash this out is I start with the brain example, right? We have at least 7 billion cases, because you would accept that other humans are conscious, right? Where
Well, why
my
what
experience of a physical. Sorry, go ahead.
why should I? If I'm holding that only I exist, right, that I am the one taking in the subjective experience, why would I immediately hold others are conscious?
Well, no, do you accept that others are conscious?
Yes, I'm just being picky and
Yeah. Well, no, that's fine. I'm
pedantic.
just for clarity. I would just say we don't disagree on that. So why don't we start on somewhere where we agree, rather than hashing out something that we
Yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah,
disagree
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, so there's at least 7 billion cases where what I experience as physical indexes to something qualitative, right? Something mental. Whereas I'm not actually seeing the mental in and of itself. I'm seeing a representation of their mental life, right? Because the brain's not identical to them. When I say you should get to know my mom, I'm not saying study her biology, right?
No, of course not. And
There's
I,
an
the
inner
property
right,
duelist wouldn't say that either, right?
right. So there's at least 7 billion cases where the physical indexes to mental, and then I would just say brains are made of the same stuff as everything else. So I would just regard all physical entities as being indicative or indexing to mental processing.
So it's all in brains. There's no actual, like the cup in my hand isn't actually physical. It exists as a mental property. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, most fundamentally, it would be mental in nature. Yeah, what you regard as physical is a representation of the underlying mental processing going on.
So when you're saying the underlying mental process, do you mean the concept of the cup? Or do you mean because that's gonna be my big thing here. Right? We
I
have
just mean. Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good, you're good.
If you were adding a clarifier, it's okay if you go ahead and do that.
I
Maybe it
have
would help.
memory issues, it's already left my brain.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
So
It happens all the time.
I'm sorry you have to deal with that. It could be, I'm sure that's frustrating.
Sometimes.
Yeah, so the cup in your hand, right, would be a physical instantiation that indexes to something mental. There's a sense in which it indexes to the concept of the cup, in that there's somebody who designed the first cup or whatever, or that specific cup, right, and their pattern of thought, right, went into the forming of that, which kind of acts as the mental processing that's underlying it.
What if I
But
were
it's
to
also
use a rock?
Good.
What if I were to use an unmade, like an untouched rock to drink water out of?
Right. So that's a perfect question, and this is where I would just say that it indexes to what we regard as the mind of God. right?
Oh,
Since
the
all
mind
other
of
physical
God?
things index.
Okay,
Yeah,
and then
since all
we're
other
gonna
physical
really
things.
disagree. Oh, I thought you were just an
Right, okay.
idealist.
Well, look, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it Krishna, you can call it God, you can call it Yahweh, you can call it Allah, right? We can hash out specifics why I think, like, if you want to know about my specific theology, but the mind of God as a fundamental substance is predicated on idealism. I mean, I think it's the same type of claim an idealist
No,
would make.
I mean,
There are
my
people who claim they're atheistic. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say my main problem with idealism is a to me it doesn't. We have physical objects that stay static in concept. We have things in physics that stay constant. So it seems as if there's a physical property insofar as we exist spatially. Now, I give the conceptual and say that that the mind substance, quote unquote, isn't a substance, it's simply a property of the physical, right? That's property dualism.
Right. Yeah, that's your view, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. And so when I hear someone say, well, it's all indexable to a mind, and then they're using the same kind of observations, they're engaging in the same kinds of scientific understanding, philosophy, just saying it's in the mind of God doesn't seem to be saying a lot.
Yeah, so it offers a monistic explanation that doesn't fall prey to the same problems that a dualistic one would. So dualism would have some interaction. Probably you'd have to explain how the mind interacts with the brain and vice versa. Which I don't. I think.
Well,
that's
I
just
say that it's the mind is a property of the brain, right?
Yeah, and then you just have the hard problem.
Oh yeah, of course I have the hard problem with consciousness.
Yeah.
The thing is like I
avoid
don't
all
think
those.
idealism. So another question I have about your specific idealism: there's a rock out in space that nobody is perceiving. Is that does that exist?
I would just question the first premise. What do you mean that there's a rock that exists out in space no one's perceiving? I don't know what that means.
So, do you think that space is something that can be interacted / observed?
Space as in outer space or the distance between objects?
Space
Like, you
isn't
just
like
mean
outer
outer
space. Space.
Yeah, we can observe outer space.
Okay. You would say that there are meteorites that would be considered like rocks, right?
Yeah.
So, is there a meteorite in outer space? If there was a meteorite in outer space that no one has perceived, would it exist?
Yeah, so given the beginning part of your conditional, that would just assume idealism's false, right?
So space is something that's not able to be pointed to with idealism.
No, you saying that there's a rock that no one's perceiving is just assuming idealism's not true. And then you're asking me in an idealistic worldview, how do I account for that? And you haven't substantiated that the prior part of your conditional is actually true. You've just assumed it.
So I guess, well, okay. We have observed, correct? We have observed meteorites in the past.
Right.
Before they were perceived, I am asking, the idealist position would just be immediately say, no, they don't exist, correct? Or am I misunderstanding? Because I'm trying to genuinely understand.
No, that's fair. Yeah, I would just say they don't exist independent of observation.
So things do not exist independent of observation.
Things, as defined by the corporeal, right, material objects,
Yes,
like,
material.
such as a meteor, right?
Yeah,
right.
something tangible.
Would not exist independent. Right, would not exist independent of observation because it's defined by qualities that only exist in regards to a reference frame.
Okay, then
So if
how
I
do
say
you
a
describe the meteor?
that's what I'm saying. You appeal to qualities,
No, I'm
but you can
asking
only
you,
do so
right? We
relative
see a
to right.
meteor come in space. It's the first time we've perceived it. We're saying, uh, what are we? We're just saying that that didn't exist. And so,
No, if you're describing your observation again, you're just appealing to, you're just laying out your qualities,
no,
right? If
I'm
you say there's
saying,
a
what
round,
was the rock
if you say there's
before the observation, right? So if we are seeing things come into observation, are they coming into existence?
so
That's
what
my
the
question.
rock is, yeah, what the rock is before observation is a question of noumena, right? The rock itself, what we regard as the rock, is phenomenal, right? So your question about the noumenal, is it actually phenomenal? I mean, that seems trivially false, right? The
Yeah.
noumenal is not phenomenal,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, I guess I just have a hard time internally with a idealist position because I just don't find it
Well,
compelling.
think about
Right?
it
Like
this
it's a
way, right?
really it's one of the ones I very rarely engage honestly. You're very reluctant. Usually
No,
I'm
I
just like
understand.
you're an idealist.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a growing philosophy, though. It's not really a clown show, philosophy.
No, I
Like,
wouldn't say it's
there's,
growing.
yeah,
Right? It's been
well,
around for
it
a
absolutely
very
is.
long time, but I think that it has gained more
Popularity recently.
I think it has gained more popularity, but I do wonder if that's proximity, if I'm just in a field where that seems to be occurring, and then I am then putting that bias onto the rest of the community. I do wonder if that's happening though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I'm regarding my assertion of that claim in the fact that prominent people, philosophers that I listen to on a regular basis, have changed their position in regards to idealism over the past several years. Like
I mean,
people who were staunch materialists in the past.
I like,
Right?
I think that a monistic physicalist view makes more sense, right? But I'm not going to hold to this dragons don't exist bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I actually like that because I think it is silly to say dragons don't exist.
It is
So I
silly
can
to say
agree with
that. You and I
Um,
both immediately know exactly what we're talking about when we say dragon.
Right.
We're indexing it
Right,
to a
exactly.
concept that exists as a property of something physical, right? A book, in my case.
Right, absolutely. And then even how people would have regarded them, right? If you encounter a dragon in your own life, right? There's a symbolic linkage between the story of the hero confronting the dragon and you being like the hero figure overcoming a tribulation in your life, right? So there is a sense you fought a dragon, even if
Well-
it's not some materialistic.
Well, what I mean of dragon
Reductionist.
is, Lord of the Rings or Star Wars? Which one?
Oh, Lord of the Rings.
Okay. So let's say I create a D&D campaign based around Lord of the Rings, right? This is no longer, while it is slightly indexed to the original work, it's going to be indexed to the concepts within the DM's mind, and then it's going to be engaged with. So I think individuals who say that like these things aren't real and don't exist don't recognize that we are both engaging in these constantly. Like dragons exist because D&D is a thing. We engage in that concept. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I accept that. And I was just adding the other layer in that there's a symbolic overlay between our storytelling and how we actually experience the world in real life. Like, it's why we find stories fascinating, because we try to see ourselves as the hero or sometimes villain, depending on the person you are, right?
Well, everyone
But
sees
this is
themselves
just like,
like a hero usually, right?
yeah, usually. That's what I was saying. But yeah, I mean, to kind of just state my idealism more simply, it's just like imagine you turn on your computer screen, right? And it's just showing outer space, a quiet sky, just some stars twinkling, right? Whatever, a moon maybe on the picture. No meteorites in sight, right? And then you can track a couple seconds go by, and then a shooting star flies across the screen, right? Prior to the star being on the screen, does the star exist? Like, in what? The better question is, in what way does the star exist
I mean,
prior to it being on the screen?
I would say that it does exist. It exists as code and potentiality, right?
Yeah, so that's the only way I would say that the meteor exists prior to observation. It exists in as potentiality in the mental code, if you will, of the noumenal.
I
Right?
wouldn't say the
In
mental
mental
code.
process.
I'd say the physical code.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would just be a.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
I'm
just
no longer
using the word
internal
physical.
here, right? And I'm doing my perspective. It would be that that is the physical, right? Like the code within the physical device.
Yeah,
There's
but
going
I
to know
mean, you would
when.
say it's physical. Yeah, you would say it's physical relative to the monitor, but I'm saying in reality, right? Everything we see on our monitors, quote unquote, like our screens of perception, right?
Yeah.
We regard as physical. So that's a poor word to use to describe the noumenal because physical implies on the screen,
Well,
right?
so
That would be like talking about, hold on, that would be like talking about the computer code in terms of pixels. It would be silly, right?
well, and this is where I get away from that with property dualism. I say that the physical exists, right? But that the concepts exist indicatively. So I don't have this huge problem with physical things. Right?
I mean, what do you mean by physical when you're talking about it being noumenal? I don't know what that word means anymore.
No, I have a candle that is sitting right across from me. It's red, right? We are both in my worldview, we are both engaging with a physical object here. Even if you can't see it, you're still engaging with the concept of it. And so you're engaging with the idea of it at least. Right? Because I said there's a red candle, and you trust me, I'm assuming you know it exists. Why am I making such a terrible shit argument right now? What the fuck? Red candle. I think I just wanted to smell my candle.
Very good.
Well, I mean, it could work. I'm just like when you say red candle to me. Obviously, if I don't have aphantasia, right, I have an image in my mind that I am using to index to a red candle, right?
Yeah.
But relative to me, right, it's only mental because I'm just conceiving of it, right? You would regard it as physical because you could go touch it, right?
Yep. I can touch it, but
I
not
would
just
say-
that. I can measure it. I can. It's
Right, you could
static. It's
could
I don't want to
describe
say it's static, but do you know what I mean when I say it's static? Do you
you
know
could
what the
quantify
feeling?
it. Yeah, it's quantifiable, right? That would be
Yeah, it's
an accurate
quantifiable.
assessment. Yeah, so then I would say what I imagine when you tell me there's a red candle in your room, I can't quantify the red candle in my mind the same way I could quantify the red candle in your room if I were to go to your room and quantify it, right?
Sure.
And we can say that makes the candle you're referring to that you want me to try to imagine. You want my imagination to index to that real thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes it more corporeal. Like I give you that. And if you call that physical, that's fine. That would just be a more corporeal, phenomenal experience.
Well,
But
apparently.
you can't.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. You can't say it's noumenal though, because everything you're appealing to is phenomenal. You're just conflating the terms if you try to say it's noumenal.
So I don't have a great understanding of what you mean when you're saying noumenal. Could you give me a better understanding so I'm engaging more honestly?
Yeah, so the noumenal would be in the Kantian language, right? The thing in and of itself. When I look at a tree, I see a representation of something, right? The noumenal is the thing that I'm actually seeing in a representation of. The thing that my representation
It's
indexes to.
conceptual. It's
Right.
the idea of the fan. It's the idea of the yes.
Well, yeah, but then if you admit that it's an idea, right, then just ideas are more fundamental than the physical would be derivative of them.
I see.
That's
I
all.
would. It's like, why are we putting the mind first? When I mean, this is just like, I don't understand putting the mind first over the physical. Because it seems to indicate that if the physical ends, the physical structures dictate everything.
Well, the physical for me is just what the mental looks like. So, like, as the mental goes about doing its thing, I can write down observations, and my observations would always index to something physical.
So, if
The noumenal thing behind it would always be mental because, like, I understand that to be the case in 7 billion cases, right?
like,
The
I
physical thing
agree
indexes to
insofar
something mental.
as concepts exist within the minds of individuals, but they're indexed to something that you might even call physical.
Well, no, if you're saying they're indexed to something and you're saying this mind independent thing, you're now talking about the noumenal, which is then what I'm trying to ascertain. I'm trying to ascertain what the nature of the noumenal is. You want to tell me it's physical. You're saying the noumenal is physical.
No, I'm
fundamentally.
saying it's a
But
property of the physical.
the noumenal is a property?
Yes. Right,
The
so
noumenal is a prop. No, you're saying you would be saying that the physical thing, like if I point to the physical thing, I'm pointing to the noumenal thing. You're saying that the noumenal is physical. You're saying the physical is a property of the noumenal thing,
So
right?
what I'm saying is, okay,
Not that the noumenal is a property.
maybe I'm just not I have like 3 cats trying to get my attention, and B, my brain is not working. Maybe I'm just not doing well with my philosophy language today. Maybe my Phil is a language. Can we 1 second? I need to take a second. Because sometimes I recognize that, like, as I get more tired, I have a hard time accessing philosophy language. Does anybody else notice
That's
that?
okay. Well, I'm the same way. Like if I feel tired, my brain just wants to quit out on me. But I'm
So
trying
I
to make
guess what
sure
I'm
we're
saying
using
is,
words the same way so we can communicate. Is all.
yeah, they, obviously, I think we're both being very honest in this conversation, which is why I enjoy it. I guess what I'm saying is, Aowen exists as a conceptual property of a physical thing.
I
Aowen,
didn't hear the first part.
Aowen from Lord of the Rings, right? Aowen exists
Oh yeah. Okay.
as a conceptual property of a physical thing.
Yeah. So Aowen, I would say Aowen exists insofar as the word picks out something in reality. Like I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm not. What do we mean by reality there? Because a lot of people would push me on Lord of the Rings being reality, but I guess I'm not going to have that problem with you.
No, absolutely not, because it picks out the character in the book, right?
Yeah, it's indexical.
Or the movie, right?
Yeah. Well, only if you're a. I was gonna make a Play-Doh joke, but then I didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, Play-Doh, that's fine.
No, idealism is not something I usually take seriously because it's just the opposite of it. I think it presupposes a mind rather than presupposing a physical. And so we're just...
Now, I understand that it looks like that, but my rationale is that we already accept cases where the physical indexes to something mental. So then I just say all physical stuff does that. And it's not an assumption. It's not as much of an assumption then. I mean, unless you want to say that
I'm not going to lie
don't
and say
index
it's not
mental.
more parsimonious, right? That's the one thing I think idealism has going for it. Is it's very parsimonious. I just don't hold that parsimony is a way to gain truth. I think it can be helpful.
Yeah,
it can be a
I don't think it's the end all be all by any means. But coming down to two competing hypotheses, with all else being somewhat equal, my parsimony might lend a helping hand there.
I mean, it could. I agree.
And then when you can also avoid other difficult issues philosophically, like either the interaction problem if you go the dualistic route, or the
Well, I don't have a
if you
problem
go-
because I'm a monistic dualist, which is weird.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me. I'm not even really sure I know what that means. I'm not jabbing you. I'm
No,
just
it's
really
okay.
curious.
Property dualism. So, you would say a lot of I'm sure you've talked to a lot of physicalists that say like, unicorns unicorns don't exist.
Right. Yeah, that's bizarre to me.
Which I'm just gonna immediately be like, I'm gonna look at the physicalist and be like, are you fucking nuts? Like, we're talking about something. Obviously it exists.
Right.
It exists
You're saying
within
the word.
the mind. So I would say it exists within this mental capacity. That this is simply not a substrate. It's a property of the physical. It's just not a substrate.
Yeah. But, I mean, would you say it exists in the brain, then? When you think of a unicorn?
Yeah, of course. It
See, I don't
exists phenomenologically insofar as my priors, right, with a unicorn are going to dictate which concept I'm engaging with. I think
no, that's fine. But I mean specifically, to say it exists in the brain, I don't know what that means.
I would exist
If you
in
say
the mind.
there's, you would say it exists in the mind.
Yeah, and then I would say that the mind is the conceptual property of the brain.
Is the conceptual property of the brain.
Yeah, so
not
just
a real
like
property.
how Eowyn is a property of the Lord of the Rings book, the mind is a property of the brain.
Interesting. I don't even know. That's not really saying the brain causes the mind.
No, and it's also
Because
not
the book
saying that
doesn't
the
cause-
mind is exactly the brain either. It puts me in a very,
Right.
yeah.
Because the book doesn't cause Owen, right?
No, the
Owen's
book
a
doesn't
character.
cause Eowyn, but
Right.
another mind does.
Okay.
Right? Eowyn would
so
not
then-
exist if it were not for Tolkien's phenomenology.
Right. Right. So then, the mind is like Eowyn. The mind is to the brain like Eowyn is to the book. The book and Eowyn index to a mind. So then, what does our mind and brain index to?
Wish
What
I
mind
could
does
tell
our-
you, my philosophy hasn't gotten to that far yet. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have all my
Okay.
answers, sadly.
Are you? You're open to that though, right? So you might be suggesting that there is a mind of sorts that we're a story in, kind of.
Well, I wouldn't say that there's some sort of substantive mind, like a subjective mind, but I will say that there is a collective conceptual understanding. I just don't think that's a substance, right?
Like Jung's collective unconscious, sort of.
Imagine. I'm trying to think of how I would describe this. Okay. Do you like Magic the Gathering?
Never engaged.
Okay,
with
that's
it.
okay. Chess.
Yeah, chess. I like chess.
Yeah. People can play chess completely within their mind. There is no need for a physical board, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
In the same way, that is still indexed to the. My husband brought me a Happy Meal. Thank you so much, handsome. What was I saying before Happy Meal?
Sorry, hold on 1 second. I set my phone down. I remember this music.
I might take a second to eat this because the fries are hot, and McDonald's fries hot are. I don't want to let them get cold, you know?
No, that's okay. You were saying that people can play chess in their minds without any physical board. And then you were going somewhere with that.
Yeah. People engage with this concept. It is indexed to a physical thing, but we don't need the physical thing. And so it obviously exists within a quote unquote, I don't want to say collective, but there is a collective, at least, understanding of the concept. And that exists in some regard. But also, like, give me 5 minutes to eat. Coco, it's your panel. You actually have to take over the speaking part.
Got it.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna jump off soon too. I'm showing a property here momentarily, so.
It was
Um,
a pleasure talking about it though.
yeah, same to you, Missy. It was a good conversation. Thanks for
Very
hosting, Coco. I appreciate it. I've never formally talked to you before, Coco, but we've exchanged comments
Oh,
before.
yeah. You know, I'm always editing, debating, hosting debates, planning debate events, and networking with other creators. Today's a heavy edit day, so like actually for the last 24 hours I've been working on my blog site, and yeah, I'm editing videos and then posting and coding stuff into my website basically. But yeah.
Right on. Yeah, when you got on this live this morning, you said something about that being really difficult. So I hope all goes well with you on that.
Yeah, I hope
or
my
being a pain at least is I think what you said.
Oh yeah, like I hope I finish everything I have to do and my brain doesn't like die. Like I hope that like I can actually finish everything. But yeah, it's a lot of work that I gotta
Well,
do.
hey, don't worry, brains aren't real, so you don't need to.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But yeah.
All right, later, Coco. Thanks for hosting.
Yeah, I'll see you around. Come back anytime.
Yeah.
But I think I'm gonna be live all day, to be honest. Right now I'm uploading the OG Kylo debate onto the Day of Debates website. Then I gotta upload it onto like 3 other channels. And then I'm gonna make the web page for it. Speaking of that, I also have to make the full version
What are
of
Kylo and AR doing?
I don't know. But I don't know. I'm doing my thing. But
I got Happy Meal. Did I get a toy this time? Damn it! I collect them for the little girls that I babysit.
but no, thank you guys for being here. If anyone wants to come up and talk to me, oh, Prince Snappy, do you still want to run this topic? I might change the topic to something else, but regardless, I think we've done good on it. I don't know if he's still here, but like, I might low-key change the topic, low-key. It's about that time. It's about that time, folks. But let's see.
Everyone in the comments. There's a difference between McDonald's ketchup and everyone else's ketchup.
Oh,
Am
God.
I right or am I right?
Hell yeah. No, let me see. Gotta try something else. Okay, Missy, help me decide. Calm and welcoming topic or sort of edgy and clickbaity topic?
Which one do you want?
I don't know.
Let's go with the nice and calm one first. See what happens.
Okay. Base. Decision made. Let's see.
Are you listening to this from your Ram truck? If so, you may be eligible for recall 67A. Complete the 1-hour software recall.
Make a copy.
Plus a free extended warranty worth thousands.
Open.
Recall.com to learn more.
Download. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. There's 13 people in the live. If you can, just tap your screens. That's how you like the live, and that helps to get more people in here. Share the live with anybody who you think might be interested. And yeah, we're going to be here for a while. We're editing, we're posting. Today's a blog site and editing day. What's up, Shay? I see you. Oh, Shay's been around for a while. I've seen you around for a long time. There are some TikTok creators who have been creating for a long time. What's up, Ian? Hey, welcome in, man. Good to see you. I appreciate it. Ian's a really prominent debater. He debated Jason in one of my events. I fuck with Ian. I've taken some arguments from Ian and added it to my notes. But yeah, I'm just straight up chilling, editing, and debating. But for anyone who's confused, I am not a theist. Don't be confused by this topic. I did it for a friend. I hope that does not confuse anybody. Remove background. But let's see. Alright. Then I guess with this, right, I can delete that. And then let's see. Image settings. Okay. Shit. Downloads. Cut. And then
I'm gonna hop down for a while and eat, Coco.
do your thing. I'll be here.
Bye.
Okay, then I kind of want to do the rage baity topic. We don't really got any ops right now. I'm editing, and now I'm kind of taking back the wheel. There were other people who are talking, but now like I'm gonna take back the wheel. Public announcement: I was playing Pokemon, and Black Stallion saw me spending days collecting resources to beat the Elite Four, and he didn't tell me that I was going to get to the final level, and my entire strategy, all of my Pokemon, fuck all that, right? Out the window. The strategy doesn't work. I get thrashed, okay? I went in there like, tell me how somebody goes in to fight somebody 30 times and I lose 30 times consecutively. Lose all of my in-game money, and it's fucked. I need a new strategy, a new Pokemon. But it's okay. It's okay. I haven't given up. But like, no, I'm kidding. Like, that's a joke, by the way. Like, it's totally fine. I enjoy the game, especially with its difficulty. But like, yeah, I'm tired. Tired brain. But apparently I'm not zoned out. So I can hide this. But yeah, editing and debating. By the way, guys, if you want to check out my blog site, which I'm putting a lot of work into, the website that I'm working on right now, go to this link. How many people in the comments have checked it out? Type theconcojournals.blogspot.com into Google. How many of you guys have checked it out? What do you guys think? Does it look good? Oh yeah, Black Stallion. Bro, yeah, no, Black Stallion. It's literally a joke, but it's also like really funny how fucked it is, bro. Like, one strategy, you beat the entire Elite Four, then you get to the last level, and the game is like, fuck you and fuck your Pokemon. Now you have to go back and figure it out again. The game literally tells you, oh, you think that you won because you beat the Elite Four? Now we're gonna really fuck you. It's like, oh, you feel at the top of the world, huh? You feel like you're really that guy after you beat the Elite Four. Oh, no. It gets more difficult. It gets so difficult that you consider drinking alcohol. That's how difficult it gets. Like, oh my god.
Did everyone leave?
Yeah. And then I just ended up changing the topic. But like, you know. Did we do it justice? Did you get your answer from what everybody said?
Honestly, no, it doesn't seem like anybody was really talking about it.
No.
I got one thing out of it, but I don't think that it actually answered the question. It kind of stood in opposition, because what I wanted to see atheists doing, or secularists, come up and offer something that's significant or a good replacement. Because like I said before, often like I see people criticize the church, organized religion, theism, And I'm just saying, like, okay, I actually get that these are valid criticisms, but it's like they overindulge in it and they waste so much time critiquing it instead of like building something for themselves. Because we can sit up here and say this and that about the church, but the church isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So I'm saying, like, if you maybe gave them a replacement, something sufficient, then I think it would help them walk away. Because even though a lot of people don't want to admit it, but church plays a major role in a lot of people's lives, especially black people, because black people are very religious.
Yeah.
So it's how they help build community. It pushes, and I'm kind of like iffy when it comes to like the values when it comes to Christianity, but in certain situations, it helps push forgiveness. Like it creates an environment where certain behaviors, whether or not good or bad, can be cultivated. I don't see like atheists building these type of environments, organizations. Well, not atheists, seculars doing that. I just don't.
Yeah. But,
So it's like,
oh, you're good.
yeah, so I was just saying, like, so when it comes to building community and all that kind of stuff, like support groups, creating environments where healthy behavior can develop, like I just don't see atheists doing a whole lot of that on a physical level. Like mainly seculars. Mainly what I see happen is they'll get online and push back against the church, but they're not offering anything of substantial value. So that's what I want.
Oh, okay. Which, like, I totally get. Yeah, like, whenever I left Christianity, I fell into, like, nihilism. And, yeah, like, I was like, what's the purpose of life? What do I do now? My entire thing is kind of, like, fucked up. Um, and, I mean, like, I guess I had, like, my atheist friends, you know.
And some people walking away from the church can cause a huge problem in their everyday lives. Like, bro, people will, like, I know people who have denied God, or they don't hold a traditional view of Christianity, and it led to them losing their how should I say it?
Community?
Losing their what?
Community?
Yeah, community. It led to them using their community. Some of these people are put out or disowned and that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, if you don't have anything to offer people, you're pushing them to walk away against something that's keeping them stable.
Oh, by the way, you've got it a little, you've gotten a little muffled.
Am I still muffled?
A little bit.
I'm gonna go grab my earbuds, but yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to make. Is like pushing people to walk away from religion or their faith isn't always the best way to go about doing things if you don't have anything to offer people. Because if somebody chose to walk away from their faith, that could lead to them being homeless. And do you have anything to support them just in case this happens? Like Christians, even though they can kind of be picky with who they sometimes, even though they can kind of be picky with who they choose to support, they have churches. Some of these churches are worth God knows how much money. Like people often, like strangers, homeless people often come to my church when I'm at church, you know, seeking support and stuff like that. And even though like some of the people within the church will be like picky about like should we help them, this and that, but for the most part they will receive help, cash, sometimes food and other stuff as well, depending on what they can offer. But I just believe that secularists, they don't have a whole lot of this around. So you got to have something sufficient in order to replace it if you're going to ask people to walk away from it and, you know, like get rid of it.
Yeah.
But that's just how I've been feeling, you know, because like I said before earlier, I've been in church and I'm looking around. I see like really unhealthy relationships starting to be mended, like people who didn't really talk to each other, they're starting to sit down, conversate, see eye to eye. And, you know, people who have a hard time forgiving, you're starting to see them like, you know, give people a pass on certain stuff. It kind of like, it opens up the door for this kind of stuff to happen.
you know, and it's just like support. People come to church, and some of these people are well established and connected, and they often can connect with others who are in the church. And I'm just sitting up here saying, like, you know what? I can kind of see why religion has been around this long, especially within black people, because my church is predominantly filled with black people. So I'm saying to myself, like, I kind of see why, church has remained. With this being a few factors, but yeah, it just really stood out to me, and I was just saying to myself, you know what? I think we should really start having those conversations.
Yeah, no,
Because
I
I feel
agree.
like, yeah, because I feel like we spent more than enough time pushing back and critiquing the church. More than enough.
You know, I totally agree. I think like yeah, there's like a social like benefits to being a Christian. But what's that, Butterfly?
Hey.
What's up? I am chilling and editing with every ounce of my brain power.
Okay. I see you changed the topic. I was looking away for a little minute, and yeah.
Oh, did you see the other one?
Yes.
That's what Prince Nappy wanted to talk about, which we were just talking about.
Yeah. I mean, what he was saying down the other guest, he was making a lot of sense. Or whatever.
Yeah. It's like when atheists leave Christianity, do they have like a lot of support and like resources, community to go to outside of
Yeah.
Christianity? It could be a lonely journey.
It is. It's really lonely. Even right now, I feel like so alone because it's like I can't say anything. I can't let anybody know. If someone finds out, it's gonna be a hot mess,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be too much chaos. And it's like sometimes I regret even deconstructing sometimes. But me, I just like to know stuff, so I can't really help it.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Yeah, like leaving Christianity was a mess from my situation. Um, but yeah, it was a hot mess. And yeah, very lonely. And but yeah, like I think like people are looking for the truth. Like, and I think like part of the reason Christianity doesn't really work is because like everyone's looking for the truth. The world's very inquisitive, and like I think as humans we have this tendency to challenge authority. And I think like if Christians could present like a good reason to believe in Christianity, or like present like a high probability case that Christianity is true, I think the world would take it more seriously. I think that oftentimes a lot of Christians are more indoctrinated than actually taught. Like, why should we believe in God? Are there answers to all of our questions? And I mean, growing up, like I think like the debates that I watched were mostly like atheist, like stomping Christians out, I guess. Actually, wait, growing up, I grew up in an echo chamber. Actually, I grew up surrounded by Christians, but I think like upon leaving, I saw like online or in online spaces, it was mostly atheists dominating Christians, but there were a couple Christians that did really good that I admired. I can name some, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't really think there's a well after listening to a lot of arguments between like even the smart the smarter Christians versus a smart atheist because I've been looking at this for a long time. It's like I came to the conclusion for myself, like I don't think there's a good reason to believe in it. But the only thing I would say, hey, it does have some good mental health benefits. Like you get to pray and feel better. I mean, you know.
Mm.
stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It has like good mental health benefits and like, no, I totally agree. Actually, bro, like there be sometimes like I'll be driving back from work and I'll be like, man, I wish I could like go back in time and like being a Christian was like simpler times, you know. And then like I started debating atheist and my entire worldview got like ripped the fuck apart. And like I don't know, you can't really go back in the box once you learn how the magic trick is done, right? Um, but yeah,
Right.
there be days where I want to go back to like the magic of like I thought I was a soldier for Christ. I thought that I was like doing the good. I thought Christianity was true and I was on the right path. And then like I find out that like atheism exists. All these other religions exist. Like miracles could be God, but then they also couldn't be God, and like all the different arguments that I now know. And like I don't know, Christianity was like ruined for me, and I was like, okay, I thought that Christianity was the truth and everybody was wrong, but now it's like Christianity is less likely to be true, and like I don't know, this is all bulk.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Co, do you think a reasonable person could come to the conclusion that God exists?
Oh no, yeah, I mean like yeah, I agree. I would just be inquisitive of like what exactly were their reasons.
I'm just asking, like, just generally, like, if a reasonable person can intuit that a God exists. Do you think that's fair to say?
I think so. I mean like I've met
Okay.
them. I think I've met them. Like
Well, what kind?
cuz like okay, so like some of the best Christians I've ever seen in my life would probably include, well, I mean like obviously everyone says like William Lane Craig. I think he's the PhD Christian. He's like pretty prominent.
Well, Swinburne's like levels
Luke
above Craig.
Barnes would be another one. I love Luke Barnes.
Yeah, and then of course, like who am I kidding? Ryan Mullins. He has multiple PhDs in theology and philosophy, and he teaches as a PhD professor. And then like in regards to TikTok debaters, I think are top tier. He just popped in here, but Constantine literally did a debate the other day. He did so fucking good, and I was like, Constantine, you're probably like an S tier or an A tier debater based off of this.
Everyone on the app is scared of Constantine. I think he's probably like top 5 on the app.
Yeah,
Okay.
Constantine is like hands down top 5 on the app Christian debater, and he's currently in school studying like biblical like Christianity, and like it's fucking amazing. And then like
So you would say it's, you know, a reasonable person can come to that conclusion. So there's no reason to really argue this, bro. I mean,
argue what?
I don't know.
Oh no, this is not me arguing. This is just saying like my experience. Like I was Christian, I thought it was correct, and then like I found out that there were other worldviews. Some that might bear like more parsimony, or like there was other ways to view the world. Like growing up, my neighbor.
I would love to hear a framework that has more parsimony. That was an interesting word choice.
Well, me personally, I think like an atheist, like naturalist view has like a bit more parsimony than Christianity, but that's a whole different discussion. But also
Doesn't mean much though.
yeah, but also like
What has more explanatory power? What has more explanatory scope as well? Those are other considerations.
I agree.
People like Kaysen think that Christianity does have that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, I would just say if it's reasonable to believe in it, like, why not just have faith in it?
I mean,
Mm.
like there. I mean, like I don't know. Maybe I haven't fully deconstructed, but there are literally days where like I look at my bed and I'm like, okay, what if you just got on your knees like one more time, just like prayed and gave it like one more shot, and then like part of me is like, you're just feeling emotional and nostalgic, and then I go and like smoke.
Coco, can I say something to you? Like honestly, as a person who considers myself a Christian,
Sure.
like when there were like times in my life, like early on, when I like I guess was early on being a Christian, and then like even like sometimes now, like I still struggle with these things just because I'm human, but like there are sometimes thoughts, especially because I have conversations with so many atheists where they're like, oh, praying to God is fucking useless. People, if an amputee prayed to God, he's not going to grow their arm back, right? And it's like, I know that. There's no examples of that. And there are some times where like I don't know. Even as a Christian, I would like a different relationship than the one that I have. Like, I would like if I could hear God audibly all day or like see him all day, like Doubting Thomas, right? Like, there are times that I feel like that. And then I think about praying for maybe like a better relationship or for him to give me the answers or whatever. And then there are times that I don't because I like self doubt in my head. I'm like, well, there's no point in me doing it because it's not going to happen. But like, if an all powerful God exists, who knows what could happen? So I feel like there are a lot of people that the reason that they aren't Christian or aren't having the personal experiences is because at some point they just give up. They don't even understand. Like, they don't want to keep trying. They don't want to keep seeking because there's a little bit of doubt in them.
Yeah. No, like I relate to that. But I don't know. I mean, like, if God does exist and like one day I meet him, like let's say I die and I go to heaven and I sit at the gates, like I have questions. I'm like, bruh, like we were all praying to you, and some people got some crazy experiences, right? But like a lot of us were kind of just like, where were you at? We were confused. We were like unsure. You didn't give us any closure. Like, worst dad of the year award. And then
You want me to be real?
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with my friend about that because sometimes I feel that way. Like, when you and Missy and other atheists bring up like non-resistant non-believers, like I'm a non-resistant believer. And there are times that, like I said, I want things to be different. And I asked my friend who's a Christian, I was like, why do I not feel the presence of God the way that I did when I first became a Christian? Or why is he not talking to me with the way other Christians do or having dreams? And it's just like, if you look, if we accept that the Christian paradigm is true and that God wanted to communicate to us through a specific way and he gave us the Bible for that, then we can see in the past that many people didn't have experiences that a lot of us look for. So just because I don't get the emotions or the relationship that I want, that doesn't negate his existence or mean that he's doing anything wrong. Like, I'm a human. We always want more. I mean, like, that was the purpose of God giving us the Bible and all the stories in it, to see the way that people interacted with his creation, with their relationship with him.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I always use the argument of like Satan. I was learning about this. Satan was actually one of the 3 archangels that God created, and he was the one for worship. And the way that the first sin actually happened in heaven is that somehow Satan got a glimpse of his own beauty, somehow. And that's where pride entered into his heart. And we can just see from there, like, okay, even a being that has a relationship with God, talks to him all day, sees him all day, lives in his presence, experiences perfection, can still want more, can still choose otherwise.
Yeah. Actually, the argument that you made the other day, you actually got me stuck. Like, I think it was a good argument. Like, when we were arguing and you were like, well, actually, I don't really know what you said, but you said something about like, there's plenty of people who didn't get a miracle, and there's like maybe a million people who got a miracle, and that's like a million out of like a billion. Like, why should God?
You brought up Doubting Thomas. That was one person in the billions of people that existed.
Yeah, I think that's pretty like based, but I think like at the same time, God could give every single person on the face of the earth a miracle, right? And they would still be able to like turn away. And like arguably, people in the Bible who witnessed miracles did end up turning away. So I don't know. But I think like, yeah, like God is entitled to give whoever he wants a miracle. Yeah, sure. But I mean, he literally could just.
I don't know. It's just like, it's kind of hard in my mind because I genuinely try to deconstruct almost daily and like view it from other people's perspectives. And it's just like, well, we're made in the image of God, so our relationships with each other are going to be similar to that of our relationship with God. And we don't see people doing things that they don't want to do. People don't reach out to us to have a relationship with us if we don't reach out first. 9 times out of 10, like, it has to be a mutual thing.
Yeah.
Also, and then like I don't know, the whole all-knowing God thing. Like, if God knows the perfect way to talk to people, like you said, there are people who saw miracles and they didn't believe. But then maybe those same people who didn't believe from seeing the miracle saw a fucking tree and was like, oh my gosh, God exists. Like,
Yeah.
we'll never know.
Also, like, Jiro's in the comments, but like, okay, like, there's a rebuttal that I have to like one of J-Rob's arguments, but okay, I'm not gonna pick on J-Rob, but whenever people say that you're supposed to have a relationship with God, I think a relationship with God is like parents and a kid, right? So like, let's say the kid is the relationship, and let's say that like you're one of the parents, right? This kid, the only way for this kid to live its optimal life is if both people are contributing, and Christianity seems like one-sided. Um, Sometimes it seems as if like the Christian or the non-believer is like trying really hard, giving all they've got, like love God, whatever, blah 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 blah, and then God is kind of just like,
Well, we're slightly different though as well. Like we are servants. We are to be worshipers. We are granted the ability to be considered a child because of the work that we put in to accept the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. But then you can give up that ability as well. You can accept that Jesus Christ died for your sins and then stop living diligently and remaining in the faith, and then lose the ability to be considered a son again and be back as a servant.
yeah. But do you ever
And
feel
then when
like
you
do you ever feel like
go
there's
ahead.
this attitude of like God can like do whatever he wants, and like the Christian is like begging God and like, yes, please, like I want a relationship, blah blah blah, and like you're working really hard, and God is like sitting on this chair in space with all the power in the world to easily like contribute back to you, and he's like, nah, keep chasing me. And it's like, okay, this feels like, I mean, do you ever feel like you want to say like, fuck you, God, like what the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. No, I definitely do. I felt it a majority of my life. Like I was, I guess, indoctrinated. I grew up in church, so like I thought God was real, and I didn't. And so like being an orphan and going through the things I went, like I hated God. There were almost every single night I screamed at him and said, "Fuck you! It's your fault. I'm going through all of these things. Like you're not stopping it. You're a piece of shit." So yeah, I've definitely felt that way.
yeah,
And from people I talk to, like that's part of the relationship is that you're supposed to like come to God and say, "I am angry. I don't understand these things. Why are you allowing these things to happen?" One thing that I'm continually like researching these things because I don't want to believe in something with no justification. One thing that I think is interesting is that throughout the Bible, like some of my favorite verses, God is very clear that all bad things that happen, God will turn good. And we see that in the very beginning, like when God is freeing his people, bringing them to the promised land. In order for him to do that, Jacob had to be sold into slavery. And at the very end of the story in Genesis chapter 50, his brothers were afraid to come see him because now Jacob or Joseph, I'm probably saying this wrong name. I think it's Jacob though. But they were afraid to come to him because he had all of this power, and they thought that he was going to unalive them. And he said, well, the first thing he said is, "Who am I to judge you? For I am not God. You intended it for bad, but God used it for good." And then we learn in Ecclesiastes, I think it's Ecclesiastes. I'm not the best at remembering the Bible off the top of my head, but they explain, like I said earlier, that like why Satan fell. You got a glimpse of his beauty. And then God allowed him to have power over the people because Satan was saying that, look at these people. They're nothing better than cattle or dogs. They'll never serve you the way that they want to. It's too easy for them, whatever, whatever. And so God said, okay, I have so much faith in my people. I love them so much that I'll bet their soul for eternity on the fact that I know that they will serve me no matter what you do. And then his exact verbiage is, every single thing that you do bad, I will turn fruitful. So it's kind of like, this is why I consider myself a non-contradictory pluralist, because it's like these bad things do exist. And in the moment they suck, I know more than probably most people. I've dealt with shitty shit most of my life. But then as I kept pushing, as I kept fighting, I've watched those things turn fruitful, right?
yeah,
Can I say something?
go for it.
Like, I'm trying to figure out how certain Christians don't see it. Like, you can't see that it's clearly people putting words into this God's mouth. Like, the God says what these people want them to say. Whatever the author says, that's what the God is going to say. Like, I'm the
Yeah,
type
that
of
would only be
person.
true if we didn't have personal experience.
I'm sorry. What? Wait. What did you say?
That would only be true if we didn't have personal experience that coincided with the things they wrote down.
Yeah, but I don't just look at personal experience, right? I'm the type of person that actually goes to look and study these things and look at both. I asked myself, okay, if this is such and such, and then you got people having experience, then what's really going on? Because both can't be true. You
Yeah,
can't,
the experience
like,
goes along with the
hold
things
on,
they wrote down.
hold on. Yeah, 1 second. So you can't, like, for example, I'm learning like that the book of Daniel got false prophecies, and then you got Jesus talking about the book of Daniel and quoting from the book of Daniel. And then I'm learning about, like, I gotta learn more about this King Josiah thing. Um, it was this biblical scholar guy, Theo or something like that. He
Yeah.
was speaking about it, but I'm looking into it on my on my own because I don't like just taking what people say. So it's like, and then you got Jesus quoting from that book, Deuteronomy and stuff like that. And
Hmm.
these are the things that I look into. I go deep. I look into, okay, what did these people believe? What did they actually think about their God? Not just what modern Christians think and how they view God. What did they think about God? Oh, they thought that God lived above a hard dome and they
No,
thought
they
he'd come
didn't.
down. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. That's
Wait,
a
wait,
No, they
fact.
wait.
I'm not
didn't.
gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with you over
You don't
facts,
have to
Prince.
argue. I'll tell you what the word is.
No, you don't have to argue with me. That's a
I'll tell
fact.
you what the word
I
is.
don't.
It's not
Oh
a
my
fucking
gosh,
fact.
Prince.
Don't say, oh
That's
my
a fact.
gosh,
I'm
you're
not
just
gonna
blatantly
argue with
wrong.
you.
Wait, wait,
You are
wait, wait,
already
wait.
Okay.
wrong.
Hold on,
You're just
guys. Hold on,
wrong.
guys. Hold on, guys.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to Genesis, if you're
You're
not
just
taking like a
wrong.
literal account, would you say that the people's culture back then was like, yeah, there's some kind of like
They
dome?
didn't have words for the things that we
It's
have. Like,
outside of Genesis, not just in Genesis. That's a fact.
okay, give us the verse
I
and
mean,
give us the
There's
Hebrew word.
multiple. Yeah, there's multiple verses. Like he inscribed a circle above the earth or something like that.
So that
They
means
speak
it's a
about how.
firmament, a hard
Oh
dome.
my gosh. You know what? I'm just gonna speak and say what I have to say. All right. If you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna crash out on you. Oh well,
You
actually,
can
no, I'm
crash
not.
out. I
I don't
don't
need to
give a
crash
fuck.
out.
wait, Prince,
I
Prince.
know.
Wait. Play nice, play
Yeah,
nice.
because he's
I
starting
just
with
don't like
me.
when people like say
But what I'm
wrong
saying
shit and
is
then
a
don't want to
fact.
admit
Like
that they're
I
wrong.
studied
It's
this
okay.
for over a
I mean, I
year.
get
You're
it.
fucking wrong. You study for a year and you're wrong.
No,
That's
you're
irrelevant.
incorrect.
A whole year and you're wrong. That's
Okay,
interesting.
how do
Okay, if you think I'm wrong, fine. People can look it up themselves. So, anyways,
What's the
like
word?
I
If you
said,
looked it up, what's
oh
the
my
word? It's one
gosh.
word that they use all the time when they talk about it. What's the word?
but
I'll,
okay?
I'll just wait till he's done.
How do
No,
we?
I'm asking you a question. Answer the question. What's the word?
How do we coexist? How do we make this work?
Chug.
Well, I'll move past as soon as we come to a mutual understanding. If you can show me
Yeah.
right now that they believed
Circle,
in a
circle,
firmament,
chug. They did believe in the firmament. I can show you online. It says
the
when you go
circle
on
is
the
shug,
okay.
right?
Yes, I said that. Yes, chug. It's the
Yes.
actual circle. They have other words to
Have
describe
you ever
a
looked
sphere
that
shape.
up in like a lexicon or
Yeah,
the
yes, I
Strong's
did. And when you go
Concordance?
on the okay, let me pull up the lexicon. Okay, like I shouldn't have to do this. When you go on the
You
Hebrew
should.
lexicon, you know what it's gonna say. It's gonna
It's
say
not gonna say what you're
regarded. No,
saying.
it's going to say. It literally shows you. It's gonna say regarded to the Hebrews as solid. So when they speak of that, and they got like a bunch of scriptures where it's describing something solid, a solid dome. Like this is nothing new. Like this is
Yeah, you're
factual stuff.
precepting they meant a dome. Like you're just adding stuff to the word.
That's what
I'll
it's.
grant
Okay.
I'll grant
Oh
that there
my
are times that they use chug
Did
to
we
be
not go over
solid,
this with
a
a
solid
biblical
circle.
scholar
I
last time,
grant that.
Prince? Did we not go over this with a biblical
I'm
scholar and he
sorry,
said that I
what
was right?
biblical scholar who that I've ever
Someone
talked to
who
with you?
who literally is a biblical scholar in the
Who?
Old Testament. What's his
Who?
name? Theo or something like that?
I've
Theologos?
never
Theologos or
talked to
something?
Thea. I don't know who that is.
He's a biblical scholar. He literally remember you were saying that I
So
was
you
wrong when I was
believe that a
saying
guy on TikTok is a biblical scholar?
no,
Some people. Well, I mean, like Theologos is going to college for like biblical studies.
There we go. Now that I know. Biblical
yes.
scholar is fucking hilarious. Like biblical scholar. You consider Theo a biblical scholar? That was
Is he not
hilarious.
okay?
That was
What did you
actually
say he's going to
hilarious.
school for?
He's going to school for like biblical studies. Yeah, for
He
sure.
wouldn't be a scholar yet. He's in school.
Okay, yeah, forgive me, I corrected myself on that. But if he's in school for that, like he literally had to come. So when he was in school for that, and it's not only someone who's in school, people who's went through that the schooling process will let you know like that's a fact. Like this is not coming out of my own mouth. Everyone can go and look this
But
up.
I'll also grant that the people back then thought it was a firmament. We just know that it's not, right?
We know that it's not, but I'm not trying to go down this path. I was saying something and you keep interrupting me.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Like,
The
where's your
people.
Holy Spirit for self control, Prince?
Wait, hold on. The people back then thought it was a firmament, right?
They thought it was hard, with waters above.
I don't know, bro. I've heard arguments for both. Like I know. I mean, I'll grant that the people back then didn't understand science, and so they thought that the sky was a dome that covered them. But like, did they test it? No. Did God tell them that? No. They came to that understanding themselves. So
Yeah. So my understanding would be like let's say we go back to the people of like Judaism, Genesis, right? And they're writing this book. Yeah, like they don't have an understanding of science. They don't really know things about the world. Of course, yeah. Well, we do need to cite from the Bible and look at the words. Like, I think it's valid to ask for the words in the Bible location, but I think if you're not like a biblical literalist, people would say like, Genesis.
Well,
is
I'm
like,
also a fallibilist as well. There are things in the Bible that they get wrong, and most scholars would agree.
Yeah, and I mean, if you hold a fallibist view, it could be the case that they're getting stuff wrong in the Bible. But yeah, like I would hold that Genesis is not literal. It's like creationist poetry. There's like poetic structure in the beginning, and I mean, the ancient people of the ancient world might be referring to like some kind of dome or.
And that's where my argument comes from, is that now if God said it during the creation story that he showed to Moses, I don't know whether Moses existed or not is another story, but if he said to Moses, yes, I created a literal hard dome, then like my argument would fall apart, right? But the word that's used specifically in the Genesis creation story is like a sprawling out of the water. It doesn't necessarily mean solid, although the word is used in other times to mean solid. And then I'll grant that when they were speaking about the sky, they thought it was a firmament. I'll grant that.
Okay, I guess the on the website it's lying, and I guess also the scholars are lying. I guess John H.
Can you
Walton is
name one
also
scholar?
lying.
Name one scholar.
I just named you.
No, you did. You said fucking Thea.
I gave you another person, John H. Walton. He goes over this, but he's still a Christian. But he'll let you know that they believed in an actual solid dome. Like I
They
studied this
believed.
stuff.
I just said that.
But
okay. Now I don't think everything in the Bible is literal, right? But it's deeper. It's deeper than that, right? It's not just, oh, this is what they believe. I went down this whole rabbit hole of what is this heaven stuff. Like they speak about heaven a lot, not just the sky, but they believe that God lived above this hard dome in heaven. Like, where do you think that heaven is located? Where do you
They
think
didn't
that Jesus
comprehend
went?
space.
Where do you think that Where do you think Elijah went to when he went up in a whirlwind up into heaven?
Yep.
What are you like? They're
didn't
not writing
comprehend
about this
space.
stuff for no reason.
They didn't comprehend space.
Well, I guess Elijah was floating in space then, but to them that it didn't go like that.
No.
So it's like,
That's
hold
not, like,
on,
you're just strong.
bro.
I'm not gonna allow you to continue to say
No,
shit
and I'm
that's
not gonna.
completely
No,
Wait,
what I'm
wait,
saying
Prince,
is, I'm not just
yo.
making stuff up.
Wait,
Okay.
Like,
It's
calm
not like
down,
I'm trying-
pray,
hold on.
pray to your
It's not like I'm
God.
trying to be a
chill on her.
dickhead, but
No,
you're,
you are being a
okay.
dickhead.
Hold on, because you just can't.
I really don't care, Prince. Like, for real.
Okay, whatever. If you don't care, you fucking brought it up to me anyway. I was talking to Coco.
Shut up. Can I finish what I was gonna say? Because he's so rude.
Well, yeah,
I'm so rude.
okay, Prince, let her get it out, but also like.
Hold on.
Like I don't.
Hold on. I'm gonna let her get it
Yeah.
out. But Coco.
Yeah.
If she's gonna continue to say, well, they believed in. I've granted it. They believed in the firmament. They thought God lived outside of our earth, above the firmament. Did they understand space existed? No. All of the Christians today know this. So why are you telling me this?
Yeah, and let me ask you, where did Elijah go, according to them?
Up, out of earth.
Up where?
Up, out of earth.
To
They
to
didn't
who?
know.
To who?
To heaven.
So should I just use my modern Christian view to say, oh, and just disregard what they believed and just reinterpret it?
It's not disregarding it. Did he leave Earth?
In a way, you kind of are.
Did they think that he left Earth?
Yeah, to go to who?
To heaven. So I
And
hold
where do
the
you,
same belief.
where do you think that the bread of heaven, the manna came from? They used to actually think that it had windows, the windows of heaven.
Yeah, they
They thought it had
thought that. They
windows.
didn't know how shit worked. I'm granting it. I'm granted it
So,
a million times.
yeah, they didn't know how it worked.
God
Yeah,
didn't
they-
tell them how it worked. They're fucking stupid.
Oh my gosh.
The Bible is not a science textbook. It's a theology book.
Yeah, like why are we having
That's what you. Oh my God, bro. There's no point of in speaking because I'm gonna keep getting interrupted by this poop
Have I
head.
proven everything you said wrong? Yes.
No, you have not. If I okay, let's just say okay. Let me say this. If I'm wrong, right? Let's just say I have this religion, right? Where I'm writing about this God, but what I'm saying is actually true about this God and how things work and how things go, even if I'm wrong. And then you got these people who later join my religion who have more knowledge who
The
come to
book
say that
wasn't
I
for
was wrong.
us. The book wasn't
Oh
for us. It was for them.
my. This is just a later reinterpretation.
No, it's
Christianity
not. You're not
survives
even
off of
listening because I didn't say
reinterpretation.
shit about a reinterpretation.
No, you're not even letting me
The
speak.
book was for them.
Can you pray to your God to have
You're
patience?
talking about other people coming into the religion. The book was not for us. It was for them. It was to fit their understandings. We know more.
Exactly.
Nigga. They didn't know what we know.
Nigga.
What are you talking about? Like, your points are non sequiturs.
No, it's not, you gaslighter. That's all you do. You gaslighted me
Yeah,
and you
this
was
is
wrong the
gaslighting.
first time and you're wrong again.
They
It's deeper than that.
No, it's not. Listen to what I'm saying. This is the consensus among theologians. The book was intended for the people that God was talking to at the time. God knew.
Does it mean that
You
mean that
always
to
talk shit
them what
about
they
interrupting
saying
and you
it
keep
wasn't
fucking
true?
interrupting. I would
No, because
muzzle
you're
you.
trying to separate. No, okay, well we're gonna be muzzling each other then and nobody not gonna speak. How about
You're
that?
not mine.
No, wait, but don't use your
How
mod
about that?
powers. Like, just
I mean, like,
be
fuck.
reasonable.
She complained about interrupting and then interrupted me. It's retarded.
No,
I'm
because
sorry,
I'm
I
not
can't
even
say
done. You're not letting me speak. Pray to your God
that.
for patience.
The purpose of
Like
prayer
I'm
isn't
from
for
Florida
God to
and you
give
don't want to
somebody
get cussed
anything.
out because we cuss real good.
Yeah, I would just drop her.
Yeah.
Wait,
just
but
drop it.
also, I mean, like, Prince, you have been interrupting her from the get-go. But I also
I
get
know.
it, like, I also
She
get it.
complained about interrupting.
Exactly.
and then
I don't get
interrupted
mad
me
at people
as
for
though-
no reason. I'll have patience and wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Have
but
patience
also,
and
like,
wait. Let me
You're
explain.
pissing me
Let me
off.
explain why you're wrong. You're mad that I keep interrupting you, and all I'm doing is giving you knowledge.
yeah, but
The
really,
book-
really quick, guys.
Yo,
Like,
Coco.
to be clear, yeah.
I'm gonna just let him go, Coco, and I'll wait.
Well, yeah. So wait,
Yo,
so
can y'all hear me?
yeah, but give me one sec. So to be clear, Prince, you haven't been interrupting her, but also like I do understand, you don't want like misinformation to be spread, but at the same time, like let's try to have like a dialectic where she finishes, then you go and correct what she's saying, and then she can go like after you.
Okay, can I ask a question? It's kind of hard to correct multiple points and she keeps monologuing. I'd like to remain linear. Like if she just keeps spamming multiple incorrect points, I couldn't even remember them all.
Okay, so I would
Because
say
I wasn't trying to debate at the moment yet. I was
Okay,
just
that's fine.
saying.
I would just like to help you. If you're wrong, I'd like you to be educated.
Well,
Okay.
you can wait. Write it down. You don't got a pencil and a paper, nigga?
Yeah, I don't want to write it down. That's just fucking useless when I can interrupt you, right?
But,
Would you cuss in front of Jesus? Would you cuss in front of
Yes.
Jesus, Prince?
Yes.
Bro.
So you'll cuss in front of Jesus?
Yes.
And would you do me like this
guys,
in front of Jesus?
okay, guys, pause. Prince, what you got for me?
What's the whole point of this conversation? Because, and this is just me. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Now, I'm not taking no sides. I don't have no stake in this. But it just seems like Prince doesn't have the same understanding of things as you. So it's like you're trying to critique a position that he doesn't hold. If he's saying like he's like not a literalist, and you're critiquing things in a literal fashion, then it just doesn't hold up.
It's
Like,
not.
am I wrong,
You did
Prince?
not. Did you not hear me say that everything is not literal?
Hold on.
But in this
hold
case,
on.
this is
Am I-
something that they
Prince?
actually believe
No,
about
you're
the
correct.
Prince.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's saying that was for them.
Yeah, it is. Okay, I get what you're saying, right? But you cannot just like override what these people are saying about their God and go and reinterpret what these people believe. Like, let's say if I say, "Hey, my
But the
God
problem
makes
is
purple
that
rain
he's
come out of the
saying that
sky,"
God
and then you
didn't
say
tell
purple
them to
rain
write.
don't come out of the sky,
Yeah,
it's
God didn't
actually
tell them to write that
wait,
down. Thank
clear.
you. Thank you.
He literally just said that God didn't tell them to write that down. He just said that the Bible isn't a scientific book. So if God didn't tell them to say that,
Correct.
to write that, they chose to write that from their own understanding, meaning that it's not supposed to be a literal thing. It's not supposed to be factual. So it's like you're trying to critique his wrong understanding of it, but in reality, it's not a problem for him because God didn't tell them to write that down. So where's the issue? If they're
So
doing
I
it
guess he
because
didn't
they
tell
want,
them to write other stuff down either, right?
No, there are parts
How
that
do
he
you know which
did,
parts
and
God
but
parts
said
that he didn't.
and the parts that
wait,
he didn't say?
but the issue that I'm saying, but the issue that you are having is that you're trying to critique a position that he doesn't hold.
Yeah, but I wasn't even trying to come towards him at the moment. I was just going over, right, why, like, how I'm thinking when it comes to the Bible.
Yeah,
Like,
but I'm trying to
why?
help because
But
this is like harmful rhetoric that I
but
It's
hear
what
not
does
quite
it?
often.
harm. Oh my,
It
there's no
is
point in
harmful.
speaking to y'all. There's no point. I'm not
No,
even.
hold on,
Oh my
because
god,
I'm
I wasn't
trying.
even trying to
I'm
debate him.
literally.
He started coming at me a certain kind of way. I just want to finish,
Uh,
and that's all. And then he can come at me
You
after.
literally asked to talk to me.
we
So I'm talking.
so I'm just gonna say this. It's like you're trying to express your gripes with Christians, but he's just saying like it's understandable. But if you look at things from this perspective, it would make more sense. And you're trying to hold him to an understanding or a position that he doesn't have. You can express your critiques of Christianity, but it's just not going to phase him because he doesn't hold those beliefs and values. So it's
I
like y'all
get
are
that, and what
talking
I'm
past
saying
each
is,
other.
it's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. It's not just, oh, they were wrong, and God didn't just say that, and they didn't know. It's
Can you tell
deeper
me
than
why it's
that. If
deeper?
I'm
Like, can you
writing
tell me?
something about what my God is saying,
Oh,
how
there's
There
he,
the
you
straw
no no
man.
no no
Hold
right
on,
there
wait,
there's
I'm
right
the
not
there
straw
right
done.
man.
there right
Oh,
there right
You
there
just
right
said
there
it.
right there
You
right
just
Coco,
there.
said
I'm
it.
just
You
gonna
just
stop
said it.
speaking for a
You
while,
just said
for
it.
real.
You just
I,
said
No,
what he
you
said,
they're not
though.
just
letting me.
said
I'm
it.
not done. I didn't get to the.
You
Oh,
literally
like
just
I'm
said
not
it.
done.
Wait,
You
Oh,
you
literally
guys,
just said
guys,
this
it
is why I
though.
say
you
y'all
gotta
do
let
not
her
have the Holy
finish.
Spirit.
You gotta
Wait,
let her
This is why
Coco.
I
finish.
say
I'm
that.
not
I
even
Coco.
a
don't think none of
Christian.
Hold
y'all
on, bro.
have it.
Hold on, bro.
Bro,
Coco.
Yeah.
bro,
Prince tried
look,
to
I'm not even a
not
Christian,
strong man,
but you
steel man
literally
me, and he said, "I don't hold that God told them those things." And then the next words
yeah.
out of her mouth were, "They're writing down
You
what
didn't
God
let
told them to
me
write."
finish, Prince. Let
Yes.
me finish.
Yes,
Are
and
you
that's the
okay?
issue.
Where's
Yeah.
your brain? It's probably in your ass.
Bro, yeah. Well, I mean, you guys have to let her finish, but also, wait, Butterfly,
We
you do have
but
to pay attention to what they're saying, but, you
but
know.
I am. I
Coco,
get
be
what
fair
they're
though, because this
saying.
conversation. So okay, you know what? I'm go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, there's no point in speaking with y'all. Y'all have no patience. You have
Okay.
no fruit
It's
of your
not
So are
Holy
even
you done
that.
Spirit.
talking or not?
It's
You
literally,
have no
Are you
fruit of
done
your
talking
Holy
or not?
Spirit, Prince.
Are you
No,
done
you
bro.
keep
talking or
interrupting
no?
me.
Are you done talking or not?
No,
Okay, then
because
talk.
you keep
So
interrupting
then talk.
me.
So then talk. Stop complaining. We're gonna let you talk.
Cause
Go
it's
ahead.
like you ran into my point when you did that. But okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, like just run. That was so fucking childish and useless. Holy shit.
Okay. But look, bro, Coco, I literally tried to come up here and be fair. Like the whole point of me stepping in there was to point out that you're talking past one another. She's critiquing a position that he doesn't hold. So it's kind of like you're constantly pushing back against him that he's basically saying he agrees with her. Like she has a right to feel that way. He's just saying like
Yes.
those people were wrong about how they went about it. And
Yes.
then she
Thank you.
literally just said those people were writing down what God said and ran into my point because those people didn't do that. They did that off of their understanding of things.
It's
Like
even
if she
said in
wanted
the
to say,
Bible.
yeah, like if she wanted to say like they were talking as if they were speaking for God, okay, cool. That's a thing that happens, but it doesn't mean that they were. So it's like you have to be fair and meet him where he's
And
at.
she also did like
That's
interrupt my conversation with you, Coco, to bring that shit up. So of course I'm gonna attack her points because I don't hold to those views.
Yeah.
she's talking about she can explain another time. She can just come up here and do it. But it's like you got to be
I'd like to
fair
ask a
and admit
question,
you
please.
ran face first into my point.
Yeah, but let's,
Go ahead. No, no, hold on. Let's let her go. Let's go. Nobody speak.
So what I'm basically saying, right?
yeah, what?
I I went through a process of learning about what these people believed, right? What they believed about their God, and just looking at what mainstream scholarship have to say about certain things, learning about like how the Book of Daniel have like false prophecies. I already told you about the uh King Josiah thing, and then I'm seeing like how Jesus is like quoting from a book that contains false prophecies, and I'm like, hey, why would Jesus use something that has incorrect prophecy, and then there's like other false prophecies in there, and it's just like so many things that was wrong, and then you got like the morality part of it. So I was just trying to figure out
Wait, can I
how
ask you a
people.
question? You
No,
brought up like so many
no,
things. Can we
no,
actually
no, no,
talk about
no,
any of them?
Wait,
no.
Or are you just saying them? I'm gonna let her finish, but you're bringing up so many things. Are we gonna talk about them, or did you just want to get them off your chest? Because you're talking about how you're studying them. I was talking to Coco about how I'm studying. If you're studying, your information is incorrect. So I'd love to educate you. But if you just want to get it off your chest, I'll just let you talk and just be quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so like I was saying, right?
Do you want to get it off your chest or discuss?
Wait, just let her have it. Just let her have it.
I mean, she's Coco. She just went
Bro,
false prophecies in Daniel.
Let her take it out.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. She just went false prophecies in Daniel. God,
Coco,
Jesus
do me
using a bad
if you
book, other false
Coco, if you're
prophecies, and a
not
moral thing. That's
Coco,
four
if you're
things that are all incorrect. Like, I
Coco,
understand.
if you're not playing the game at the moment, can you just type in this is just surface level. You got to read the books, but does the book of Daniel, when it comes to the scholarly consensus,
You're
does
the
the
one
book
who
of
made the
Daniel?
claim.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me hear it.
You being so nice to her, Coco. We don't let no one come on here and make these positive claims with no evidence. Give evidence of the shit you're talking about.
I mean, yeah, she's gonna say evidence, but like, I mean, Prince, you're
Usually,
being
almost everything
Prince,
that come out my mouth have plenty of evidence, boo.
Well, also, Prince. I mean, come on, be honest, bro. You're like attacking her like an attack dog. Let's be
For
completely
sure.
honest, bro.
I hate people who spread harmful rhetoric. I understand that there are contradictions in the Bible, but if you're going to make positive claims, please provide evidence. Don't just talk about things and expect us to take it at face value.
It's okay. Now we got to go to a deeper level. 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, I guess let's cite the sources or like.
Can I give you
Bible
evidence,
sources.
sir? You want
No,
evidence?
because I'm
Shall I
just
give
trying
you
to.
evidence from your Bible?
I'm just trying to figure out the overall.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Butterfly.
You're not talking to me. Why? You just
Because I'd like to
I just
contest
proved
what
that you're
Butterfly
attacking
is
the lady.
talking about.
You're attacking the lady, my friend.
I'll
Stop being
attack you
stupid.
after I
Stop
attack
being
her. Don't
stupid and
worry.
let the lady
Coco.
talk.
Hey,
Respect
just
her
be
age
a
at
good
least.
boy, brother.
Wait, okay.
Respect her.
But wait,
No, start
hold on,
beating
wait.
people.
Okay, before this turns in, this is kind of getting. Wait, no disrespect to anybody here, but like this is getting a little bit boring. I probably just kind of want to move on to the next thing.
That'd be pretty cool.
You let the woman
chill.
talk.
I said
You
we're
let
gonna
the
move
woman
on.
talk. She's older than you. You shut the fuck up. You let her
Wait, yo,
talk.
dude,
After,
who the fuck
you
are
reply to-
you? Wait, stop white knighting. Like, we just
Coco,
gotta move
if
on
you
to the
don't
next
drop
thing.
this, dude.
Yeah, I'm tired of talking. This is just surface level. You got to read the books and then actually look at what the mainstream scholarship has to say. So it says, sorry, just my husband's phone. I got to clean it. He does a lot of work.
No, you good.
Yes, according to the mainstream scholarly consensus, the book of Daniel contains predictions that did not come true, specifically regarding the death of
Yeah,
Antichus.
I
Sorry, forgive me
grant
for
those
the fact.
things.
Shut up. She's
So
talking. Shut up.
when
Bro, I'm just skipping this
since he
Shut
want
up,
to be
man. Shut
smart,
up, you piece of shit.
yeah,
Shut up.
since he want to be
Coco.
smart, now I'm about to
Bro,
let
it's
the
just
dog
white
out.
knighting.
Now I'm about to let
You
the
didn't
dog
even
out.
know
Wait,
what the
okay, wait,
contradiction
stop.
was.
No.
Wait, guys,
No.
wait, hold on. She's in the middle of saying something. Just let her get the whole thing out. I get it. Like,
Okay.
I
it's a
think
bit
Prince
too
is scared
much.
of
Is
me.
she allowed to monologue for like
I
40
think.
years and then I'm
Am I
allowed to
just
monologue? Because if I
Coco?
get
Am I just
interrupted,
monologuing at this
if
point?
I get interrupted, I'm just gonna drop her on God. So I'm gonna let her talk. But if I get interrupted, I'm dropping you.
Okay, yeah. So
So
like,
you can interrupt me, but if I
no.
I'm gonna let you
But
talk.
like,
Stop crying. Go ahead.
but yeah, we're gonna let you talk. But also, I guess like we're gonna have to. I mean, and we should be doing this already, but giving him the same treatment that he's giving you. But go ahead.
yeah, because I don't treat people like this. Like the only time I crash out on
Okay,
people
talk
on
about your point. Stop the rhetoric.
Alright,
uh
bro, what were you saying?
okay. Whew. Hold on. Don't crash out. Okay. So, Coco, am I just saying anything at this point? This is just surface level. You got to read the books, and
I
it's not
know
gonna.
about this stuff.
But wait,
I'm
dude,
taking
chill.
bro.
She's talking to me, Prince.
Okay,
You
you're
making
right.
yourself
Yeah.
look real
Bro, it's
bad,
hella
Prince.
frustrating, Coco. Like you realize that this whole shit is going on because
Everybody
she
in the
got.
comments, am I just
Look
saying
how I got
anything at this
fucking
point?
interrupted. Nah,
Bro,
hell no.
Prince, no,
What
you did
the-
the same
Hell
thing.
no.
You did the same thing, Prince.
But
What
what
are you
I'm
talking
saying is,
about?
it's a problem when I interrupt, but not when she interrupts me.
I'm
though.
gonna definitely screen report this.
This is corny. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I should
yeah, I know.
post
I'm saying,
your
like, how do you guys
Yo.
coexist? You guys are both
pussy
interrupting
ass.
each other. Like, bro.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. What's the point? Are you trying to prove that they interpret this
I'm trying to
as
tell him
did
that
they
what I'm
receive it from
saying.
God?
Yeah, like
Oh
make
my-
your point, please, so I can just respond.
Yeah,
Holy
did
shit.
they receive
I feel like I'm
this
being
through divine
gaslit.
revelation from God?
Don't have to put this on fucking, like,
where are they getting this
Showtime or something?
Hold on, where are they getting this information from?
No, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna literally just shut the fuck up. Butterfly.
It's no point.
The minute you stop talking, I'm gonna respond, and if you interrupt me, I'm kicking you. So
I'm
make
waiting
your
for you
point.
to finish, bro. This is bad. I would hate to be your girlfriend. Ew.
Okay, wait, we don't gotta do all that. We don't gotta do all that.
Okay,
but
so
go
let's
ahead.
let's get to the point.
Yeah.
Let's get to the point, please.
Y'all not letting me. Oh,
Okay,
Bro,
go
okay.
ahead.
Can I
Stop
Oh,
crying and talk.
I was about to. Okay.
Do your thing.
This is bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I can talk now. Finally. So what I'm trying to show here is that I'm not just making stuff up, right? Like this is the actual fact, and it's not only just on Google. You, like I said, you got to go and look into like the books and stuff like that, and read about the scholarship on this stuff. But this is, according to mainstream scholarship, the Book of Daniel do contain predictions that did not come true. That's a fact. I'm not just making this stuff up. I like to make sure that I'm careful and not taking these people's religion out of context. Like I'm willing to correct myself on stuff, but this is not just coming out of my behind. So that's just what I want to prove. So what I'm saying, good luck, because a lot of stuff that I say out of my mouth is going to be true. So I feel bad for you.
Okay, are you done with the rhetoric? Did you make your point? Like, holy shit.
Well, before we move
Did
forward,
you make your
Chris,
fucking point?
Yes, I made the point. But before we
Okay.
move forward,
So
am I
stop the
just
rhetoric
talking?
and let me respond.
Prince?
Yes, you're just talking.
Wait, hold
Thank
on,
you.
hold on. She was about
So-
to clarify something.
Oh my god. She just stopped, and now she's going
What
back
the
to
heck?
rhetoric.
Yeah,
Let
she's-
me respond.
She's doing a message.
Let me
and then-
respond.
Okay, she's
That shit
gonna-
is so childish.
She's
She
saying-
stopped.
This is insane.
No, fuck the rhetoric. I don't care.
She's
You
saying
were
one
I'm
just
trying to
talking.
ask you.
Butterfly. You asked me. Let me respond.
No,
You
am I
literally
just
just asked me.
wait?
Let me
Oh
respond.
my god!
Did you
Wait,
not just
hold
ask
on.
me a question?
She wanted to say one last message before you went. Let's just let
Yeah,
her.
Nah, hell nah.
No,
Nah,
no.
hell nah.
Oh my god, it's
Nah.
so, bro. This
Nah.
is crazy.
Nah.
I never treat people like
Guys,
this, bro. Ever.
patience,
Oh my
bro.
life.
Like,
Butterfly.
you gotta
Stop
bear
crying.
with
She
me.
You
literally
already
just
gave your
asked him a
points. You
question,
asked me a
Coco.
question.
Be
Let
fair.
me
Okay, it's a quick question before we
Okay,
move
be
forward.
quiet
That's
and let me
it.
respond then.
Well, let
Okay,
let her say the
oh my
question. Wait,
God,
how do you
bro,
know
She
what the
this is
asked the
question
question.
is?
She just said she asked the question.
She already did.
Yeah. Let me
Oh
respond.
no,
She
I'm
already
not. Oh my.
did.
Oh my.
Wait,
You
Butterfly.
literally just did though.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, wait, guys, can you have
fuck?
patience? Can you guys just wait a little bit?
Have some
She's about to
patience.
clarify.
Nah, Coco, you can't be listening, gang. She already said
Oh
what she
my
said
God.
and asked the
I
question.
know,
Bro,
but
I'm
like,
not-
just
oh my-
let her get it out to her like
I
fullest
did,
content.
and
Yeah,
then I
I
was
promise
talking
this
and
is
she
gonna be
interrupted
quick.
me,
It's not
bro.
an issue.
I
Hell
Like,
promise
nah.
this is fast.
Butterfly, can you just let me
Jesus.
respond to your question?
no, okay,
Yes,
wait,
you
wait,
were
no,
just
no,
talking.
stop,
Oh my
guys.
God.
This is too much. I think I've tolerated this enough. Like, Butterfly, finish everything that you're gonna say in its entirety, and then we have to let the other party get in. But I do understand your
Yeah,
frustration.
it's just really fast.
Okay, finish
Yeah,
it. Yeah, okay.
because I don't want him to take me and try to like do this crazy stuff. So what I'm saying is, before you continue, Prince, according to what I just showed you, am I just pulling stuff out of my behind?
You already asked this question. Yes. Can I answer now?
And does okay?
Can I
does
answer?
mainstream-
Oh, okay,
You just
okay.
asked. Can I answer?
Okay, I'll just
let him
him go.
answer.
I'm
Let
just-
him answer. Now it's his time.
Yes,
Oh,
you're
this
talking
is
out your
funny.
ass. You didn't know what it was, and I already know those things. Those aren't prophecies. Yes, he was wrong about when he died, and it's an interpretation about when the kingdom will come back. I know these things. Like,
could've
bro,
said,
you
bro.
didn't even know what the fuck you were talking about. You had to Google it. Stop being so prideful.
I mean, like, I'm gonna keep it a bug. I already seen this coming simply because it's still based off of how he perceives things. Like, did he get it from God? Was it an interpretation of something else? Like, there's so many different angles that you can approach this in. It only holds up if it's like literal and received from divine revelation.
No,
Like,
not even that. I'll grant that they were wrong about the death of Antioch. I know that. And then the only other thing is that they thought the kingdom would come now. I completely disagree. And when it says scholarly consensus, it's just atheist scholars. And some Christian scholars hold that view too. I don't. And that's okay. I don't believe that they thought that it was going to come now. Now, is there writings where Paul said it's going to happen? Yes, I know that. Did it happen? No. So what that means, they're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so Daniel 10:4 says, "Now I have come to help you understand what is to happen to your people at the end of days." So you got like the angel telling Daniel these things. Does the angels not speak on the behalf of God?
Did Daniel interpret it wrong because he was wrong?
So did Daniel not hear from the angel and it's just not
Did
presented as a
Daniel
prophecy? I'll wait.
interpret it wrong?
Yeah, I'm not the one to play with, buddy. Yeah.
I'm not playing
You
with
got the
you.
right one today.
Holy
Yeah.
shit. You're
Let's see if it's a
interrupting me
let's
now,
see if it's a
and
prophecy or
this is
not.
so corny.
I
Alright,
just
guys.
read Daniel 10:14. I'll wait.
Alright,
just
guys.
asked me a
Like,
question.
I think at this
Okay,
point,
hold on.
it's kind
Can I ask
of
a
we
quick
gotta move
question?
on.
Can I ask a quick
Coco,
question?
you think
Okay,
I'm
because
doing, I'm
Coco,
doing
if you
bad?
go and read
I
it,
let
it's
her
presented
talk.
as a prophecy and he just lied.
Yeah,
No, I
but
didn't,
Ask
bro.
Prince a question.
Yeah.
I want to
Oh
ask
my
Prince a
God.
question.
Hmm.
So, Prince, you're saying basically when Daniel received the message from the angel, he could have misunderstood what the angel was saying.
He was talking about what was going to happen at the end of times. Daniel thought it was going to happen soon. That's where he's wrong.
Okay. So basically, Daniel misunderstood what the angel was saying.
Yes, because humans are
Okay.
fallible.
Okay. Cool. So, do you see the point that I'm trying to make? It depends on his understanding of things. Like, you know what? Let's move past this.
Yeah, we gotta move past
It's
this.
like she's not actually critiquing his position. Like I'm
Well, I
not
feel like I'm
even a
being
Christian, and I
gaslit.
agree. I'm not even gaslighting you. I'm not even a Christian.
Are
and
you
I
a
don't
believer in
agree
the
with you.
Bible, or are you just not a
No,
Christian, or do you
he's an
hold to the
I'm an
atheist. He's
Bible?
an agnostic.
I'm an atheist, but you're basically saying that they were wrong about the prophecy or whatever. He's saying the reason why that occurred was because when it was given to him, he misunderstood it. How can you
So,
critique that?
so did he? So he said that it's not basically a prophecy, that particular part. But I just went into the
I
part
didn't
where
say
Daniel
that.
is presenting it as a
That's
prophecy.
I
not
didn't say that.
that's not what he said.
Okay, I feel
I
like I'm
said
getting
Daniel was wrong
gaslit.
about it
This is
happening
insane.
Nobody's
soon.
gas. You know what? You know
No,
what?
you didn't say it.
Coco.
Yep.
Coco, hop in. So if she's basically critiquing them being wrong about the prophecy, he's basically saying the reason why that happened was because Daniel misunderstood what the angel was saying. So where do you like reside on this whole thing? Because I'm basically saying she's not actually critiquing his position on this situation.
Yeah,
Where do
okay.
you reside?
Yeah, so basically, like, Butterfly, you're saying that, like, the prophecy is, like, wrong. And then Prince is, like, in order to account for that, he's basically saying, like, the prophecy is right, it's just that Daniel misunderstood it. So, technically Prince's view is accounting for the error.
He still could be right.
Yeah, like, the prophecy still could be right, it's just that Daniel interpreted it wrong.
Right.
So, like, yeah, it's just a certain view that Prince is holding.
Humans
that
are
does account for
stupid,
that.
and that's the consensus.
Well, you're gonna have to show me
Okay.
where Daniel interpreted it incorrectly, and where does it show? Like, you're
You
gonna have to show
just
me
showed
that.
it to
But
us. You showed
I know
it
you
to
can't.
us. You showed it to
But
us.
it's
When you
not
said
there.
that he was wrong about the time, you showed it to us.
I
You
just
made
showed
the
you
point
that
for
it
me.
is presented as a prophecy, which you said that it wasn't. Did you not?
Oh
Wait,
my
no.
God.
No, wait, he's saying
Did
that.
you not say that part was
He
not
just said the same
a
shit.
prophecy?
Like, are you
And then you said he
listening?
misunderstood what the angel was
That's
saying.
not what he said.
Wait, Butterfly.
That's not what he said.
What you showed us is the demonstration of Daniel misinterpreting the prophecy. That's what he's basically saying.
You made
That's
my
it.
point for me because you said angels speak on the behalf of God, right? So the angel wouldn't have got it wrong. So if Daniel's wrong, then Daniel's wrong.
Yeah, that's the view he's holding.
Right. Like a better way of approaching this would be to say like, well, is God like flawed in his ability to deliver messages or something like that? You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I think that would be a better way to
Yes, that would
critique
have been
this
much
instead
better.
of Yeah, like you would have been better off critiquing like God's communication skills and that kind of stuff because
Because
that
most
would make
Christians
more sense.
grant that humans are fallible.
But that
Like we would
doesn't
have
fit
made
the way the
mistakes.
text is written,
Oh, hold
though.
on, wait. You just interrupted Prince.
Because that's how he perceived it. If an angel came towards me and said, God said this, that, and this, and that's how I interpret it some other way, I'm going to write it down how I understood it. So in my mind, this is what God actually meant, even though that's not what it meant. That's what I'm trying, even though that's not what he meant. He took that as literal, but he was wrong about his understanding of what the angel was saying. So you're reading
So,
it in a literal
okay.
manner, but the reality is he's wrong about the message that was given to him. So he's saying this with confidence because he thinks that he understood it to be right, but he's
And that
wrong.
and that's going to be
That's
Okay,
why.
consensual.
so the Bible isn't perfect in your view.
He's an
No.
He
infallibilist.
said that
Yeah.
already.
He said it
No,
Okay.
I'm
already.
a
Bro,
fallibilist.
Yeah, because I
Coco.
What the
did.
fuck?
Yeah.
Hold
He
on.
said that over a dozen times. Come on now.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna
Everyone
go back in
knows that.
Coco's video and I'm gonna look at every word that was being said again. And if I
Please
said
do.
Please.
anything like
Please
this part,
do.
I believe I was incorrect, but like,
Please, he said he's not a fallibilist. He doesn't believe that the Bible is perfect and it doesn't hold any contradictions. He said that multiple times. He said that the Bible isn't a scientific book.
Who said that? Yeah, he believes that the Bible has mistakes in it.
The
He said
message
that
came
earlier.
through, but there are mistakes in the Bible. The easiest one is rabbits chewing cud. That's fucking wrong. There's an issue right there. So the book can't be perfect.
Yeah, this
okay,
Right.
I got it.
there's gonna be
And
like
and
but really quick, like this isn't on you, but like it's just like Christians hold different views when it comes to the Bible. Of course, there's what the scholars say, and then of course there's ancient people writing the Bible, but people are gonna hold different views to really like account for those issues. But like hey, I'm chilling, but
like one thing I've noticed by having conversations with Christians is that they have some pretty good ways of reconciling issues within the Bible. This is one of them. Because in my mind, God would have to be stupid not to make sure Daniel didn't write down a prophecy accurately. One of the main reasons why I'm not convinced that Christianity is true, because in my mind, there is no way that God had it in his mind. The Bible is it's a historically and scientifically accurate book. Like it gets things wrong a lot.
Yeah,
But when
he
you have
wanted it to happen
conversations
that
with
way.
certain, yeah, like I don't believe that the Bible was meant to convince people that it was true. I wholeheartedly do not believe that. And this conversation that me, you, and Prince is having is the reason why. Is because I don't see how God can be intelligent and miscommunicate. That doesn't make sense to me. Even
Now
with all
that's
the
a good point. I'll
justification.
talk to you about that.
Right. And that's in my mind, you would have to be able to pull out some garbage behind justifications. Like I see what Prince is saying, and when you accept what he's saying, it does make sense. It just causes me to have issues in other places, but it is still a justified answer in a nutshell. So it's like you're not really critiquing his position. I don't think that you're trying to understand him.
I am trying to understand him, but now I'm understanding more after you guys had to go over it a couple of times. It just, I mean, Christian. I never heard a Christian say something like this. It's so many
A
different
lot don't.
views, and it's like, why would
A
the
lot of them
God
don't.
allow something like that to even happen? Like,
I can tell you.
Right.
yeah, actually,
yeah,
Right.
what is
That's
your
how I
view?
feel.
yeah,
I think
actually,
those are good questions.
yeah, like this is one of my arguments against God. I think God intentionally creates mass confusion, or he communicates his messages in a way where humans misinterpret it, and then
Of
like
course he does.
spread
He
it.
did it in the Bible.
Yeah, but it's also like why? Like God wants to have a relationship with us. God is an all
Yeah.
good God,
That's
and then he intentionally, like God knows how to communicate something to me perfectly, to which like I don't make a mistake about what I just received from God. But God chose to give it to Daniel, and knowing that Daniel was gonna like fuck this shit up, like God couldn't have
Well,
communicated
Right.
it a little bit clearer.
hold on. Daniel
That's
getting
the
the timing
issue.
wrong isn't a fuck up. The atheist scholars just don't believe that there's two deaths because they don't grant our paradigm. But if you hold, and I'll also grant that, like, yes, at the time they all thought it was going to happen, but it didn't. They was wrong.
Yeah.
And so I think it's like sort of a true dichotomy. It's either It's either the prophecy's never going to happen, they were wrong, and Christianity's false, or they were just wrong, and it's going to happen at some point whenever God intended it.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
I'm going to keep it a buck. The critiques that you have are valid, but not in this situation. They just don't hold up. Not in this situation.
Yeah, like
Like
I would have to
I
look into
understand
what he's
exactly what you're
saying.
saying. Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, but you're just talking to a Christian that doesn't hold that mainstream belief that the Bible is some kind of perfectly written, transmitted book. Like that's not how he feels.
So most of my views
Right.
I get from scholarly consensus, and like any person that actually studies the Bible and the historical documents, they understand that the text was for the group of people at the time who were extremely ignorant and were wrong about a lot of things.
You just interpret it different. Right.
I just take what people who actually study the things say. So I agree with scholarly consensus, and that's the view held by Christian consensus. Now, most like laymen that you guys talk to, they probably say a bunch of stupid shit because they don't actually like study scholarly consensus or actually think about the book. They take it all prima facie or like dogmatically. I don't accept the book dogmatically. I mean, obviously I do because I hold that it's true, but I understand that it is a fallible text. And then to answer the question, because you both, I think all three of you asked the same thing. You all asked, like, why would God allow those things to do? Allow those things to be incorrect? I'm just gonna go back to the same thing that I said earlier. God not only portrays in the book, but I also feel like throughout my life. So this would be sort of anecdotal as well. But that bad things will be used to be fruitful. So any miscommunications, any confusions, like for example, the fact that Daniel got the prophecy wrong is going to be a test to people. Some people disbelieve because they think that the book is fallible and so they shouldn't believe it. Others can reconcile with it, right? That's going to be part of his will. That's going to be part of his intention. He intentionally wanted people to be confused. That's why Jesus spoke in parables. He wants people to seek wisdom through him. Anglican, I'm going to be honest with you. If, like, I've only seen you say stupid shit. I don't know you well, but the consensus among people that go to seminary school are there are things that are wrong in the Bible. It is a fallible book. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The message is perfect, but there are things that are wrong, so it's going to be fallible by definition.
Oh boy, but wait, look at this. We came to a peaceful resolution. Shit.
So
Yeah, but I still don't like him though.
Wait, Anglican, can you please come up? Because if you go to seminary school and you're going to genuinely sit here and say that there's no fallibility in the book, you'd be a blatant liar. We can just Google it. I know people that went to seminary. I'll send the live to Constantine. He'll come tell you that you're fucking wrong. Deconstruction Justin would tell you that you're fucking wrong.
Crazy.
You're like
you
the only
saying-
person
so-
I know that's went to seminary school and is going to say the book doesn't have issues.
So Prince, are you saying that bad things happen for good reasons? Is that what you're saying basically?
Yeah, and I feel like it was illustrated in the book as well, so that we wouldn't be confused.
Okay. Can you give a good reason why a child would be given bone cancer at 4 years old,
Problem of evil,
and then live for 10 years with it, and then unalive at 14? After living
Wait,
10
I'm
or
sorry.
14
I'm
years
sorry.
in agonizing
I want to
pain.
listen to you. I want to go look up your question. Just give me 1 second. I
You
gotta
want
go
to
listen.
look
Ask
up
your
my question.
No. I want to listen to your question. I got to go do something. Give me 1 second.
Wait, what if low-key Prince is off the app and he's just like screaming Bloody Mary? Like, that'd be kind of funny. He's just like, fuck! God damn it!
Okay. I apologize. I used the wrong word. The book is inerrant, not fallible. Here's the consensus for you, my brother. And then I'll answer you because you did ask a good question, but Anglican has been like pulling up in all the Christian lives, swinging his dick around like he's the smartest person in the world.
Roast him.
Please give me big screen Coco.
Got you.
No, actually,
Oh, bro, do you
I didn't use
like not care what people say on your live? Because they've been saying the N word, the D word, the F word. Like, bro.
Oh,
Like, do you not care anymore?
I do pay attention to TikTok policy, but like if you're a black person and you say the N word, I think it's okay. If you're a white person and you say the N word, I think TikTok flags it. But I don't even know. Like I know TikTok policy, but I also sometimes TikTok doesn't flag certain things, so I don't even know what their judgment call is, to be completely honest. So
Okay. Evidence
It's
first. You
people-
asked what's
people
the
report
reason?
you.
It doesn't prove me wrong. There's the difference in consensus is going to be people who are just idiots, bro. There's blatant contradictions in the book. I'll give you one right now. Rabbits chew cud. Now it's fallible. Like what the fuck are we talking about?
based.
Any of you got anything to disprove what I said? I'll answer you in a second. Evidence of reason. I apologize, but any of you disprove right now that Antioch the death was incorrect, that they got his death date wrong. Let's talk about rabbits chewing cud.
Insects having 4 legs.
Oh God.
Yeah. Like, what are we talking about, man?
A magical being existing.
Yeah, I just admitted I was wrong. I said inerrant. I hold that it's inerrant because I hold that the book is trustworthy. So I would be wrong. But a fallibility is just going to be.
No, you got it backwards, dog. You got it backwards.
Oh, is it?
Inerrant means that there's no mistakes in the Bible. Infallible means that it's true to its purpose, but there might be mistakes.
Oh, okay, then yeah,
tied
it's
to particular
infallible.
story.
What the fuck?
Huh?
Yeah, it's
You know what?
infallible. Then. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
infallible. Yes,
Bro.
inerrant means that there's no mistakes in the Bible, and that's a joke.
Bro, I really wish I would have grew up around more Christians like Prince. I probably would have still been a Christian because I used to bring this stuff up and I used to bring this stuff up in church and I used to receive so much hell for it. And I'm just like, bro, like this doesn't come off as weird to y'all. Like this
Like
stuff doesn't make
stupid. Like
sense.
I don't have to
the Bible
hold.
for the first
I don't have to
1600
hold
years.
that humans, that fallible humans, that the Bible itself says were fucking idiots. I don't have to hold that they wrote the book perfectly. I just hold that God gave them the perfect message, and sometimes they got it wrong.
Oh God.
Okay, so let's get back to my question now. Is that,
And I
is that
used to
okay?
say stuff like
Yeah,
that all the
you're
time,
good.
but bro,
Yeah,
I used to
yeah.
receive so much hell.
So you say God allows bad things to happen for good reasons. I'd like you to suggest a good reason for a child being diagnosed with bone cancer at 4 years old, living for 10 years with that cancer, and then dying at 14. So what's the good reason
I could think of
for
a
that
bunch.
child living for the
think
majority
of a
of,
bunch.
of their life suffering and then dying in agony?
Yeah, I could think of a bunch. Like off
what's
the
a good
top of my head.
reason? Oh, yeah.
Think about how many people are going to come into contact with that child with cancer, and how many
Fuck
of them
off.
are going to appreciate their life way more because of that. I know I deal with that. Anytime I run into a person who suffers with some type of disability or extreme pain, it makes me realize how much more I have to be grateful for because I don't.
Oh, okay. So their existence of suffering is so that other people can feel good. Is what you're saying?
No, suffering is used for multiple things. That was the first thing that came to my head. I have more reasons than that.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're trying to be like an honest interlocutor, because if you're trying to do gotchas, like
I am. I'm just
rhetorically
listening for like a more a justification that.
So
is
would you
completely
disagree with my
morally
point?
depraved.
Then hold on, right there, that point right there. Since you wanted to talk shit on that one before I give any more, would you disagree that during that 10-year span, that people's lives would be affected positively by that suffering?
No, absolutely, I disagree with that. I think
okay,
that every
well then,
single
there's no
person
other
who
reason
was,
for
who
me to
had to
talk
deal,
about.
who had was exposed to her suffering and had to deal with it, was made their
that's
life
fine.
was made worse by it.
I'll just let you.
100%.
I'll just allow you to agree with whatever you want to. I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. Well, let me ask you another question then. So, what about? So, do you think animals suffer? Do you think animals are aware of suffering? They know pain and fear.
Do they know pain?
Do they know pain and
Can
fear?
like-
Are they aware of suffering? Are they aware of
I don't
danger? Are they
believe
like? Do you think an animal knows when it's in pain and suffering? Do you think it knows
Yes,
that?
obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, so explain to me what justification there is in God's plan for animal suffering, for the fact that every single animal lives the majority of its life in fear, pain,
Yeah, I'm just gonna end
starvation,
all of these
and
conversations.
usually
I'm
gets
just gonna
torn
end all
apart
these
alive
whack-
by predators.
These whack
Explain that.
questions. I hold that the means justify the ends.
The means just.
So if you can prove to me that the means don't justify the ends, then that's
What ends?
Like a life
plans.
in eternity with pure happiness and perfection.
So what you're saying is it's okay for other things to suffer as long as you get to have a happy.
No, everyone does. Animals specifically aren't held morally accountable, so they for sure all of their suffering gets them to heaven.
So why do they? We have to. We're the ones. We're the ones who are supposed to be suffering because of our moral.
Yeah, I'm a
because of original sin.
universalist, so I'll hold that all people go to heaven.
So what's the point of it then?
For us to live better lives by accepting the moral code that God designed for us initially.
Moral
So that
code.
evil. If you're gonna interrupt me, I just won't entertain you.
So God's
the moral
perfect,
code
right?
that God designed for us, so that we wouldn't do evil things, right? Because if all people followed the code, then evil things wouldn't happen, and these sufferings probably wouldn't happen, right? If you're gonna do an internal critique, if you
What's
grant
the
my
code?
paradigm,
What's the code though?
love your neighbor as Christ loved the church.
Do you know what the Bible's? Do you know who the neighbor is in this? In that?
I don't care. I want
don't
you to
care who the
contest what
neighbor-
I just said.
It's the people in your tribe. That's
No,
who it is.
it's
Yeah,
not.
it is.
You
And
have to
all of the
provide
commandments apply to. Have you ever read the full text of the Ten Commandments? Every single one of them contains in your tribe. Those
I feel
of
like
your
you're trying
tribe.
to do a gotcha. Are you trying
I'm
to
not
have an
trying to
honest
do a gotcha.
conversation?
I'm trying to get you to consider actual facts related to the things you're supposed to believe.
Right. So that's just completely untrue. You'd have to offer justification and not just make a positive claim.
What's completely untrue?
Yeah, because my neighbor right next to me right fucking now isn't in my tribe, right? And back in those times, there were people who lived next to people that
Yeah,
weren't
back in
part
those
of their
times,
tribe. So you sound like a fucking idiot.
Okay. So your justification for child suffering with cancer is so that other people can live better.
Yeah, I have
And
actually
your
more
justification
reasons,
for
but you
animal-
didn't. I have more reasons, but
Well,
I don't
that
have to
reason
give
in
them
itself
to you.
is morally
I don't
deplorable.
have to give them to you because you couldn't overcome that the means justify the ends. Can you defeat
The
that?
means do not justify the ends.
Defeat it.
Yeah, what would be the defeater? But I mean, like, I'm on your side. These are arguments I would run.
What would be the defeater? Because it is.
You have to present it.
Prove that any amount of suffering that any of us deal with, even if I lived on Earth for 100 years, suffering every second of every single day for 100 years, prove that wouldn't
Okay,
justify
it's
me
logic. It
living
is logically
eternally.
possible for an all-powerful being to create a reality in which suffering is not necessary to exist.
Yeah, but then would we have agency?
Huh? Yeah.
Or actually,
it is logically possible for an all-powerful, all-good being.
I think it's hilarious that you say that, because in the Bible we actually get two examples of people who lived in perfection without suffering, and look what they did.
What did they do?
Well, Satan rebelled and came and caused fucking evil, and Adam and Eve ate from the fruit and disobeyed God.
Can I say something concerning that really quick? If that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so I thought about this for a while, and it's like I get it that these people were created in a way where things didn't happen. Well, here's the thing: you got the tree being there, and then you got God being the creator of like Satan, letting him be in the garden, right? And then there's another thing where I hear Christians say, "Hey, we're gonna have like new bodies, new perfect bodies in heaven, and we won't be able to sin, and we'll also have knowledge of the past."
Wait,
So I'm
who
like,
said we won't be able to sin?
I heard Christians say that.
Yeah, a lot of Christians say that.
I heard.
Wait, you think
yeah,
you're going to be able to
they do
sin
say
in
that.
heaven? What would you do? What
Well, the
would
whole
happen?
Wait, hold on. I got a good point, real quick. So I'm like, wait, if God can make it like that, why didn't He do it in the beginning, right? If you can have free will in
That
heaven
wasn't his intention with our
and not
creation.
sin.
And
Oh, I'm sorry,
that's
say
why
that again.
I asked you that. That's why I asked you who said that, because it's like the
Mhm.
whole so okay. Do you mind if I give an in-depth answer, because it's kind of complicated?
Yeah.
So
Oh shit.
the purpose of God creating us was for us to have agency. He didn't create beings that would exist perfectly, but that He wanted beings that would choose Him freely. The only way to freely choose someone is to have the opposite. If God's ontology is going to be perfection, then the only other option from perfection is going to be imperfection. So the only other choice is going to be imperfection, disalignment, unalivement, so on and so forth. So when you ask about people having free will in heaven, the separation is going to be that. So like in the garden, Adam and Eve had complete relationship with God. They were able to seek Him for wisdom, seek guidance from Him. And so they were being led by the Father to always do correct. right? Or at least to the amount that they were held morally responsible for. And there's this belief, I know I'm skipping through a bunch of topics, I'm trying to get through it fast. There's this belief that the reason that Jesus sent the Holy Spirit was so that we could have direct communion with God, so that he could reshape our wills, because it was very apparent that people were committing sacrifices and then would keep committing the action. So it wasn't changing their wills or their desires. So Jesus was the final sacrifice and then gave us the ability to completely change our wills and desires so that we could shape ourselves to follow God's will. So when we're in heaven, we will be in direct communion with the Father and the Spirit and Jesus, and have the Holy Spirit and be able to like have completely reshaped wills. We also wouldn't be affected by our finite body. We'd be I don't know if I can, what temporal language I'd use, technically eternal spirit body that wouldn't be affected by like the things of this world. So like the sin nature that people talk about is going to be self-preservation in incorrect means. People are aiming for good things with bad means. So I love people, or I want to protect myself. I steal something from somebody so that I can eat. That's a good thing, bad means, right? That's what people tend to do. So the purpose of the Holy Spirit was to reshape those wills and desires, to aim for the same truths, but with good means.
Okay.
Based.
It's so confusing because it's like it's so many different views.
Yeah, there's 40,000 of them.
Yeah, that is true. And that's another thing. Like I thought about that too. Like I think that's kind of intricate. Like I kind of like that there are different denominations so that people can hold their own beliefs and still have a personal relationship with God. Like there are certain things that there's only really one thing that needs to be true. You need to think that Jesus Christ was the sacrifice for your sins because we're all sinners, and you accept that sacrifice and then you follow God.
Okay, so
As
right
long as
there.
you do that, you can hold any other beliefs.
So right there, that
Prince.
right there is the problem. So I'm going to explain to you why. So
Damn.
if I'm guilty of something and I've committed a
Can I ask
crime,
a question real quick?
hold on. If I'm guilty of something and I've committed a crime, I want to be the one who's punished for it. I do not consent. I do not consent
Then don't
for
accept
another
the
person.
sacrifice.
I do not consent for another person
Then
to
don't
be
accept
murdered
the
on my
sacrifice.
behalf for a crime that
Then
I've committed.
don't accept
I
the
do not.
sacrifice.
And I
That's
think
fine.
and I think it is morally repugnant for anyone that anybody would allow someone else to take a punishment for a crime they're supposedly responsible.
That's fine. I
So,
don't. So I accept
can you
it.
explain? Can you actually give a good reason why anybody should worship this God of yours at all? Like, what's a good reason? Is there a single
Do
reason
you
in the
want to
Bible
live
given?
would you
Is
like
there
to
a
live a
reason in the
life?
Bible given?
You just asked me a question. Would you like me to answer you?
I'm asking. Yes. Is there a
Okay,
reason
so then
that's
be
in the
quiet
Bible?
and let me answer you.
Mm-hmm.
I will grant that you think it's repugnant. You don't have to accept the sacrifice. You can live the life that you want to live, and you will die the life
That
that
I
you want
want.
to die. And then if I personally want to live a life in eternity full of happiness and perfection. So that's why I believe in this God.
So what you're saying is that you're choosing to believe.
That's not actually possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you
Exactly.
say.
Well,
How is that
but you
possible?
know what that's called when you go along with something just because you're looking for a reward.
Yeah, that's
It's
not
called
what I said.
sycophancy. It's called you
That's
being a
not what I
sycophant.
said. That's not what I said. You said why? You said what is a good reason to believe in this God?
I said, what's a good worship? I'm going to grant your God exists.
Okay.
What's the reason to worship it? What's
I
the reason to
just
worship this thing?
gave you one.
Why is that?
Worship leads to an eternal life in perfection.
That's a pretty good reason.
I dare you to say some stupid shit. You were just about to say that's not a good reason.
It's not a good reason because
Okay then. So then don't
threat.
fucking believe.
I'm worshiping because of a
So then
threat.
don't believe.
So what's the alternative
So
to
then
to
stop
eternal
talking to
life
me.
and
You don't want to believe.
One does not choose whether or not to believe, sir.
Okay. If you don't like that, you don't have to accept it. That's why God created us to choose or to not choose. You're not
What's the
choosing,
alternative?
that's fine.
What's the alternative?
Imperfection.
What's that like?
It's imperfection. What do you think?
So
I think he's talking about hell.
Yeah.
I don't hold to hell. So I'm a hopeful universalist, annihilationist. Any of you who don't want, for some reason, God's all knowing.
It's either
See,
we
you're
be a
interrupting me.
sycophant.
You're interrupting me.
Hold on,
worship a
hold on. Wait,
monster,
you're
or we
interrupting
get
him.
for-
You're
or we-
interrupting him. You gotta chill. You gotta let him finish.
For those of
Y'all
you
gotta
who
let him.
wouldn't want to live a life in eternal perfection, God will just poof you back out of existence before you even existed.
So it's a threat. Either worship me or I'll destroy you.
It's not a threat. You didn't
It is a
exist
threat.
before. You did not
Yo.
exist before. You will cease to exist again. Nothing changed.
How
It
is
was a
that not a
gift. It
threat?
was a gift for you to exist. What the fuck are you? What do you mean? How's that not a threat? It's a gift for you to exist. You didn't exist, and God created you for the for you to have the chance to choose to want to exist. Was you said you don't want to exist anymore, so you will cease to exist.
Wait, I want to exist. I totally want to believe in. I want to believe in this thing, but I haven't seen
Okay.
any reason to believe in it yet.
You just
Why
said
is
you
that
didn't
my
want to.
fault?
You
What?
literally just said you
Yeah,
don't want to
that's
accept the
not what
No, I
sacrifice,
said the
and you
thing was a
don't.
fucking monster.
No, my
but I want to
nigga.
believe
No,
it
no, no,
exists.
no, no.
That's not what you said earlier.
No, you just said blatantly
That-
that you don't want to accept the sacrifice and
I
that
don't.
you don't want to. Bro, stop interrupting me.
Yeah, you got one finished.
You just said that
What
you
does that have
don't
to
want
do with the?
Wait,
what does
let
one
him
have
Can
to do
you
with the
stop
other?
interrupting me?
You're talking in the
Yeah.
middle.
You just said that you don't want to accept the sacrifice and you don't want to live in a life in eternal perfection. So what the fuck? Why would you want to serve him?
Oh God.
I didn't say I wanted to serve it. I just wanted to believe it exists.
that's
Because
what,
that's
no,
all.
not
Because
what you
apparently
said.
that's all that's fucking required, isn't it?
No,
That's
not
not
what I
what you
said.
said earlier, though.
Could I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No.
So,
My
but
question
let's
is-
get. But
I
hold
was-
on. There's still
Wait,
another
wait,
question.
hold on,
So
wait.
You say I have to want to
Give
believe. You
another
have to believe it
question,
exists. So hold on. Let's talk about a different person. That's not me. Let's talk about people who genuinely, honestly, openly in their hearts want to love, want to believe in God. They want to be convinced. They want to hold that love in their heart. They've searched everywhere and they can't find
A
a single reason.
non-resistant.
Non-believer.
What about those?
low tier.
Yeah, this is so low tier.
No,
Thank
let
you,
him,
Haru.
no,
Holy
let him have
shit.
it. Let him have
How's that
it.
low
Yeah, I'll
tier?
debate
Let him
you.
finish. Let
It's
him
low
finish.
tier.
Oh yeah,
It's
Haru,
questions
you
with
got
the
it. I'll let you get it. Go
answer.
ahead.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead,
No.
bro.
Let him have it.
So, what about people who want to
Evidence,
believe?
go ahead. What about people who want to believe
What
but
about people
never
who want to believe,
receive?
desperately searching for God? They say they God come into my heart. They do all the things that you say they need to do, but nothing happen. What about those people?
What about them?
What about him? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Do they go to hell
Do they go to
No.
Prince was
or
just
get
telling us about
annihilated?
how you have to open
No.
your heart, blah 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 blah, all this bullshit.
Okay.
Relax, evidence.
So
Yeah,
I
what's
do.
so wrong with simply not existing?
Yeah.
Well, the question stands: if somebody's a non-resistant, non-believer, searched and or just were born into the quote unquote wrong religion, and they were told about Christianity, but they weren't convinced by it.
If they were such a non-resistant non-believer, why did so many of them stop seeking?
So if somebody doesn't continue seeking their entire lives,
Well, the Bible
that's
does
like a
promise
reasonable.
that if you seek, it will come, but it doesn't say
Okay.
when.
So basically, if somebody's just not convinced, so they need to actively seek. Should they actively seek
That's what
every
it
single
says.
religion?
God tells us.
Let me finish. Is it reasonable to expect somebody to seek every single religion or know what the right religion is to eternally seek? You think that's reasonable?
I know plenty of people that do it.
You're so lucky to have been born into.
Name an atheist that's continuing seeking their entire lives.
What's it called? Coco. What is that one dude's name? The ominous dude that be on Lena's panel.
The Omnius. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's
what's his
the-
name? You know?
Yeah,
know
it's-
what I'm talking about? Ron. Yeah, Ron. There we go.
He's been seeking his whole life.
So I'm seeking truth my entire life. But what do you mean by seeking the Christian
Yeah,
God?
but you claim truth isn't God, and God literally claimed that all
I
truth
didn't
is
I didn't
relative
claim
to him.
truth isn't God.
Well, if
Could I
you're
answer that
seeking
question?
truth, how come you haven't found God?
If he's true, if he exists, I genuinely
No,
want
God
to
is
know.
literally truth. All knowledge is revelatory.
Okay,
from God's
got you.
essence.
Okay, got you. Now you're interrupting me. If he's true, I
You're right. That was
genuinely
rude.
want.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. If God actually exists, I genuinely want to know. But what you're basically suggesting is, of the thousands of different religions, everyone around the world, not only are they not convinced, they have to keep trying to seek the Christian God their entire lives, like one of the thousands and thousands of gods. They have to have the wherewithal to know that this is the one to pick, to try to continue to seek. But the only way they can know that is if they actually believe that God exists. So to that person, there's just millions of God concepts, and Yahweh is one of them.
Can I
That does
follow
that
through with
makes
that
sense to you?
hypothetical with you?
It's not a hypothetical. It's the
Oh well,
reality
yeah,
of the
you're right. It's not a
situation.
hypothetical, but can I like follow through with it with you, like
Sure.
given my paradigm? So
Yeah.
let's say Sean is seeking. He really wants to believe in the one true God, whoever that is. I think
Yep.
it's the Abrahamic God, but you're just looking for
No,
the God.
if a God exists,
Yeah, if
so
a God exists, you want to believe in him, and you're seeking.
yeah,
You
yeah,
seek your entire
absolutely,
life. And
absolutely.
let's say that you seek and you're born in Asia, and so you seek with Hinduism, Buddhism, and then you. I mean, there's 4,000 religions. I only know like four. Keep it a
Well,
being. But let's say you just go through each religion. You just looking, and it just and you just don't find the right one. But your heart posture was that you genuinely wanted to know God. You wanted nothing but a relationship with Him.
Well, no.
Why would God judge you?
No, well, how can you have a relationship if you don't know which God exists, if any? How can you want
So how could you be
necessarily
judged if you don't know?
Yeah. Well, that's the
Why you
thing,
keep
and
telling
also,
people, man?
and
Because
also,
we're supposed to help people.
and also,
Oh, okay.
if some like you, under your paradigm, if someone's born and raised in a Hindu culture, they become convinced by Hinduism. So to them, they've already found their gods. Is it reasonable to say, like, okay, so even if you put a cutout, they never heard the word.
Then they're straight.
Okay, yeah, then they're straight. You put that cutout there. I get
Yeah,
that.
but what happens if
But
somebody
hold on.
tells them? What
Hold on.
happens if somebody tells them?
Evidence. I'm in the middle of it. I'm going. So
Sure.
now somebody evangelizes to them or tries to convert them to Christianity. They've been born and raised into Hinduism their entire life. Oh no, I don't like. I'll listen, but no, okay, I listened. I'm not really convinced by it, and they still continue because they believe in Vishnu and Shiva and all that.
Now they're going
So
down.
do they deserve hell?
That doesn't, like, you keep bringing up hell, and that's not what I believe. So
Okay, do
Here's
they
what you
believe to be
believe, man.
executed?
Wait,
Do they believe to?
could I answer the question? 'Cause I think people are getting hell.
Are you Christian?
Misunderstood.
And do you
I'm
take the
Christian.
same position as him?
I think he is.
I'm Christian. I'm born again.
Because
Christian.
but the question is meant for Prince though.
I burned them.
Okay, fine. I'll speak up.
Well,
You
hold
can
on,
go
wait,
next.
well, hold on, really quick. Are you an annihilationist, Wiz?
What's that?
So basically, instead of hell, you just believe that God will make all the people who are supposed to go to hell just cease to exist.
Nah, I believe that there's a lake of fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, and
Yeah,
that's,
so that
and
question
that's
is
why
for
I said
you.
what I
How about,
said.
matter of fact, Wiz, you answer, Sean, and then Sean.
Yeah,
will
that
go.
question. Yeah, that question is for him. As a matter of
Well,
fact.
no, I was
But
saying,
before-
I was saying,
wait.
I'm fine with being answered on the basis of, I don't care what barbarism it is, if it's like the capital punishment or the lake of fire, it doesn't make a difference. It's morally incomprehensible.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
And
Wait,
Prince, I'm very curious about how much searching you've done. How many of the other religions have you looked into? I'm sure you just luckily happened to be born into the correct denomination of Christianity, right?
I
Because if
don't
you're a
even,
Seventh-day Adventist and the
I don't even
Baptists
have
are
a
like, you're going
denomination,
to
so I
hell.
need you to stop strawmanning my fucking character. You
So
don't
how,
know me.
how have you made sure that
You
you
don't
have
know
the
me,
correct?
so stop fucking saying shit about me.
How do you know
Can we
you are
have
in the
that
correct
mutual
religion?
respect? Hold on. Can we have that mutual respect? Don't fucking
No.
assume anything about me again.
That's all you've done all day. That's all you do is you
No,
say
I-
you atheists believe
yeah.
this, you claim that, you do this.
Bro,
I'm not
he
entertaining
hasn't
that.
done that.
That's fucking low
Drop
to you.
him.
I haven't said anything.
Oh,
to
thank
anybody.
you.
May I say
Thank
something
you,
really
because
quick?
he hasn't said any of that. Hold on. In defense of Prince, bro hasn't even said any of that. Dude that just got dropped, he came up here swinging. I don't know what's his issue.
Oh wait, who dropped him?
And strawmanning like crazy.
I did.
Strawmanning.
I asked
like
him to
crazy.
mutually
But
respect me and not assume things about me. He said no, he's not. So
Oh yeah,
I don't
okay.
know.
Yeah.
I think that's a
So
fair
I
kick.
wanna-
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Prince a question. Do you believe that people can sin in heaven?
I'd like an answer to mine.
Yeah, I kind of want to let Wiz go. If you can hold that question, I'll answer because I kind of want to think about it too.
All right.
Just so I can give a good answer.
Yeah, Wiz.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
so
if someone's unlucky enough to be born into the wrong religious family in the wrong religious culture, like somebody who's born in Saudi Arabia and ends up being Islam, or somebody who's in Thailand and ends up being Buddhist. Uh, how is it morally comprehensible to like send them to hell for like being unable to be convinced by Christianity?
Okay, cool. There's 2 points I want to say. One, the Bible says the word of God is truth, right? And the truth will set a person free. So
that's a platitude.
Let me just answer. Everyone has an opportunity when the word of God comes to them to accept. Whether they accept or not is up to them. It doesn't matter how long they've been convinced going in one direction. When the word let me just finish. When the word of God comes, they have an opportunity. It's their choice. Cool. Now let me talk about hell, because hell is wait.
Well, I want to just one point at a time, because it's not a choice.
It's a choice. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let's say,
are all beliefs a choice or just some beliefs?
all beliefs is a choice.
Okay. All right, Wiz. Right now, as a thought experiment, choose to believe I'm your biological mother. Can you do it? Yes or no?
I could convince myself and believe that you're my biological mother.
So all right. So let's I think you're
a choice.
Okay. I think you're full of it, but I could be wrong.
No need to.
I could be wrong. So let's test the hypothesis. Your hypothesis is all beliefs are just choices. We can just will ourselves to believe things. So go ahead. You don't have to do it for life. That would be ridiculous. So just for the next 5 minutes, choose to believe I'm your biological mother. Let me know when you're actually convinced of it. If you can't do it, hold on. If you're unable to do it, please let us know that by making an excuse not to do it. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Look,
I'm actually interested.
Whether someone believes in something or not. Wait, let me say something. There's truth. Truth is fact, right? Whether someone believes in it or not, that's their choice.
Okay. Great. So
absolute.
Great.
Right?
Yeah. So I'm calling your bluff. If you realize you're wrong, please let the room know you're wrong. Hang on. Let the room know you're wrong by declining to test your hypothesis. So for the next 5 minutes, choose to believe I'm your biological mother, and let us know. Let us know when you actually believe.
No, because I know the truth.
Okay. All right. So, all right.
Wait.
So thank you for your cooperation. I asked you, if you know you're wrong, let us know by making an excuse not to do the demonstration. You made your excuse for. So thank you for letting the room know that you're wrong about your ability to actually do that.
What?
Hey, Wiz,
okay.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Okay, go on.
Go for it.
Do you genuinely believe that you could convince yourself that I'm your long-lost Siamese twin?
If I didn't know the truth.
Oh, hold on. So if you didn't know the truth, so he made a concession there. So
I believe the truth. I choose to believe the truth.
Oh,
right?
you choose. Okay, so now you're back to saying it's a choice. Go ahead, Prince. No, there's two princes here. Big Prince.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, bro, I'm saying. Okay. So, how do you determine what's true and what's not?
The word is truth.
The word is true.
And facts.
He gave you a
truth.
platitude.
Facts are
the word.
For example,
the word of truth.
Okay, that wasn't a good answer. But facts are truth, right? So is a fact.
So you said if you didn't know the truth, you would be able to convince yourself that I'm your long lost Siamese twin.
If the information came to me.
Okay, so that's a conditional. Wiz, that's a hold on.
Wait,
this
but wait. But
you know where it's going. You know where it's going.
But doesn't believe.
You're not going to create verbal distance. I'm circling back to it, just so you know. Go ahead, and I'll wait for you to get done, and I'll circle back to it.
But doesn't believe in just depend on you. If the information comes to you, don't you choose to believe that? And you can dish and not choose to believe it.
Okay, so Wiz,
isn't that part of free will?
Wiz, you backtracked, and I want you to acknowledge it. You started by saying all beliefs are a choice, and that you can choose to believe I'm your biological mother. And now you're adding a conditional. You said no to his example about being your Siamese twins. I can't because I know the truth. So now, are you going to retract your statement that all beliefs are merely a matter of choice? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so Prince, go back to the Siamese twins thing. Hit him up with that again, please.
Can we come back to this? Can I say my second point first? So we can come back to this?
We're not gonna. We're gonna. You can pivot all you want. I'm gonna circle back to this until you acknowledge you were wrong. Okay, go. So
my second point about hell was that hell is not like God is sending people to hell.
They send themselves to hell.
Wait. Can I just speak without you interrupting it? Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So let me explain it. Hell was meant for the devil, right? When Adam sinned.
I know the theology.
Wait, let me finish.
You're right. I'm sorry.
So hell was made for the devil,
do
right?
get to the point.
Yeah. So hell was made for the devil, right? When man sinned, they became condemned naturally because of the disobedience. Every man that comes into the earth, they are condemned, and so a condemned person will go to hell. It's not God that sent them to hell. Hell was made for the devil. But God sent Jesus Christ to try and save people from going to hell. So hell is a natural occurrence for man. God is trying to save people from going to hell. God is not sending people to hell. It's a consequence of Adam's sin. You understand? Okay. So, cool. But
going to hell is good.
Cool. I accept that cool. My statement was wrong.
Okay, cool. Prince, he went back to saying all beliefs are merely a matter of choice. So please hit him up with the Siamese twin thing again.
Yo, so can you convince yourself that I'm your long lost Siamese twin?
No.
Okay, so how do you reconcile the contradiction? How do you, Wiz? How do you reconcile the contradiction with? Hey, hold on, I'm going to finish.
Okay.
So you said two things. One, all beliefs are a choice, and two, you are incapable of choosing to believe Prince is your long lost Siamese twin. Please reconcile that contradiction.
Okay, I contradicted myself when I said I would believe. I convinced myself that you were my biological mother. I contradicted myself. Fair enough. I still stand on a point that belief is a choice.
Okay, so what? Go ahead.
Okay.
No. I just wanted.
Okay, go on.
Nah, I was just saying how. Because you literally just pointed out that you contradicted yourself, and if your logic is contradictory, then it can't hold up.
No, when I said I contradicted myself because I said I would believe this guy said this, but I wouldn't believe your point. But when I say I believe that belief is a choice, I believe man has the option whether to accept or not accept something. So,
no,
that's wrong. Fair enough.
No, so if that were true, then accept that Prince is your long lost biological Siamese twin. Can you said all humans have the option to accept or reject a claim. So just choose to accept it.
So you don't think you have the option to accept or reject a claim, right?
No. What'll happen is if the information or whatever something convinces me it's true, then belief is inevitable. If it doesn't, belief is impossible. It's something. Belief is a perception. It's something that happens to your mind. It's not like a decision you make. Now you can decide to do certain things that may or may not end up changing your mind. You can digest new information, but you cannot choose what consequence that will have. Just like if you see a spider crawling on.
Say that again.
Okay, you can choose actions that may or may not have an effect on your belief state. Like I can read a book. If I read a science book, I'm likely to be convinced of new things because I'm learning new things that I accept are true. But if I read Harry Potter, it's not going to cause me, even if I wanted to believe Harry Potter actually exists in reality. So you can choose things and we do all the time, that may affect our belief state on things, but we can't choose what the consequence will be of doing those things. Just like you cannot choose to believe I'm your biological mother and actually believe it. So I don't know if you actually thought you could and you didn't really think about it deeply, or if you were just outright lying. But you got to know that that's impossible, right? He's teacup.
Respond to that with.
I don't know if I don't know if I don't know. If, did you hear everything I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said. My notifications came up, but I
Okay.
when I said I wasn't speaking about myself, I was speaking about a person, and I was thinking if the information came, and it's up to them whether they
So,
can. Okay, because I believe belief is an action, right?
it's not. Okay, all right. So
No.
with the information you have,
Fair enough.
with the information you have
Mm.
right now, it is impossible for you to choose. To believe I am your biological mother. Now, if overwhelming well, I mean that's kind of a crazy one to even come up with a plausible scenario where you would actually believe it. But if new information comes to you that convinces you of a thing or changes your mind of a thing, that's not a choice either. So, for example, if you're married, I'm not addressing you specifically. If Bob is married, if Bob is married, and if someone tells him, "Hey, dude, your old lady, she's cheating on you," and he's like, "Hell no, I don't believe that." He's not convinced by it at all. But if he doesn't want to believe it, but if he goes to the mall and sees her making out with a guy, now belief is inevitable. He can't help but believe that she's cheating on him, even though he doesn't want to believe it. That's how belief works. It's a perception.
Okay, but
It's not an action. It's not a choice.
okay, but what about the people that are delusional or people that are in denial? What do you have to say to them?
Same that it's the same for them too. People that have delusions aren't choosing to have the delusions. In fact, there's mentally ill people who have thoughts they would rather not have, like people are following them, someone's out to poison them, whatever it happens to be. That's not a choice either. That's just a mentally ill mind.
So
And
are
you
you
said
saying
denial earlier, and denial is just someone being in a state of not wanting to be convinced that something is true. It's like they
but
basically know
isn't
it,
that
but
a
they're
choice?
just is being in denial a choice.
Yeah.
They
when- so-
know
Don't they choose to not accept the truth?
No.
When they know the truth.
No, because
No.
yeah, when someone's
fair.
when we say someone's in denial, what's and appears they're in the denial, either one of two things. One, they actually believe it, but they're just trying to will it away, like no, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true, but they're actually convinced it's true.
But isn't
Or
that a choice for them to will it? Sorry, no, I'm interrupting. Sorry, go on.
no, it's okay. Or they have they're basically have an irrational belief based on strong motivated reasoning. So our brains aren't just logic machines. I mean, we'd be better off if they were. But emotional reasoning also kind of plays into it. Like everyone has biases that they may or may not be aware of. There's implicit bias as well. That sort of goes into your brain calculus, and your brain kind of spits out a perception of reality. And oftentimes there's a big emotional component to it, but that's a different question as to whether it's like, I'm just deciding to believe this and I'm going to believe it. Like, I don't want to believe cancer exists, but I can't help it. I just am convinced it exists.
Well, I think that's what we're saying, I guess, with regards to non-believers, or when you're talking about non-resistant non-believers, you're saying that basically you're in denial of the truth.
No, that's the opposite of a non-resistant non-believer.
No, I'm saying we don't believe non-resistant non-believers exist. We're saying
okay.
that you
I mean,
guys
that's
are just
cool.
in denial.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, it's cool that you can read my mind, and I think that that's very impressive, but I'm not convinced that you can read my mind.
Well, a person who's in denial wouldn't be able to recognize.
J Rob, what if I were to turn that argument on you? What if I were to turn it? What if I were to say the same thing about you and your belief system?
I mean, you can say whatever you want.
I mean,
yeah.
like, what would you use to prove me wrong?
Say that I'm in denial?
Yeah. What if I say you're in denial of reality?
What would I use to prove you wrong? I mean, it depends on what we're talking about, I guess. Like you would have to show that I'm in denial about something.
Well, yeah. So like, so I guess what I'm trying to get at is I live in a world that follows a set of beliefs as far as like my that follows my moral system, and I have.
I don't know what happened to him.
Me
Someone
neither.
kick him?
No, I didn't.
What happened?
I didn't kick him, so that was not me.
Maybe his phone
I was
died.
off
He
the app.
probably disconnected or something.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't kick him.
or something happened.
Phone
So
probably
J
died.
so J
No,
Rob.
I was going to
So
ask you a question
Yeah,
really quick
back to
about
that
what J Rob
question.
was saying. I don't want to interrupt, but like, I guess I could see what J Rob is saying. You have access to almost all, if not more, knowledge than like most believers throughout history, and yet you don't believe. Would that not be some form of denial?
no, because
You,
what it is,
can I
what it
talk,
is.
please?
Hold on.
How old are
Can I
you?
talk?
How old
No.
are you?
Who's doing that? Hey, Spider, how old are you?
Well, me,
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm
Drop 'em.
18.
What year were you
Were
born?
you
I
born
looked
in?
at their bio. They're a troll.
Yeah, I was like, I don't even care. Drop him. Sound like a troll.
Okay, so Prince, do you know who else has access to a lot of information? Flat Earthers. So here's the thing: different people.
They're denying though. They're
Well,
denying.
yeah. So here's the difference. So, flat Earthers, for example, two major themes that are like almost universal, but I won't claim they're entirely universal. One, they believe Earth is flat for biblical reasons. Now, I'm not saying they're correct on what the Bible says. That's a separate argument. But on their perception of biblical grounds, and religion is a strong motivator to someone's belief system, or I talked about that before, emotional aspects of how our brains spit out beliefs. And then two, they have succumbed to wild conspiratorial type of thinking. So here's the big thing, because it's intuitive to say there's all this evidence, this person doesn't believe it, therefore that person is in denial. But it's not the weight of the evidence that matters, it's how someone perceives the weight of the evidence that matters. So you and I can look at, I'm just giving an example, the Kalam cosmological argument. And maybe to you, it's a very convincing argument, but to me, it's not. And I can't help that it's not. And I can't just decide for it to be convincing to me.
Yeah.
Could I say something quick?
I grant that. That was a good explanation. Thank you, Sean.
Sure, no problem.
Could I say something? Did you guys see about what was said in the Epstein files about COVID?
Oh, say e-files.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there you
E-files about COVID.
No, what would be said? Were people in the e-files talking about COVID?
Yeah, they Bill. Can I say his name? Or
say Ep.
Yeah,
Mr. E.
And also,
Mr.
don't say
E
the C word you said. Say
communicating
C19.
with Mr. BG, and they were planning COVID, and they
Oh
planned
Jesus! Oh
Say
Jesus!
C19.
Look, I
Say
don't know. I
C19.
don't know if the e-files are credible, but
I'm
at
not
the moment
even
they seem
gonna.
credible.
I'm not even gonna address that because I'll lose my mind.
Okay.
Yo, Wiz, I'm not trying to be rude. You
Let me
can't
just
say
do
the
that.
word because you're gonna spread. TikTok will flag the live for misinformation. You gotta say C19.
Yeah, the policy. It's really weird.
Could I address it or not?
I personally, I don't care to hear about it because, like, when people start, when people start posting window liquor conspiracy theories, I just lose my mind and I have to keep my blood pressure down.
Don't worry about it. Just forget.
The guys on the island were planning C19. That's wild.
I mean, I don't believe that, but
Right.
But wasn't C19 like? It was like a germ cell that they had in a lab, and they were doing like experimentation with it to learn about germ theory.
No, no. So okay. So here's the. It is scientists don't have a clear answer. It's potentially a leak out of Wuhan lab. It's a virus.
Yeah, and they were studying germ theory with it.
Well, they were if it came, we don't know that it came from the lab, but it's plausible. There were also other hypotheses that it, sometimes like other primates will shed a new virus or something like. like that will pop up. We don't know the origin for sure. But that's my take on it. But you'll hear a bunch of people. It was definitely a lag leak out of China. Anyway,
I mean, the e-files say that they made a lot of money. They did it so they can make a lot of money from
yeah,
jabs and stuff. But
yeah, I'm not going down that road. But yeah,
but yeah, back
I
to
don't
what
know
you guys
if I
were
wanna-
saying. Back to what you guys
I
were saying.
think that's a form of denial right there.
No, it's me digesting the information, and I could be wrong about things, but doing my best to apply sound epistemology to my conclusions.
Yeah. But could I say something? If there's evidence and you don't take it, what is that? Because the evidence will not be
There's
convincing,
evidence for
but
the
if the evidence is
contrary as
enough to
well.
convince someone else, but not you.
Was I could do a thought experiment too. So are you basically asking if you can choose to find evidence convincing?
Yeah. What about that?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, got you. So I'm going to. I've never counted the number of blades of grass in front of my house, right? So I'm going to put that. That is an actual fact. I've never counted them, but I consulted my magic 8 ball. That's my evidence, and I concluded that the number of blades of grass in front of my house is even.
Okay.
Can you choose to hold on? Can you choose to accept the evidence that I presented as convincing?
Okay. No. But what if you spoke to a gardener that said he counted the grass? Would you say that's convincing?
If I spoke to a god who said he did,
No, not
I would.
a gardener. A gardener.
That wouldn't be convincing to me either, because I don't think a human being counting by hand could do that without reliably, without missing a blade or double counting a blade or what have you. But if a team of scientists gathered around and figured out a way to count them or pluck them, took the time to pluck them one by one and then counted them that way or something something could convince me. But I can't. You can't just choose to find evidence convincing.
Everybody's an atheist until they're on their deathbed. Then they go, "Oh Jesus, I'm sorry."
How about
Yeah,
you
that's factual,
shut the legitimate? No, I'm kidding. We can debate that.
Bro, why is he still here? Kick him.
No, I mean, wait, hold on. Who said it? It was life before Adamka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, life before. Do you want to debate that?
Bro. He's a
Pretty
troll.
snappy. I just real quick. I'm still writing up my explanation to your question, so I didn't forget you. I'm just finishing it.
That's cool. Because I wholeheartedly believe, based off of the conversations and stuff that you were saying earlier, that you're going to say yes to some degree.
Oh bloody hell!
And that's what I kind of find interesting.
Well, honestly, I'm learning a lot myself. So I actually realized that I've been saying something wrong damn near every conversation I've had. I've always been like, angels existed in perfection but chose otherwise. But I'm actually learning that that's not the view held by the majority of church fathers. So I'm trying to understand a little more before I give you an explanation.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Well, anyway, I guess this is a perfect time for me to make an announcement. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. There's 20 people in the live. You guys are awesome. Thank you for supporting all my projects. Thank you all the people who attended Day of Debates. I'm trying to do this social media thing for a living. And, some days I wake up and I'm like, hey, I could be the next one. But then some days I wake up and I'm like, this is not going anywhere. But I still keep getting up and doing it. So, but yeah, thank you everyone who supports me. And tap your screens, like the live, share with anybody who you think might be interested. Wait, hold on real quick. I'm making an announcement. And then also really quick, if you want to check out more of my stuff, if you go to my link in bio, there's there's a Beacons link. You can check all my stuff there. And then also on the screen right now, that's the link to my blog site. Just go to Google, type that in. My blog site has my mission statement for this project that I'm doing. It has articles that I'm writing that I'm also going to be posting on that new social media app that came out. What is it called? Where everyone's writing articles and stuff. Someone help me. Someone help me. What's that app? It's the orange
Well,
app.
you don't get caught. You could do whatever you want as an atheist.
Okay, well, that didn't go well. So yeah, when I'm doing, I thought that was gonna be, I thought that person was gonna bring an argument that we can engage in. But if I'm making an announcement
Not
and I
even.
mute you, then please stay on mute. I don't understand. Okay, but anyway, wait, hold on. Bear with me really quick. It's not going to take that long. But, okay, yeah, there's an app called Substack. So, right now, if you look on the screen, that address, theconcojournals.blogspot.com, that's a blog site that I'm working on. I would really love if everyone checks it out. I write articles and post it there, and everything about my project is on there. Debates are on there. Who won, who lost is on there. And also, there's a scoreboard that has like the results of every single person who's debated on my channel. It's on there, so you can see like what people's records are for debating on my channel. Some people have multiple wins, some people have multiple losses, and I'm going to be transferring some of the articles I write on my blog site to Substack. So I also have a Substack. But yeah, if you want to, just take a look at it. I've spent days making that blog site. It looks very good. It has a lot of cool stuff on there. Let me know what you like. Let me know what I can change to make it better. But no, this project's been going well, and it's about to be year 3 in August. August 12th, I think, is going to be 3rd year anniversary for the Controversial Compass, and I plan on doing this for the next 10 years. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the support. But yeah, that's it. Continue.
Why did you kick that one guy? I thought he had some really good insight.
I mean, like, I thought he was gonna, I wanted to see if he was gonna argue, but that guy was just coming up here to spew like Christian one-liners. Prince Nappy predicted it, so, but yeah, I wanted to write it out.
Cause I already know, bro. I'm just glad he didn't get up here saying the N-word.
Yeah, like I wanted to write.
Me, I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm quick to kick people. I don't even play that nonsense. You come off as sketchy, you're gone.
Yeah. But yeah. But no, it's pretty good. Yeah, right now my brain is cracking because I am still working on the blog site. I'm putting more debates on it and making more pages and dealing with code. There's this really cool thing on the blog site that I'm able to do. I'm able to basically embed the YouTube video that has the actual debate onto the blog site, and I'm also able to embed people's TikTok profiles, so you can see the TikToker's profile who debated and the people behind it. It's really cool. I hope everyone goes and looks at it. And also there's like a sidebar on the website. If you go there and you click the link that says My Debates and then just go through that, bro, you're going to see beautiful pages of all the debates I've hosted. Every single one I've hosted or contributed to. It's on this blog site. Go to that blog site. I'm really proud of it, and there's tons of hours put into it. And a lot of headaches, a lot of water, drinking water, lots of effort. But yeah, I love it. It's pretty cool. I love what I do. I love this project. It's pretty neat. But yeah. And yeah, I still have to post the recent debates that we had. What were they? Recently, OG Kylo debated against Marsal on A God Exists. Missy versus J-Rob on The Christian God is Logically Possible. And there was supposed to be a 4th one. We ended up not doing it. I'm going to put it on a future event. But the 3rd debate was Sticks versus Theological on does fine-tuning favor naturalism, or does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism? But yeah, it's pretty neat, pretty neat. But yeah. Anyone else got anything for me?
The live is about to end.
Oh no!
What do you mean you didn't do it?
Oh.
The 4th debate. I literally watched the 4th debate on YouTube. I thought you.
Or no, there's supposed to be 4 debates that night. I hosted 3 of them. The 4th one I'm gonna.
Hey, we're gonna have to reschedule CF Jules debate for sure because I'm trying to watch that.
Yeah, that was the one that we didn't do because it just got late and we went over time, right? And I was like, okay, let's schedule this some other day. I'm gonna try to get it. El Sirloin's a little bit mad, and understandably, that's totally fine. He's a very good guy, but I'm gonna try to reschedule the debate with on another day. But yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I've only ever seen Sticks twice. One was like a live with him and Constantine, where like he's probably the only person I've ever seen hold his own against Constantine, and then that debate. So Sticks is probably one of the smartest people I've ever seen on his app.
Yeah, Constantine's debate was like, Constantine's debate was the most like powerful debate I've ever seen in my fucking life. Constantine was literally like arguing so well. Like, okay, before the debate, Constantine was telling me like, man, I'm so nervous, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do good. And then this dude is a fucking titan. When he debated, it was like seeing a phoenix rise out of the ashes. This dude was doing
Bro, when
phenomenal.
Constantine isn't getting muted constantly, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but also Ben did a very good job. Benjamin, who was his opponent, Ben did very good, and he was arguing back, and like, yeah, he did amazing. But people are very well studied, and like,
also, shout out to my guy J Rob because he beat fucking Missy. Cause like, nah, man,
J Rob,
my boy, that's impressive.
J Rob collected the win when it comes to audience vote and when it comes to judges vote. So like, J Rob, we do have to congratulate you guys. Like, a lot of people shit on J Rob. I've always respected J Rob, but I heavily disagree with his views. But like, I always will have that. I always will have that respect for J Rob because wait, check this out. J-Rob is a Christian who constantly comes up on these like atheist platforms, and he gets dogpiled by a bunch of atheists. And J-Rob has the guts to schedule a formal debate, to debate people, and to fight for what he believes in. So I disagree with J-Rob, but I respect him because he has a backbone and the guts to keep coming back here and like fighting for his God. And I think that is very like respectable and commendable because there are other Christians on this app who literally talk shit behind people's backs and they won't schedule a formal debate, they won't debate anybody, and they won't join atheist panels. They stay in their echo chambers. They only like to stay in the Christian live streams. So like, you know, I mean like I could say those creators right now, like fuck Joy is mine, you know, Joy is MIN3, fuck her. Fuck present, fuck he is well. Okay,
what is MIN3?
It's how our username is spelled. Joy is MIN3. He is risen. We're sort of getting along. So like, I don't really have much heat for he is risen, but like, and Justin W, I'm like pretty okay with, I guess. But you know.
Hey Coco, if I get him to apologize to you, can y'all be cool?
I mean, like, yeah, we'd have to like, for anyone that I'm not really friends with, like, we need to sit down man to man. We can do it on a live stream and just talk, right? And honestly, yeah, I'm open-minded to mending bridges with like he is.
I'm in a group chat with him. I'm gonna get him to. I'm gonna message him privately and just be like, "Yo, you know what I mean? Coco say he trying to talk to you," type shit.
Well, like, I'm not trying to talk to him. I'm good off of it, but like, tell him that like Coco said he is okay sitting down and like man to man we have like a conversation, right? And talk out like what happened, and he can express his side, I can express my side, and like I'm not opposed. I was angry at first. I was like, fuck this guy, but like I'm not opposed. Same thing with present, but that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm doing totally fine without them. I got a blog site and a whole project, but if they want to mend things, I'll sit down and we can hash it out like men and look each other in the face. But yeah, I'm totally down. But yep. But regardless, life be doing well. But yeah, like Prince Nappy said pointless in the comments. Yeah, like I get it. Like I've come to the point where like, look, I'm surrounding myself with people who make me happy. I love the people around me. I'm not giving energy to people who like fuck up, right? And lie on my name or do very bad things. You got to move on and you got to decide what kind of person you want to be. And yeah, that's basically it. But if people want to make up with me, like, I mean, depends who they are and how recently they fucked up and how I feel about it. But yeah, I will happily make amends with them. Somebody asked, Joshua Turney, he asked, where could I watch the Sticks debate? Monkey Boy posted it. I'm currently editing it. I'm gonna post it, but go to Monkey Boy's channel. You can watch it. I'm also gonna I'm also gonna post it on a few channels of my own. But let me know if you want to wait for mine, or if you're wondering where I'm gonna post it. But yeah. Boom. Bro, I've been doing this for like 3 years, bro. There are Christians who have lied about me. There are Christians who have slandered the project. There are Christians who have tried to shut me down. Yeah, there's a lot. But it is what it is. You keep pushing. If you want to know...
I'd be careful, though. Someone threatened to sue me just for being on your live, and I didn't even say anything about them.
Yeah, but also, like, a lot of people who are threatening... people threatening to sue me. Like, they're not gonna do shit, bro. Do you know how much, like, fucking money goes into, like, suing people? But also, like... But yeah, I mean, like, it can be scary, but, like, a lot of people are not willing to actually go to court and take the time out to sue you. Like, that does take a lot of effort. People don't realize. And also, like, it depends what they're suing you for, but, like, it's kind of hard to win lawsuits. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I think a lot of people say, like, I'm gonna sue you. It's like an empty threat.
Yeah, and I let that person know. I said, hey, I have 2 kids. I don't even have a job. I wasn't even saying anything about you on the channel. And then the person was like, oh, keep running around with these atheists. I can run around with whoever I want to. So I still got the screen recording of it. That was insane. And I was like, so you're gonna sue a mom who don't have a job with 2 kids? And the person was like, yeah, I sure am. And I was like, very, very, wow, I wouldn't even do that to anybody if I was a Christian. Even as an atheist, I would never do that.
Yeah, but also, like, that's the fuck shit that some Christians on this app be doing. Like, they be, like, threatening to sue you. They be lying on your name. You know what's really crazy? The people on this app, some of the people who are Christians, they be like, I believe in God, and, like, we have objective morality. But they be the same people who be struggling with, like, pride, and struggling with, like, lying about people, and mod abusing people, and treating people like shit. And I'm like, it's just, like... It shouldn't be a shock to me because I came from that, right? But I've been on TikTok for like 3 years, and it's shocking how many fucking Christians are prideful, like, arrogant, fucking, like, demons.
Wait, so you would... This is a genuine question. You would consider them Christians?
Like, I don't know.
Because you know Scripture pretty well. I don't think you would.
Like, I would say they're not Christians. I would say they're basically like the pharaohs. They probably just be like the outliers. Like they claim to follow some kind of like legalistic rule, but like a Christian is somebody who, like, to me, Christians, true representations of the faith, are going to be people who, it's not that they don't make mistakes, right? We're human. We're going to make mistakes, right? But they're apologetic. They're constantly trying to fix it. They're willing to hear you out. They follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. They believe that Jesus rose from the dead. Those would be like Christians, right? There are Christians that I'm friends with who, like, they are the most saint-like people I've ever met. And, like, those are the people I would consider Christians. And then there are people who are running around TikTok like, I'm Christian, we got objective morality. And they're the, like, they're fucking evil. When I tell you evil-ass motherfuckers. Like, just shit people, right?
I grant that.
It's like, you look at them and you're like, you follow Christ? Like, you're so fucking,
it's so
like,
interesting
evil.
Because in our paradigm, the demons believe in the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. They just don't follow his word, his rules. So it's like, it's kind of interesting to me that these people claim to be followers of Christ, but you have to literally be a follower of Christ, not just believe that he died and resurrected. The demons believe that.
Yeah. But it be what it be. But yeah, no, J-Rob's up here. No, like, dude, we disagree on stuff, but I do respect your backbone. And you constantly come back and, like, fight, debate. You set up debates. Y'all want to know
something funny?
Yeah.
Before I came on your panel, Coco, I had, like, seen J-Rob around. And, like, I didn't tend to, like, watch lives, but, like, I would swipe and I'd see him for a little bit. I'm going to keep it a buck. Half the time he was saying some stupid shit, so I didn't really like him. But then, like, when I came onto your panel and I actually got a conversation to talk with him, like, He's actually a really good man. Once he gets like opportunities to explain what he believes and isn't like being interrupted and harassed, like he's pretty consistent with his framework. And like you said, I respect his background.
Yeah.
He's
No,
pretty fearless.
deadass. There are Christians who, they'll talk shit and they won't debate. And they spread misinformation. Like, they, say bad things about, like, evolution. They don't understand, like, what they're talking about. But no, yeah, kudos to J-Rob. I mean, like you're out here. Nobody can say J-Rob didn't run from a fade. Or wait, no, nobody can say that J-Rob ran from a fade. J-Rob is, like, ready to take it and be there, So, gotta give him that. But yeah.
Coco, you bring up a good point, and I want to personally apologize to Miss Butterfly's son. I'm very shitty at controlling my tongue. I haven't been a Christian too long, so I still talk a little street. I apologize for over talking you. We both got upset, and I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Okay.
Yep, fix it. Fix it, guys.
Okay, what the fuck?
Right now is the time to fix it. Now you guys hug it out. Do what you gotta do, and then we get on to the next guest.
I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, I'll do that on my own time, man.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, do your thing.
I can be very forgiving all the time, but I feel like I do it too much. Because I like to be kind to people.
All right, Coco, I'm out of here, bro. Be easy, man.
Yeah, come back anytime.
Prince Nappy, I'm literally putting down the final things in my notes, and I'm going to answer your question. It took this long because it's actually really interesting, so I'm sorry about that.
But I accept your apology. I just still don't like you.
Damn, it's crazy. But I mean,
that's fine. Everybody likes me eventually.
But I forgive you. But I just don't like you.
It ain't nothing wrong with that. People have conflicting personalities. That's not an issue. It's how people, reconcile. That's just it. Everybody isn't compatible.
Oh God.
But did you find a key? Oh, but he explained it, but sometimes I can be a little slow, right? But so he doesn't think. Well, does he or does he not think that God could have made people? Oh no, not lied. Like could have made people like the first time in a way where it's like heaven already, right? Like bodies, like the heavenly bodies. Like he could have made that the first time without adding the tree and without cutting. Oh, because he didn't want to. So
yeah,
would that now correct me? Would that imply that he wanted all of this suffering and stuff to happen for his own will?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the way I see it, I guess, or some Christians would say, is that one good argument against the problem of evil would be God has certain goals in mind when he's creating a world, and so free will is going to be one of them. Character building could be another one of them. And given that, I'm probably gonna say this in the wrong way. Some Christians would say that God has to bite the bullet, and what if it's the case that he has to allow some evils in order to get things like bravery or courage or or whatever his goals might be, free will or whatever it is, right? And then atheists would argue, well, I mean there's other hypothetical worlds we could propose to which God could get the same thing. But character building is hard because in order for us to have brave firemen, we need a burning building for them to run into, right? Or in order for
in order to forgive, someone has to wrong you.
Yeah, someone has to wrong you. So character building is strong. Like character building is a strong argument for the problem of evil. But then you could argue I do need to look more into Bayesian analysis or whatever it's called, but you could argue it's highly probable that gratuitous evils exist and use Bayesian analysis to come to that conclusion, and then say given this likelihood, gratuitous evils would be incompatible with the Christian God, because
I would grant all of that. I would grant any evils that you would talk about. I would just need a symmetry breaker between those evils don't justify eternal imperfection.
Internal imperfection. I mean,
eternal imperfection, not imperfection.
Oh, eternity in perfection.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if there's like some other way God could like achieve that, I mean, I think that would probably be like the rebuttal. But because like gratuitous evils are going to be evils that are like arbitrary. Like God doesn't have to allow these evils to exist, yet He still chooses to. And like a God that's all loving, that's all good, that's just, He wouldn't have evils exist just because like He's bored, right? And even if like He's doing it so everybody makes it to heaven, I mean, if these evils don't have to exist, then an all good God making arbitrary evils exist would be like in contradiction. It'd be like really weird. No matter what it is that He's trying to achieve. Like wouldn't you think that like a God that's all good, He would only do what He needs to do in order to achieve His goals, not just like do things that are unnecessary, especially if it results in like mass suffering or just unnecessary suffering to achieve His goals.
Yeah. I mean, so there's like a couple things I can go to. Like the first one is going to be pro toto goods, pro toto evils. That world is going to be inherently more valuable than one without. So God is going to be a maximally great being. When He creates a world for the intended purpose, it's going to be the perfect instantiation of that world.
Yeah.
And so if the purpose of this world was to create beings that had agency in order to choose perfection or imperfection, then, there's going to be a world where you can beautifully see the struggle of imperfection and perfection battling it out.
Wait, but like with proto goods, right? Wouldn't it imply that like the evils are necessary for some like overall purpose? They're not just arbitrary?
Mm-hmm. Every single one.
Oh, okay, so yeah. So like I could grant that like there are going to be evils that are like necessary for like a certain goal to be achieved, then those wouldn't be a problem. But then like, if somebody uses Bayesian analysis and like determines that like there's a 99.9% chance that like at least one gratuitous evil exists, then the thing in question would be like, okay, like the evils that are necessary, sure, we grant them. But
can you think of an example of one?
So like
I won't hold your feet to the fire. Just like off the top of your head, what would be a gratuitous evil? Because I know you understand our paradigm. I can't think of a gratuitous one.
Oh yeah. So let's say there's
my gay boyfriend stuck his dick up my butt and I came so hard I know over his face.
Yeah. Can someone block him? It's DH. Yeah, let's just block him. Cause he's just a fucking loser who, has to come on people's panels. Like I don't even know what that was. He's just bored. He wasn't even creative with what he was trying to say. Okay, so like one gratuitous evil would be like, let's say there's a deer who gets infected by a parasite and like its skull is basically melting and like you can see its brain, and that deer gets caught in a forest fire, and so it's a parasitic deer caught in a forest fire. It's not. I don't think that's.
Wait, someone's seen it?
No.
Is that like a part of the nuance, or it just happened?
Or it just happened. No one's seeing it, and like he's caught in like a forest fire.
Not even another animal.
I mean, maybe probably other animals would see it.
Because like that's a good thing, right? Like we would agree. Like using deer as an example, it's terrible that they get eaten by predators, but that fear instinct is what keeps them alive, right? And helps them to go find food, to continue to like migrate for different environments, for better location and resources.
Yeah, but also I mean,
and
like
of course the predator gets to eat, so
Yeah, but also like there's a couple arguments that I heard regarding that, which I find like pretty interesting, right? So like Jesus, Life Before America wants to come up, but like I don't think that guy's gonna make any good argument. But like okay, so like one argument that I heard was like God could have made every single animal on this earth vegetarian, so all they like to eat is grass, and like there didn't have to be like any predators.
He didn't want to.
Yeah.
It was the purpose of creating fear.
Yeah, but like, is fear like necessary? Is that something that must happen amongst animals?
So I mean, not even just amongst animals. So the fact that there are carnivorous animals puts fear in humans. And so let's imagine like a young child in Africa, right? I know that probably sounds racist, but like there's a lion in Africa, a young child, right? And they get to witness a lion hawk down a deer like right in front of their face, and it scares the shit out of them.
Yeah.
And so for the rest of their life, they're afraid of large predators, and humans are animals. And let's say that fear, that inerrant fear, protects them from this large man coming at them the same way that the lion lunged after the deer. And they actually ran away and saved themselves from being trafficked.
Yeah, but like regardless of like the animals, I think like humans fear humans, right? Like women talk about how they're afraid to walk at night because of men, and you know, school like shootings happen and like car accidents happen. So I think if God was to make every single animal vegetarian and peaceful, and humans were just like, you know, symbiotic with animals, I mean, like they would still have fear. They'd be afraid of each other, getting like raped. And
I guess it's not necessarily like necessary that it's animals that cause the fear, but it's also like it's beautiful as well. Like a planet without animals would be pretty fucking whack. It's way more beautiful having these, right?
Yeah. So basically, atheists would poke at that and say like somewhere like atheists would poke at that and say that like there's probably a hypothetical world we could propose where like a couple evils don't necessarily like have to exist, and then yeah, there's a variety of things, right? Like animals could be vegetarian, and also if you watch animal channels, right, when the lion is like eating the gazelle is like alive and feeling every bite and feeling its intestines get ripped out, and the gazelle is calling out to its other like gazelle counterparts, right? You hear it making noise. God could have designed the gazelle to where when the lion bites in, some form of anesthesia goes throughout the gazelle's body and it doesn't feel any of the pain as it's dying and being eaten. And so it brings into question, does the gazelle have to literally feel itself being eaten alive in its final moments?
Are we really, and I don't mean to sound like maybe this is pedantic, but do we really need to care about the emotions of an animal?
Well no, but like
dang, that's cruel.
Well, I mean, like I get what you're saying. No, like that's a valid point, but also at the same time, it's like
especially considering like, they're different than us. Like they're guaranteed heaven. So like no matter what amount of, like let's say you don't hold to my universalist view, like no matter what amount of suffering they go through, and they're alive for fucking 30 minutes getting eaten, and that shit sucks. And then they spend eternity in perfection.
Yeah, but so like I get what you're saying, but like I do care for animals. Like animals are really cool. Like having a dog or a cat and like seeing a panda in a zoo. But at the same time, it would just be an example of like, does this suffering or evil have to happen? Like, is it necessary? Because like it's not for character building. I don't really see how it's like benefiting the world. It's just like,
imagine, wait, it is.
How so?
Wait, can I say something with that? Y'all done?
Actually,
after I say this, I'll let you go.
Yeah.
The gazelles that watched it cry out, they knew to keep their ass away from the lion, so that they don't have to experience that. And again, like you would just say, well, they could create them to not be carnivorous, but then it's like, I don't know, like the other hard thing with that, like I don't truly understand all the nature the way like some scientists or like biologists would understand, but it's like we live in an extremely complex, beautiful system that like keeps itself going correctly. The death, the unalivement, and like the, oh my lord, this is gonna sound so low tier the way I'm about to articulate this, like the tectonic plates shifting and forests being burned down and creating good soil for new plants to be born, and this cycle continuing over and over again, death and reborn. Like this is a beautiful cycle that's self-sustaining that God created. Could we imagine one that's self-sustaining in the same way that would be as beautiful without some of these characteristics?
I mean, like I think so. So like okay, so one example is like the Earth has to have volcanoes in order to like release like pressurized gas and lava from the core, right? Like God could have just made the world where lava sort of evaporates like water, and like everywhere there's like some sort of like crack in the earth where like steam gets released, right?
Wait,
and,
if lava evaporated like water, Pompeii wouldn't happen. We wouldn't get the value that we get out of the experience of Pompeii.
So I mean, I guess in a sense you could argue that natural disasters are like, they build character. You could sort of like warp that into the character building, and then it's like okay, so it's like sort of necessary, right, for like certain virtues to come about from it. But I think like do you know geysers that spray out like steam and water? God could have lava sort of.
Do they do the same thing? Do they release natural gas similar to volcanoes?
Yeah, they release pressurized gas, but like volcanoes release like hot lava and magma that like burns up houses and
No, I'm
everything.
asking, like, do they accomplish the same means? Like, if I was to go along with, like, well, maybe God could have made all of the volcanoes geysers. Like, would the same amount of pressurized gas be released?
I think like volcanoes release a significant more amount of gas, but like geysers release like a small amount of gas. Yeah,
For sure. And then Butterfly, I know you had something to say.
they're good.
No, yeah, because I understand like the character building thing. They make a lot of sense. And it, we can see how like suffering could help people over time, but it's like if you're gonna go from character building and all the suffering to a state of perfection, why not just start at perfection? And I know you said like he didn't want to, and then like he has a purpose and stuff, but it's like you're just going from this state to perfection. Why not just? It just don't make any sense to me. It's not fully adding up. It's like why not just start that way from the get go, from the beginning? It just seems unnecessary to me because you're going from
Sorry, I
this.
interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like you're going from character building. Okay, we're building our character for what? Just to like what? Like it don't make any sense.
To appreciate perfection. So I'll give you a real world example. Let's say that heaven does not exist, right? Heaven don't exist at all. We're just humans navigating this planet. And we can look around and see that there are plenty of humans who have access to all the good things that are here on Earth, and yet they still need more. And because they need more and they don't have access to more, they just start to torture people and do evil things. That's the nature of man. We constantly seek more.
So they couldn't appreciate it beforehand?
Can you imagine? I mean, like, let's use the example of the super rich dudes who have every possible thing on this planet. Like, they have access to basically perfection on Earth, as close as we'll get to it. And it's not enough. They still want more. Imagine if those people were just handed it all in the beginning. Some of them had to do hard work to get there, and they still don't appreciate it. Some of them have it, and they do appreciate it, but it didn't make them happy, so they didn't receive the feeling that they wanted.
Yeah, but aren't they like that because of the state of the world, like a fallen world? Well, Christians will tell me that. But the reason why people are wanting more and all this extra stuff is because the state of the world and the sinful flesh. I don't know if you go by that, but that's what I'm told. And
yeah, and that kind of goes along with the design thing.
Yeah, if God was to design people in a way that, in a way we wouldn't want more and etc., then we wouldn't have to do all of that. Like you told me, well, correct me, but it seems like you think that Adam and Eve, they weren't created with a heavenly body, so they were created differently.
I hold to evolution, so they were evolved apes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably never
every
heard
time. Every time, it's always something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there are Christians that hold oh shoot, not life. God.
My bad. I accept everyone.
No, I know. It just I don't know what he's gonna say. It's gonna be like a smack in the face. Like
Oh, you know I'm gonna defend Jesus. You know that already.
Coco, why did you invite this dude back up?
I did it. But I mean, look.
It's a troll. Drop this clown.
You want an echo chamber?
Wait, life before Adam. If you promise to be nice while you're up here, if you're not nice, we're gonna kick you.
Or like, I don't even care about that. Like,
I match energy.
Wait. Okay, sure, but like, do you have like an actual argument that we could engage with? But yeah, like, we'll engage.
I don't have to. I don't have to argue. You choose your destination. There's nothing to debate.
Okay, well, this platform is for debating and arguing, so like, we're not gonna do that. If you can't make a case for your God and its existence, then you're wasting all of our time, right? Thank you.
But yeah, I hold to them being evolved apes, and then I think that us being created in God's spirit is going to be us giving us a conscious, rational mind that can study the. I'll let you go after, my boy. Appreciate you for raising your hand. That can study and interact with the external stimuli, and then choose ought or ought nots, reflect on mistakes, and choose whether they want to do those things or not. That's what separates us from animals and our primates before us.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that? Okay, this is so interesting. Do you think that he could have like made, not went through a process of like evolution and made humans in a way they don't have to desire to do evil or have like this, I'm gonna just say sinful flesh. I'm gonna just say that. You know what I'm saying when I say that, right?
Yeah. After I answer your question, do you mind letting Sinner Saint go? I'm not trying to be rude, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um, I don't know. So like I was just doing some research on the question that Prince Nappy asked about like will we do evil in heaven? And from I'm gonna go in depth on it, but from what I gathered, the ability to not choose bad would be to have access to all knowledge, to know that only good is beneficial and that doing bad isn't necessary. And so in order for us to for him to create us in order to not do those things, we would have to have access to all knowledge as to why all these things aren't beneficial to us. I don't believe any of us have that.
Okay. Dang, I'll let sit it because I got another question, but I'll wait.
So you were talking about you say that you believe that Adam and Eve were the first. I'm guessing. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The first two evolved apes.
No, not the first.
From evolved from apes to humans.
Nope.
Just two among many, right?
Yep.
Okay, no, because I was gonna go at you on the whole bottlenecking, genetic bottlenecking thing.
Yeah.
So,
No,
okay.
there's verses in Genesis where they talk about how some of them left the garden and went to breed with other humans that existed outside of the garden.
Okay. Yeah, as long, I just wanted to make sure because I was gonna bring up genetic bottlenecking, the fact that there's no possible way that only two humans could give birth to the entire human race. It's just impossible. After you would have to have a certain number of human population to be able to reproduce to a level that we have reached now. So that's why I was gonna bring that. I do. Somebody in the comments, and I don't know if you agree with this. Somebody was saying that God created evolution. So there's a problem with that, in the sense of when we're talking about the Abrahamic God, there's two very specific characteristics that belong to this dude. They don't necessarily apply to every deity, but they do apply to this particular, based on the mythology, they apply to this particular guy, and that's omniscience and omnipotence, right? And the thing is that the problem the problem is that evolution actually debunks that idea, because evolution is random. It's a species coming to a point where there's an environmental change or some kind of a change of some kind, and then that species either adapts to the change, right? Like let's say rise in temperature or lower in temperature, things like that, or it unalives. Simple. It's supposed to be random, and the thing is that if God is ascribed with these characteristics, it would debunk that. He would not know everything. Because we know for a fact that that as many species as we have today, we have lost like a ton more than we have today, and we have millions of species nowadays, but we have lost like something like 1,000,000 more than the species that we have today. So, by definition, that would not fit the idea.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the P and not P.
I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing the contradiction in where God can't use evolution to create humans.
Not the way that this God, the Abrahamic God, is described. Let me put it this way: I could agree, for example, in some kind of powerful being, not with the magical oogity boogity crap. I'm talking about like somebody more, like a being more evolved than humans, right? Like maybe older than us, more developed. Seeding life, that kind of stuff, seeding life. I could buy into that, but the magical oogity boogity crap, snap his fingers and anything happens. There's no evidence of that anywhere in existence. Not the way that the Abrahamic God is described.
I mean, I don't feel like really getting into those arguments, but like if you just grant what my beliefs are that God created the universe and all the processes within it, and so then once He created the universe, those processes kept happening, and then eventually planets came, and then eventually our planet came, and then eventually animals came, and then eventually Adam and Eve came, and then He separated them from the other primates, gave them a conscious, rational spirit, and they continue to give birth, and their children after them had that spirit in them.
Separated them. So we're what the special?
Yep. What the Bible says.
Yeah, the Bible also says that God created plants before there was a sun to feed them. So
No, it doesn't.
Actually, it does. Genesis, read Genesis.
Nope. I know it. I'll explain it to you if you like.
Third day he creates plants, and then fourth day he doesn't get around till the fourth day to create the sun.
The bigger and the
It doesn't
smaller
say he
light.
created the sun. It
Excuse
doesn't
me?
say he created the sun. It says he revealed the sun. And what we know about the earth is that there were plants that existed, but the earth was covered with a lot of fog because it was really dense fog so that you couldn't see the sky from the ground. And then on the fourth day, God cleared that fog and revealed the sun and the stars.
And you do understand photosynthesis, right? UV light, which comes from the sun.
So you would disagree with consensus that there were plants that existed at a time where the earth was completely covered in dense fog?
And again, the verse says that he creates plants.
I didn't ask
which
you about
work,
the verse.
which
I'm
work
asking
on
you about scientific consensus.
right, which work on a little thing called photosynthesis on the third day. He doesn't get around to getting the
I'm
sun.
not asking you
until
about the
fourth.
verse. I'm asking
However you want to phrase it, he doesn't get around to
Brother, you're
yeah.
not listening.
Yeah.
Did plants exist on earth and there was a dense fog that covered the earth?
Again, the verse in the Bible says that he created.
Can you answer
plants.
my fucking question?
You don't need to get
You
bothered,
keep saying
dude.
the same shit.
We're
Answer
having
the
a
question.
conversation. He creates plants. He doesn't reveal them. He creates them on the third day.
You're not listening, brother.
He said he revealed the sun.
Would you agree about what we know about the earth's creation, right? Like the billions of years it existed, that there were plants, algae, and small plants that existed on the waters, and the earth was extremely covered with extremely dense fog.
Again, your Bible specifically says the words that he created the plant.
I'm done interacting.
Not that he was interacting. Not that he revealed.
Anyone else want to talk to him? Y'all got it. I'm not interacting anymore.
No, but well, based. Looking at yeah, that was based. Do you got any ops? But I think both of you would just have to like agree to disagree. But I think like Prince is saying something and like there's just a little bit of miscommunication there. But
I'm gonna pull up my little chart that's so beautiful for this. This is what's awesome about having 314 pages of notes that support your belief in a God. That's called real justification.
Fire.
Damn, I'm only on page 150. Hold on, I'm finding it. And then I also need to find the verse that mentioned, I do know, like, I don't have the exact verse that talks about them going to mate with others, but in Genesis creation story, the words that are used specifically for is going to be Hadam and then Adam, which is going to be like man and then the man. And so there's a separation. Like Adam is going to be the man that is separated from the men that existed. But I'm trying to find that in my notes at the moment.
bloody hell, mate. Bloody hell. Let's see.
So, if I this is the Bible, a specific Bible verse that this guy is trying to turn into something else, which by the way is considered a sin.
Yo, I don't need you to repeat the verse. I know what the verse says.
The verse goes like this,
Hold on,
specifically.
hold on,
The
hold
verse
on.
goes specifically like this.
Yeah,
And
my
God
friend,
said, "Let the water."
I know what the verse says. They're stupid. They didn't know science back then. God explained it to stupid people how they would understand it. You don't have to tell me the verse. I know the verse.
Obviously, you don't. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered
I
to
would
one
say, dude,
place."
like,
and let-
let's probably just agree to disagree on that one and like keep it pushing.
Okay. So this guy, what he's doing, supposedly under his religion,
Are you a
is to
Christian?
add stuff to the Bible.
Are
which
you
is
a Christian?
He's adding stuff to the Bible.
Are
which
you
is
a Christian?
insane. No.
Are you a
I'm an
Christian?
atheist,
So
but
then
I know
stop
far
fucking
more
telling
about
me.
your.
So then don't
I know
fucking
far
tell me
more
I
about
believe
your
a Christian.
religion and your Bible. than you
Wait,
ever
dude.
will. So-
Again,
Yep.
we could just keep it pushing. I think you guys are gonna
I'm
agree
saying,
to disagree. And
like, you're
also,
too
like,
old to be doing this shit.
there's like different different Christian views on it, but yeah.
Bruh, holy, I cannot find it.
I don't really think that was gonna go anywhere, and you were saying stuff that he wasn't really tracking, and so
Yeah, like why repeat the verse? I know what the verse says.
yeah, I think it's just best to keep it pushing. It be what it
Hold
be.
on, bro. Why can't I find this shit?
No, no, I just feel like the suffering stuff is in a way unnecessary, but let's just say walking like here now in a way it makes sense, but overall when I look at the bigger picture, it just don't really make sense like that to me.
Yeah, me personally, like every time I ask a person that says they have a problem with things like that, like my question is just always like, would you suffer for your entire lifetime, like the worst pain that you can think about? Would you go through that for your entire existence on Earth if you could live whatever your dream life was for eternity after that? Almost everyone says yes.
I mean, yes, but that would
It,
suck.
in a way, yeah, it would suck real bad.
That would suck. Like I would do it, but
I'd
like
grant that. That
it would
shit would suck.
suck.
But it's like
Okay.
when you look at the bigger picture, could this have all been avoided? Like, was this even needed in at all? And I would say no.
No,
Yeah,
If just
so
God could have made people a certain way from the beginning, and that's that. But what you're saying, it makes sense, right?
nah,
Overall,
this is a true dichotomy. If God wanted people to freely choose him, he could only make them with the option to choose otherwise. And if God's nature and ontology is perfection, the only other option would be imperfection.
with the body of perfection, would you still be able to choose though, and have like free will in a way without evil?
No, ma'am, I'm a compatibilist. So it's basically soft determinism. I believe that our actions are influenced by all priors, but that our actions will reflect our wills and nature.
Okay, like, but do you know what I'm trying to say?
Kinda,
Like,
kinda not.
okay, you know, let's just say when Jesus come back, right, and everybody is in heaven, those who chose Jesus Christ, they got this new body. We'll say there's no sin, no sin anymore. You know, can I say death?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, death has been defeated. Like no more of that. All that suffering and stuff like that is gone. Sinning against God is just done away with. Like, do you think that people would be able to still choose to do evil, or that just
Wait,
wouldn't really be a
I don't
thing?
think I just
Because
heard you. Can you repeat that one? Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Can you repeat what
oh,
you said before? Can people choose evil?
yeah, like let's say you are with, Jesus came back.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who chose Jesus is in the new heaven and the new
Mm-hmm.
earth. Y'all got new perfected bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that people would be able to sin? Like, let's say all of that is like done away with, no more suffering, right? It's in a state of perfection in the way that the God
Oh,
wants.
yes,
Do
ma'am.
you?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would agree that those people could not choose evil. I actually just had to educate myself. So,
Mhm.
um, I did. So I hold that those people will have quote unquote free will, like in the sense that you're using it. Again, I'm a compatibilist. I'll hold that their choices will always reflect their wills. But when people receive their new body, this is what I was researching for Prince Nappy's question, which is why it took so long. When people receive their new body, they're then brought up into heaven and get to see God in his full form, which nobody has. So we'll have full knowledge of perfection. And then at that point, choosing imperfection would literally not be beneficial at all. And then there's two takes on it. I'm a Thomist, so I'm going to take Thomas Aquinas's perspective, which is going to be that you literally cannot choose evil anymore because you have access to all knowledge of perfection.
Okay, so all knowledge of perfection would basically make it hard. Like you, due to having the knowledge of all knowledge of perfection, you wouldn't be able to even choose evil.
Yeah, it wouldn't benefit you, so there'd be no need to do it.
Now, my question would be: is it possible that I maybe you might have a good answer to this, but my question would be: is it possible that God could have made it like that from the beginning?
Everyone could
Where we
have.
had all knowledge of good and would not choose the opposite of him.
Yeah, from the get go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't be people that chose him. We would just have full knowledge of him, because all good is literally his nature.
But if God has the knowledge of all, then he would know which soul would genuinely choose him and who wouldn't, and then he could
Yeah,
then
that doesn't
choose
matter if he
to.
knows it. He
Well,
still wanted us to
then he
go.
could only choose to create the ones that he knows would choose him.
Yeah, that's
and
dog shit.
then it would avoid all the
That doesn't go with
unnecessary.
God being an
Hold on, I'm
all-living
almost
God.
done, Prince. I'm almost done. I think it would, because then it would avoid all the unnecessary pain and violence and suffering and, depending on your Christian view, eternal hell and torment that the ones that he created that he knows won't choose him will have to suffer. Because I see that as completely unnecessary, and I don't recognize
I don't know who
the
you were
loving
talking to,
God.
because that's not my views. So half the things
hold
you
on.
just said aren't views I hold to, so why bring them up?
Prince, I never said they were your views. Can you please stop interrupting?
Well, I was having a really good conversation and you interrupted, right? So.
Well, actually, no. I waited my turn.
No,
and I
you
wanted
did.
to add,
You didn't
and I
need to
wanted
come
to
up
add
and
a
I'm
little
talking to
quick
Butterfly. I
thing
didn't want to talk.
and I wanted to add a little quick thing to this point, and it would have been over by now if you hadn't kept interrupting.
Okay.
So the whole thing is, I don't understand how a loving God could create souls that he knows would not choose them freely, when he knows that would lead to unnecessary violence and
Do you
death
think
and
God
pain.
created them to not choose him?
Yes.
No. He created them to choose him and they chose not to.
No, biblically, he created some for good, some for the fire, knowing who would choose him, who wouldn't.
Nope.
And
That was talking
also,
about angels.
And it actually doesn't. No, it's talking about us. It's talking
No,
about
it's talking
human
about
beings.
angels.
No, Romans 9 is talking about us.
No, it's not.
Ephesians 1 is talking about human beings.
Maybe we should pull the sources. But pull them
Yeah,
up.
because
Romans 9,
heaven,
Ephesians 1.
hell
This is
is
talking
literally
about us.
designed just for the enemy and his demons. So
That's not true. What are
Yeah.
you talking about? That's not true.
I don't know. I
hell
don't
and
feel
the
like
lake
going
of
fucking
fire
back
are
and forth with you, because I'm not gonna hold those views, and so you're arguing with views I don't hold to, and me listening to you spout that bullshit.
I never said you held these views. Okay.
So can I get back to
all
my
I said-
conversation with Butterfly
No,
then?
Prince, all I said was that.
Can I get back to my
think-
conversation?
All I said was I think Butterfly's making a good point, and I wanted to make a quick addition
Can I
to
entertain
it.
her point instead of listening to you?
Just wait one moment, Prince.
Can I
Damn,
entertain her
thought-
fucking point?
I thought we were on good
Holy
terms.
shit.
Why are you being so aggressive?
Bro, because you came. I literally, you didn't watch me get mad about this earlier. I hate when people bring up views that I don't fucking hold, like it's some gotcha on my faith. I don't believe that shit. And to me, it's very clear that the scripture doesn't support it. So why bring it up?
Oh, because it clearly does, but that's okay.
Okay,
I'm
that's
not
your
saying
fucking view. That's why you're not a Christian.
I
so
never
please leave me
said that
alone.
that's your view. There are lots of Christians that hold the same position I
Okay,
do.
and that's fine.
So,
Can you leave me alone?
that's Prince. No one is putting
Can
any
you
of
leave
these
me alone?
views on you.
I'm literally asking you to leave me the fuck alone.
Coco, what is this? I wasn't
Um,
rude to this guy. I just wanted to make a quick point, and then he just jumps me. What is this?
I did jump you. If you don't like it, don't talk to me.
Like,
I mean, I came up to join a conversation, and I don't know why he's being so aggressive with this. So again, the whole entire point is that I agree with Butterfly's point.
Bro,
here.
because
I'm
you
not
came
putting
up
it
and
on
said
Prince.
shit that doesn't
I am
coincide
not
with
putting
anything
it-
I said
Wait,
at
wait,
all.
wait,
I'm not
okay,
putting
wait.
it on Prince at all.
Well, yeah.
No,
So
no
like,
shit,
so
man, this is for you to respond to, not to say that you hold it.
Wait,
Pay attention.
Okay, I don't want to respond to anything that I don't believe. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's like me
Oh, okay,
asking
well,
you.
that-
That's
that-
like me
then why-
asking you. Hold
then
on.
why are you trying to
That's like
respond to
me
Butterfly?
asking you.
Because Butterfly
Hey, this
got-
person thinks
you
2
don't
plus
believe.
2 equals. Bro, my nigga. That's like me asking you. This person thinks 2 plus 2 equals 5. That's not smart to me. Don't you think that's stupid? Why does that exist? You don't hold the belief, so why the fuck am I asking you?
well, yeah.
All right, you can get back to the conversation with Butterfly, but I'm sure she's going to say the exact same thing that I said, and watch you somehow entertain the conversation with her, even though she's bringing up views that you do not hold. You see how
Okay.
that works?
Well,
But
yeah.
the difference
Jeez,
is when
man.
I explain I don't hold them, she like accepts it, whereas you just keep pressing the issue saying
And
I'm
I
wrong.
do accept that you don't hold the position. You
So
don't
why?
have to believe what the
Okay.
Bible says. That's
Can we move past the rhetoric? I just grant whatever you say, and I don't care about your opinion.
That's so strange of you,
Okay.
but whatever.
Thank you.
I mean, this is a bit tense, but we're all friends here. I don't know why it went that path, but
I don't like when people interrupt like genuinely fruitful conversations to say some hateful shit. I don't want to hear this shit.
I
I'm
have
having
to
a good
say,
time.
Wait,
I
what did I
just
say that was
joined,
hateful?
but Prince Sock, the conversation between Butterfly, Sun Earth, and Prince Sock, that was a pretty peaceful conversation, and I was getting into it, and then Atheist Preacher came up, and it all, like,
But I
went
mean,
awry once you came up. Just saying.
Sure, but that wasn't my intent. I just want to say one
Well, I'm
quick
just
little
letting
thing,
you
and then I
know
got yelled
that's
at,
the
and I
thing.
was confused as to why.
I'm just
Yeah,
observing.
And I understand because I understand when I first joined that there was, I guess, some kind of tension between Prince and Butterfly before.
Actually,
I
there
wasn't here
wasn't.
for that.
Wait, hold
I
on,
wasn't
chill,
here
chill,
for
chill,
that.
chill, chill.
Tension at all.
Wait.
They were being very respectful.
Wait, chill, chill.
They were when I got here, but
All
when I
right, y'all.
first got here, there was
Can we move on with the
That's what I'm
conversation?
saying.
So my
hold
thing
on,
is,
wait.
I wanted to
I don't
add to
see
the
why we-
conversation. I didn't mean to derail it, and I'm confused as to how it got derailed. I want to get that
Because
balance.
they're picking up on your
Wait,
energy.
hold on.
They're
Atheist preacher, I don't think you did anything wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. But if my energy for wanting to join the conversation is somehow weird in this panel, then I'll just drop. That's fine. I don't care.
No, I mean, I'm
you're
just saying,
cool,
if he already said that he's dropped.
There you go.
Never mind.
Like maybe I handled it rude, but we were having great
No,
convo.
you
bro,
didn't
from
handle
Lucas.
it rude. You didn't. He was an antagonist.
Well, no. He wasn't. Chill out on that. But like,
No, atheistic preachers usually cool, but I didn't. Anyways, I don't even remember what we were talking about. That's also why I hate that shit, because I have memory issues. So I hate when people
because
interrupt
they
me because I
do.
lose my
It's
train of
spell
thought.
work that they're doing with their words. FYI.
I mean, like, I wouldn't say all that, but
I can.
I think that
I just did.
But like, I think it was fine that atheist preacher jumped in. Yeah, there was a conversation going on.
What were we even talking about, Coco? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
What God
I do.
created
What were we talking about,
those that go against his. I don't know, something about good.
No, you were saying like from what I remember, you did bring up about how the people with basically like the bodies of perfection in the new heaven, like they would have basically all
Okay, yeah, I
knowledge
remember. And then
of-
he brought up the hell stuff, and like I've done research on that, so maybe he holds different views, but it's very clear. There's different hells throughout the Bible. There's Sheol, which there's a resting place for those who believed in the Abrahamic God and those who didn't. That's where all these verses about them gasping and being angry and gnashing of teeth come from. And then there are verses that talk about hell, and every time they talk about hell, it was designed for the enemies of God. Satan is the enemy.
The lake of fire, I think.
Yes, the lake of fire is designed for all evil
I don't like
and
that.
the demons to be cast into.
I like fire as a transmutation tool, but I don't like it to burn people in hell, and I don't like that.
Oh, if God could create us with a perfect nature, yeah. In order to never choose evil, you would have to have access to all knowledge so that you would not choose evil, or you would just be a robot.
Absolutely.
I
I'm
don't
not
know
a
what else
robot.
to-
I'm not a robot.
Like, would anyone disagree? I feel like that's an entailment. If you choose always good, you must have the knowledge of all
I
good
guess
and
we
all
would
evil.
have to define what is good and what is evil within the context of those two things. Does that make sense?
Anything that defies God's will would be considered like evil, and then good would be
Killing,
with God's will.
killing, hurting others, lying, maiming. Yeah, I suppose.
I mean,
I kind of have been spazzing on people though. That's not my intention.
Well, we should.
Maybe I'm just woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
I don't know. I mean, like I would say, you're good, but hey, be patient with people, relax. But you're good, but
Patience is not my strong point.
I think naturally for me, like it takes a lot for me to like lose my chill. I think I'm just naturally a very laid back person. It takes like a enormous amount for me to lose my chill. But hey, just we're getting through it. We're debating about religion. We're grooving. Now, if somebody comes up here and calls you a hoe or something, then yeah, I don't care. Rip the person apart, right? But
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I didn't start working on a lot of these skills that most of y'all had until I turned 18. I'm only 21, so I grew up in a life of violence and anger. So that's why I get so quick to blow up. Usually, a person talks to me like that, I'll just smack them in their face. Okay.
No, you good. But yeah, also atheist preacher is fucking awesome. Like he's like one of my top friends.
Yeah, no, he's super cool. Like, we've talked every other time. I don't know what happened. I'll just grant that I'm in a shitty mood and being a dickhead. So atheist preacher, I apologize.
Yeah, atheist preacher, I fuck with atheist preacher. He's really cool.
Why can I not find my creation shit, bro? Like,
I'm not gonna lie, Christianity taught me patience, and I'm not gonna lie, I carry that till this day and learned that skill. There's some skills that I did learn from Christianity that I still take and use to this day. And that's patience, and I don't even have the Holy Spirit, but
You know, but I mean, like, I be having my days too. You know, like there be days where I get on TikTok and I'm like,
I have a question.
I want to debate Christians.
What are there more? Is there more than one sect or form of Christianity?
Oh, there's a bunch. There's like I think there's like 4,000 or 40,000.
Well, so when you say you're a Christian, which one are you?
I hold
What is the delineation between the two, between all of them?
I hold to a Christian being somebody that believes that Jesus Christ died for their sins and they accept the sacrifice, and then they follow the commandments of God or Jesus. Now, when there's delineations and like cultural things, like what's the thing called where they drink the blood or whatever, and they think it's like the blood of Jesus?
That's disgusting.
Transfiguration. Whenever they believe,
like there's different cultural things, right? But as long as that doesn't take away from the message of the gospel, you're a Christian.
Yeah, like the Catholics genuinely believe that when the priest blesses the bread and the wine, that it becomes the literal blood and body of Jesus Christ. And
I don't think that's true. I think that's false.
Well, yeah, and then like they have this tradition of like after the priest blesses it, like it cannot fall on the floor whatsoever. And if it falls on the floor, then like there's some weird thing that they do to like get rid of it. But like I mean, before the priest blesses it, yeah, like it can fall on the floor and like they just keep it pushing. But yeah. Or just
Coco, I honestly feel so bad that you were indoctrinated into Catholicism, because I know I just said that like anybody that believes in those things is a Christian, but I have a disdain for Catholicism, truthfully.
I mean, like, okay, like at first when I was a Catholic, it was like normal, but now that I look back, like, bro, we were chanting stuff and like,
yeah,
like having mass.
And they really praised like the saints and the forefathers and Mary, like they damn near have Mary at the same level as God.
It's like a bit cultish, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But
that's why, like, when people bring up all these bad things of Christianity, like, damn, this is gonna sound bad, but like 9 times out of 10 it's the Catholics. I'm not gonna lie.
That's empirically not true, but okay.
Oh, it's good, Mark. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Someone showed me a thing about SA
right.
in the church, and it's 70% of it
Yeah,
happened
most
to
of
the
that-
Catholic institution.
Most of that stuff is from Catholic.
Yeah, it's empirically true. Not gonna let you, Mark.
No, it's not. It's not. Crack
Are
open
you a
the
Catholic?
book.
Are you serious? So what
When you say
denomination?
empirically true, are you saying it can be proven?
I'm
Based
saying
off
that it can
of
be
documentation?
proven that, like, off of documentation, off of
Yeah.
the past,
Yeah,
that
Mark.
the Catholicism is not any more or less evil than any other
Well,
brand.
that's just blatantly wrong. I saw an article
yeah,
today.
Mark,
Tell me what the Taiping Rebellion
Mark,
is.
Mark, can you
Prince,
show me
tell me what the
historically?
Taiping Rebellion is.
I'm not doing a dick measuring contest with you, Mark. I'm not gonna
Just
lie.
tell me what the Taiping Rebellion is.
I'm not
what?
doing a dick measuring contest.
The
what
Taiping Rebellion. It took place in the 1800s.
I don't
in
know. What
China.
is a Taiping?
It's a sect of Christians that
Why do people
butchered
keep
like
coming up
50
here to
million
derail
people
the
in the 19th
conversation?
century in China, and they weren't Catholics.
it'd be one of those days. It'd be one of those
That's
days.
cool. Are you, yo,
Yeah,
Mark? Are you
but
familiar
wait.
with the Crusades? Who were those?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Have
if
you
just talk
heard of
about-
clownism? It's a
Yeah,
new
they're the fucking
religion.
Catholics.
It's
Like,
called
what?
clownism.
I don't know, bro. Like, what's up with this, bro?
Wait, clownism?
Yeah, that's a new thing. It's a new religion, clownism. The study of being a clown. And so I think there's like 3 or 4 different types of clowns, and I think they represent a different archetype, if you will. So it's kind of like fill in the blanks.
Bro, why can I not find my creation?
What demarcates that from Christianity?
Well, I mean, like we're arguing about like
That's funny.
different denominations and like which one's worse or whatnot.
Nah, that was actually funny, Mark.
I'm looking up Taiping Rebellion, also known as the Taiping Civil War. It was a civil war in China between the Qing dynasty and... I'll read to
Yeah,
myself.
so
sorry.
basically, long story short, this dude thought he was Jesus' brother and led a rebellion, and like 50 million people died.
Well, who were the stupid people
What
that believed
denomination
in
was
that
he?
stuff?
Not Catholic.
What
Yeah, but
denomination would he have been?
Nobody's
Not
saying,
Catholic.
No one's saying that only Catholic churches have done historically bad things. We're just saying the overwhelming majority of like these major atrocities, like associated with Christianity, are coming from the Catholic Church.
Mark Allen, did you bring that up just to refute Christianity?
No, I brought it up for this idea that like Catholicism is uniquely dangerous within Christianity. I'd even go to say as far to say, like in our lifetimes, evangelical Christianity, as the way that it's presented in the U.S., is far more dangerous and has caused way more harm worldwide than radical Islamic terrorism.
How about we just
that's the
don't
wildest.
That's the wildest
thing I've ever heard.
freaking religion.
Hey,
That's crazy.
Radical Islam
That's
isn't keeping the government from dealing with climate
You just
change,
said radical
right?
Islam terrorism is comparable to evangelical Christians.
AKA
like,
clownism. Clownism.
Wait, hold on, wait,
Islamic
low-key?
terrorism causes less harm
Wait,
than
low-key,
Christianity.
like, Christian nationalism is doing a lot of damage. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, let's be completely
I
honest.
agree with that. But like not the same amount of harm as terrorism, though.
Yes.
Which is worse?
Millions of people are going to die because of climate change in the next century because we can't deal with climate change because you guys need your second temple and Jesus to come back.
What the hell?
What?
I mean, like,
I don't think that has anything to do with climate change.
Talk about conspiracy theories.
It
The
really
Earth's going
does.
to do what it's going to do no matter what people think of it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but anthropogenic global warming is caused by humans, and the most likely group to not care about it is Christians. So now prove my point.
I don't know. Stop using religion against other people.
Finally. Yo, Mark, I'm not gonna lie, I can't stay here long, so can I talk to Butterfly and then you get it? Because I gotta leave in a few minutes.
Oh, wait, hold on. Before that happens, Atheist Preacher, you came back up. I don't know. Do you guys want to squash things or fix what happened?
I don't know if you heard my apology. I apologize again. I'm getting really frustrated about people, like, because I know the Christians that people interact with, and I'm just not that. Like, I've actually thought about my beliefs. Most of my beliefs aren't as harmful as most of these people. So it frustrates me when I feel like people aren't listening, but that shouldn't be taken out of me.
Yeah, I came up here because I heard your apology. I want to say that it's fine. I'm not gonna. I don't hold it against you or anything. I know that we've had conversations in the past and been on the panel together, and they've been great. And I enjoy when you're a part of them. So that's why I was
when I'm not being
confused with today. But I mean, if you're having a bad day, that's fine. I understand. We all get bad days, and I can understand if you did. I did not intend for what I was saying to be a representation of your beliefs. I think I said at one point, like, that, you know, a position that some Christians hold, and I wasn't trying to put you in that category. I was just trying to kind of cover the basis of no matter what perspective you kind of see it in. I don't take the conclusion that you can get a loving God from that. I was just I was trying to share my perspective, not trying to put any on you. So sorry if it came across that way.
You speak Hebrew, right? Or like understand some Hebrew?
I'm trying to learn. I'm very basic in it, so I would not use me for any type of.
Okay, because I was going to ask you a question about a word choice for my creation stuff, but that's fine.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I don't think I'm there yet for that. So, but hopefully one day.
All right, Butterfly, I'd like to answer your question, and then Prince Nappy, I have to answer your question, and then I gotta go. Not gonna lie. So, Butterfly, do you remember what your question was?
Darn. Wait, let me try to think about it. I think it was something. Could he have made it to where people could have all knowledge of perfection, right, from the beginning? And that's what I'm thinking about. Could it have been that way?
Yeah, he just didn't want to.
So that's why I would say, like, it's unnecessary in a way. Like, I would say it's okay. Let me put it this way: in the state that we're in now, I would say, hey, in this world of sin, it is necessary in a way. Like, we can grow from certain things and change, right? But overall, right? If it could have been prevented from the jump, right? Then I would say it's unnecessary in that way. I'm not the best with articulating my thoughts.
But that would only be unnecessary if in some way God failed in his all-knowingness, knowing that these things needed to happen for the character development in order for us to truly appreciate perfection. Because you're only talking about, well, could he have given us the knowledge that we never did evil? Well, yeah, but then evil would never happen. And so when would we ever have the character building that is I mean, at least in our paradigm, apparently so necessary.
Yeah, and it's like
Yo.
when it comes to like Adam and Eve, right?
Hey,
You
doing
what
good?
do you think about the
How's it
knowledge of
goes
good
it?
and evil, right? Because
Good. I'll see you
when
around.
it comes to that, I would say, that's how uh sin. Well, no, because they sinned before they ate the.
If Eve
But what do
had
you think about
not
that?
partaken in eating the fruit of knowledge, we wouldn't have free will, I think. If that makes
Yeah,
any
because
sense
she
at
would
all.
only be imparted perfect knowledge.
Right. So her eating the apple or eating of the fruit, forbidden fruit, gave her knowledge, gnosis,
Yeah. So
awareness.
would they still have? Yeah. Would they still have that kind of knowledge in the in their when they have their perfected bodies?
You would have to
And
ask the
also,
Anunnaki because they're the ones that were behind that.
okay, you got a different view. Okay. Well, Prince, do you think that the people in the new heaven and earth they will have knowledge of all perfection and also still have that knowledge of good and evil that Adam and Eve
I think that's the
received?
purpose, is so that I think it's like kind of like more artistically beautiful in that sense, is that we chose to gain knowledge of good and evil. We were experiencing what happens when we don't have all the knowledge of true perfection, because no one's seen God and God is the source of perfection. And then when we go to heaven, we get to truly understand, truly receive all revelation of perfection. And then from that point, the knowledge that we have of evil, we know that it's not beneficial for us to choose those things at all.
Okay, got it. I'll have to sit and think about this, but okay. Somebody else who needed to go.
I'm looking something up because I know a UN atheistic preacher asked me a question about the verse earlier about them having sex with people outside. So I'm trying to go find that verse.
Well, I think it was. I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about the differences in the creation's stories with Genesis 1 and 2. 1 seems to focus more on the world creation, while Genesis 2 seems to focus more on like in the garden creation. Well, it doesn't necessarily state that when it says that he created, humanity per se, that he created the male and female, that was outside of the garden. I can understand how someone could take that position. Is that your position, that in Genesis 1, when he's referring to making them male and female, that is him making humanity as a whole outside of the garden? And then Genesis 2, when it zeroes in on in the garden, when he creates Adam specifically from the dirt, that is in the garden?
Yep,
Okay,
exactly.
so if that's your position, I could definitely see how you get there, but I can definitely understand how we can also say that, like, we don't necessarily see that. We do see, like, when Adam and Eve were expelled from the garden, that the world was entirely harsh and extremely different than in the garden. So when he's there making all the trees and all the plants and stuff like that, it seems like it's just really in the garden where all this stuff is at. So I could see either position, either view, but I can accept what you're saying. I would say that when we get to the genealogy, though, it seems like the genealogy does allow for there to be, I think there's like 7 generations until we get to Lamech, and Lamech is a descendant of Adam, who is related to Cain, who in the extra text is there when Cain is unalived, and he bears the responsibility for taking Cain's life. And in these same extra texts, Cain's wife is listed as his sister, and traditionally it's seen as his sister or niece. So there's a lot of ways I think that you can take it, and I think the Bible is unclear in itself. But the position of the difference between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, I could see it that way.
I've also heard arguments for like the lineages, the specific ages that they use having cultural significance, and I can't like pull them off the top of my head. There's a video that I have saved in my notes that I should like actually put what the numbers mean and why they chose them, but apparently they were like culturally significant, and some meant like good luck, some meant this, some meant that, and like it's like some prophecy thing. I'm not sure though fully.
The ages or the names? Because I know that Oh, that's interesting because I know that there's a thing with the names where of the genealogy where it's supposed to spell out a prophecy, but I didn't hear that for the ages. But yeah, if you got that, I sent you a follow. You can feel free to send me the video. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I got you. That's a bit. And then Prince Nappy. So I'm gonna be real with you. I had to research.
I wonder if he's here. Prince Nappy, you there? You there, Prince Nappy?
I ain't gonna lie though, J-Rob, I kind of want to know your opinion, an atheistic preacher, because I know like I'm not the only person that's read the Bible. My beliefs aren't the only one, but like I was learning about some of the beliefs that the church fathers had on angels. Atheistic preacher or J-Rob, have y'all ever heard of angelic probation? I'll take that as a
No, tell me about angelic.
That's hilarious. I would love to hear that.
I just learned about that.
Is it?
Yeah. Tell me about it.
That's
I'm interested.
amazing.
So Prince Nappy asked me, "Can we sin in heaven, and why did angels sin and we won't?" So the first thing that I learned, and this is going to be Thomas Aquinas and Augustus of Hippo's view, is that angels were created in this type of angelic probation, where they were created good, and like obviously in Genesis 1:31, it's implied that there's like a universal goodness for God's creation. And then we know that some angels sinned in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. Sin requires the possibility of disobedience, and so therefore angels must have existed in a state where obedience was not confirmed. That state is what theologians consider angelic probation.
Okay, so I didn't know that it had a term.
I didn't think that. How could angels be in probation? Probation is not even a divine word that they use. Do you know what I'm saying?
This is ad hoc. It's not mentioned in the Bible.
Ad hoc. Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's not in the
Yeah,
Bible.
I remember this being explained to me when I was younger, actually, by my dad, who told me that this was all garbage and bullshit. I'm sorry to use that word, but I didn't realize that it had an actual term. So thank you for putting that to me. Honestly,
he
like
just made it
because
up,
this is
so.
all outside of
Why
the
would
Bible,
I make
then
that up?
Prince didn't make it up.
I don't know. Sorry, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I'll be quiet.
No, it's all right. You're fine.
You're good.
But no, I think biblically, I don't think that there's any like basis for it per se. I know that there's a lot of outer biblical texts that I think maybe you could probably try to make a case from that for angelic probation. I know that the only thing that we quote unquote see, and we don't even really see a trial for it, or any type of like way to judge the angels, is the rebellion of the devil and his angels, and the third of them falling. It seemed to be this quick, immediate thing. Everything that we see extra from that is outside of the
I
Bible.
actually just learned that because I didn't think it was a quick, immediate thing. I thought it was like a process in heaven. But yeah, it was
no,
instantaneous.
there was no process. It was quick and immediate. So it seems that the devil and this third of the angels didn't have to have any kind of like testing or knowing if they were good or not at the start of it. This happened who knows how long after their creation. Honestly, we have no idea. So it seems, so the explanation that was told is just simply that they had free will, but because they have the knowledge of God and all of his power and authority, like who would go against that? Well,
So here's the distinction.
Apparently the devil and a third of the angels, and that's why they were immediately expelled from it.
Here's the distinction. So they do have free will, but their orientation of their will is going to be decided once they choose the orientation. So kind of in the sense where you were saying like it's instantaneous when they chose the fall, like that was when they oriented their will. So those angels and Satan oriented their will towards evil, whereas those that didn't oriented their will towards good. And that's going to be the probation, quote unquote, period.
Okay, so you're saying that, if I understand correctly, you're saying that once an angel is created by God, it isn't until they choose whether they're going to be basically like good or bad, that they are set in good or bad, and until they make that choice, that is the probation period where we just don't know.
Yep, exactly.
I think it'd be very strange for God to create a being of unknown good or evil in heaven.
Not unknown. So I can offer more. Just like I said, I just learned about all these terms. So
where did you learn them from? Prince
Thomas Aquinas and Augustus of Hippo.
Who?
Yeah, he from the Church Fathers.
What Church Fathers?
Thomas Aquinas and Augustus of Hippo.
Catholic.
Or are they alive today, or are they no longer here?
What fucking church fathers alive today?
None of them are alive today.
Got it.
They're the founders of Christianity. Or, well, not the founders, but like they're like early
Some of the
members
first
of the
apostles.
church.
Yeah. And then we all know about the. Go ahead, Jamal.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I mean, are you a Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox?
I guess technically I'm EO, but I consider myself non-denominational.
Okay, yeah, because I'm non-denominational. I don't care about like August of Hippo or Thomas Aquinas. I mean, I think some of their writings are interesting, but like I don't take like their interpretation as something that I.
Well, I'm a Thomist, so I hold to most of Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas' views.
A what?
Yeah,
A Thomist? What's a Thomist?
You just affirm the thinkings of Thomas Aquinas.
Okay. Wonderful.
And I just, so like I don't hold them to like the same level as like a Catholic or EO would do, but like I'm a new Christian. I've only been a Christian for like 2 years, and as I research, like I just think it's beautiful the way that they thought they were people that were born close to the time that Jesus existed, early on into the church. They were some of the greatest philosophers of all time. I just appreciate the way that their minds work.
Yeah, for me, I stand on the Bible. I'm a biblicist, so I test everything with Scripture. Like anything anyone teaches, if it contradicts the plain reading of the Scripture, then yeah, I'm not going to take it.
Yep, I agree.
That's the type of Christian I used to be.
Yeah, I agree. I don't accept. So like any ideas that I come across that I wouldn't consider biblical, like I would disagree with. That's why
I say the only problem I have with that is like who says what is actually biblical, right?
Yeah, like what we say the Council of Nicaea.
You got like these oneness believers that they'll tell you that's oneness is modalism is biblical. You got Jehovah's Witnesses telling me what's biblical.
Well, the way that I would have answered that as the Christian is that the Bible tells you what's biblical, and if you are unsure, you ask the Holy Spirit, which you as a Christian are supposed to have.
I'll take that. I'd say the same thing.
Yeah, but everybody will say that they got the Holy Spirit, right?
Exactly, and that's my point now as a non-Christian is that everyone claims to have it, and they all say different things. So either the Holy Spirit is a liar, or no one has the Holy Spirit.
Or like some of these people don't have the Holy Spirit, right? Like
well, no. So I believe you can have the Holy Spirit and still lack understanding on certain matters. It would be problematic if somebody's saying, "Oh, the Holy Spirit told me this," and then somebody says the Holy Spirit told me the opposite. But I mean, most people don't do that. Usually, people that's doing that probably got something going on.
Oh, I hear it. I hear it all the time. I think it's. I think it's rare actually to not hear that because.
No, it's rare for somebody to tell me that the Holy Spirit told me this is the correct interpretation of this, verse.
I'd agree. Yeah, I don't hear many people say the Holy Spirit told me this is the interpretation. Most of them don't go to the Holy Spirit. They just take their own interpretation.
Well, I feel like most of the Christians I talk to, especially in my daily life, they will, they'll be like, well, the Holy Spirit told me this, and I'll be like, well, I talked to this pastor, he told me that the Holy Spirit revealed this to him. They never really say the Holy Spirit said this; they'll say the Holy Spirit revealed. But they always say because if you ask the Spirit, He'll reveal things in all truth and stuff. So I agree that just because you're a Christian and have the Holy Spirit, that doesn't mean you're going to know and understand everything. But it does mean that if you seek the Holy Spirit with the understanding that the Bible does promise that the Holy Spirit will lead you to the truth of that. So when we have a believer that turns around and says that the Holy Spirit revealed X to them, and then another believer that said the Holy Spirit revealed X to them, and it's different. Then there's a little bit of confusion,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So me, that's the reason why I look to the early church fathers because they are going to be the closest to the disciples. They spoke the same language. They were in the same culture, context, everything, right? And they were taught by the disciples themselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I find a hard time when, modern people try to say what is the correct understanding of Scripture. I'm real skeptical.
Yeah, but
how do we know that the fathers, the church fathers, had a correct understanding of what that's called the Jesus event was?
Like for instance, I was doing like a deep dive on Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28 and 29, because those are verses that a lot of like Muslims like to throw at Christians and atheists. So I was
Mm-hmm.
like, you know what? I'm gonna find out like what did Christians throughout Christian history thought about this, right? And I find out that Tertullian, he takes the view of, it's about grape. But there are other Christians throughout Christian history that say no, it's really about seduction, right? So even
It's
though
about
Tertullian
what?
is
What was the first word you said?
the verse
No, you said it's about something. What did you say?
Grape.
Grapes?
seduction.
It's about
Well,
grapes?
first was
No.
Nice.
I can't. The TikTok.
I know.
word.
I had to hear that more than once to make it register. Okay, got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I disagree with Tertullian there. Like Tertullian's
The
someone.
grapes of wrath.
Okay, that was odd. Yeah, so Tertullian, he takes that view, and I disagree with him.
I think Peter Maul's point.
Yeah,
So
I can
do you
support
think using
the
so
view
you
that
think
is
when
about seduction.
when you say
Yeah.
grapes, also aka seduction, you're saying using the human's powers and prowess and all of that to seduce somebody? Is that what you mean? Like using your energy?
He's talking about two different examples. One where it's consensual, one where it's not. That's basically all he's saying.
Yeah.
We just have to use TikTok-friendly words to avoid the non-consensual term. Otherwise, the flag can get.
I'm
the flag can
trying
get
to
flagged.
understand the context from which that was brought up to begin with. I'm not
Yeah,
following.
there's laws in Deuteronomy. You're talking about Deuteronomy 28, right, Jamal?
Yeah,
Let me look that up.
Deuteronomy chapter 22.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 28. The last few
22.
verses.
Yeah, chapter 22, verse 28 and 29.
Do you think God would want that to happen to anyone?
Of course not. God's against grape. It's an evil act.
Excuse me, if y'all don't mind, I genuinely got to get off, and I'd love to finish my answer to Prince Nappy. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. Like, I know y'all trying to talk.
Yeah, for sure,
I didn't
for
get to finish that, John, and I do got to leave. So we all agree on the angelic probation, whether it's like found in the Bible. We'd agree like, that kind of makes sense. That could follow.
No.
That's fine.
Oh, I don't know.
I think
I
you
think
made
it's an
that up.
interesting perspective. No,
Yeah,
you didn't
I
make
made
it
that
up. But I think it's an interesting perspective. I just don't think it's biblically based.
Okay. And then from beatific vision, right? We all know what that is. There's going to be impeccability. So we know that sin rises from ignorance or disordered desire. There's going to be a lack of knowledge. The beatific vision removes ignorance in 1 John 3:2. Glorification removes disordered desire in Hebrews 12:23. Therefore, the conditions that are necessary for sin no longer exist, and therefore sin becomes impossible. And then from that point, we have to talk about something that's different between humans and angels to support angelic probation, which is going to be modal openness. So a will chooses according to perceived goods. In heaven, God is perceived as the infinite, unsurpassable good. No lesser good can compete as rationally preferable, and therefore no sinful option presents itself as rationally choosable. Because we are aware that like there is a sort of modal openness within all of our choices, right? And that's why sin is possible. I'll take that as a concession.
I just gotta look back at the whole video again.
So I usually tell people like, oh yeah, like God makes these things happen because we look at angels and they were around perfection and they didn't get to, and they still chose imperfection. But I guess I'd be technically incorrect because nobody has seen God. Nobody has the full knowledge of perfection. So these angels were in a state of probation where God had given them the option. Hold on, let me look at this. Let me look at my notes right quick. Okay. So in their creation, they had enough knowledge to obey. We understand that angels think differently than humans do. They don't learn step by step. So most theologians will say that angels apprehend truth immediately. So they're not omniscient, but it means that like as humans, we learn discursively, step by step. Angels are created with infused knowledge and they grasp whole truths at once.
Where are you getting this from?
Thomas Aquinas and Augustus of Hippo.
Yeah, and where do they get that information from? where they get that information from?
The Bible and like
What scripture
basic
in the Bible?
biology. So let's consider the way our brains work, right? We understand that we must learn discursively because of the composition of our brain.
Okay. That doesn't answer the question though. Like, what
Do angels have a finite, fallible brain?
Angels don't exist.
Right. So why the fuck are you talking to me then?
Bruh.
I mean, don't just claim incredulity. Like if you have an issue, you decided to interrupt me. Let's explore it.
Do you believe that angels have brains?
No, fool. That's what I just said.
Yeah, they don't have. Okay.
They don't have the brains that we have. Our brains. So again, you would believe that we have a spirit because you're a theist.
Yeah.
But we can only comprehend knowledge in the way that our brain can comprehend it, and our brain is made a certain way, right?
Yeah, but I don't think
angels
really
aren't inhibited by that. They can comprehend knowledge instantly and see the full scale.
I don't know, man. That's a wild
Angels
claim.
have silicon brains.
Yeah, you don't believe angels exist, so you can suck my dick.
I bet you'd like that.
I would. Thank you. I don't know why people like want to interrupt just to be a fucking dickhead. Like if you don't believe, shut the fuck up. The conversation's not for you. I don't know.
I just think it's a fascinating question. I'm still stuck on it. Like, do angels have brains? I guess I don't know. I could see them having a brain. I don't know what it would work like. I don't know what it could be made of because it could be made of anything. It might not be there. It might be replaced by something else. I guess we just don't know.
I can give you an example.
Sure.
This will be my example. So we know that their brains work differently than ours, and in the beginning they had enough knowledge to obey because they can comprehend the picture fully. They aren't inhibited. You know what I'm trying to say? Like limited by our finite brain processes. So in the beginning, so we know that angels are intelligent, moral agents because some sinned and others are judged. We know that in 2 Peter and in Jude 6. So therefore their disobedience wasn't ignorant. It was culpable, which means that they must have the ability to understand knowledge. So when they were created, they had enough knowledge to know that God existed and was their creator. They knew God's authority over them. They knew the right order, creature under creator, and they knew that rebellion would be wrong because they could fully comprehend the full scope of things because their quote unquote brains aren't limited the way that ours are.
I think out of all those, I think we could say that they knew that in this system that it was wrong to rebel, but maybe not wrong, quote unquote, in the grand scheme of things. Like, you know, like I said, I guess I don't know what their limit is. Clearly, while I agree that their brains would probably work differently, clearly they are limited in some capacity. Otherwise, they could.
Yeah, they wouldn't be omniscient. They wouldn't be omniscient, but when they're offered a situation, they can understand it fully.
They're limited by the humans. Does that make sense? So there's only so much that you
angel brains are limited by humans.
You can't impede on somebody else's free will. Does that make sense? So if you know that there is an overarching reality or a project to take place here on the earthly realm, whatever you want to call it, then they know the things that need to happen. But the human doesn't always know. So they have to guide the human in such a way that doesn't break whatever laws, free will stuff.
I don't recognize free will in the Bible.
I can give another example.
I see angels and God, all that, but I think we were just talking mostly about God and angels, not humans.
So I'll give an example. You could quote unquote choose to believe that 2 + 2 equals 5 in words, but if you understood the truth clearly, your mind would not sincerely assent to the falsehood, right?
I don't think I could.
I'm bad at math.
I
think I can lie about it, but
so does that entail like angels, like since they have like you said that they have like full knowledge about something when they're told something? Is that what you said? Just for clarification.
They're not. They can. Let me see what it says in my notes. Basically, they understand the full scope when presented with it. They don't have to think about it step by step the way that our brain does. Like, for example, if God was to appear right in front of you and he says,
correct,
I promise you eternity in heaven. Like, we would be like, hold on, that's God. God just said something to me. God promises heaven. What is heaven? Like, we would think it out that way. Angels just understand. Maybe it's because knowledge is like revealed to them ultimately quickly by God. I'm unsure. That's just What am I
It's
reading?
like a instantaneous snapshot within their brain. They just get the whole picture.
Like an
Yeah.
update.
That's
Yeah.
like
We have to ask questions and learn the knowledge, and they just
Yep.
get the update.
Yep, that makes sense. That was actually a beautiful way to put it.
so so like if they're playing like a game of chess in heaven, like they would just like know all the moves like in an instant. Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
they would understand all the rules instantly and the best way to go about it. So then one would move the chess piece, right? And then the other would instantly know all the best moves to do. And then they would move. And then that person
They
would
wouldn't
just
have
go
to
back
play
and forth.
chess at all. They would just know who's gonna win.
Exactly, huh? Like, 'cause, like, well, then who can be smarter than like another angel if it's like that? Then, like, is there
God.
any like, differences in the intelligence?
I don't think so. I'm sure they all would think the same. And ultimately, like, all knowledge is revelatory from God, so nobody knows.
They all
anything that God
specialize
doesn't
in
know.
different factions of whatever.
Yeah, like we know that's true, right? Satan was created to be the angel of worship, Gabriel the angel of messages, Michael the angel of war.
I don't like talking about Satan, but whatever.
Yeah,
He's
that's
kind of
that's an interesting idea though. Like, 'cause I never thought about it like that. Do angels
a
have
bother.
like equal? Do angels have equal levels of intelligence, or are they more intelligent than others?
I think
don't
it depends. If you look at like the cherubim, the cherub, like there are different levels. Like on Earth, depending on your expanded consciousness, depending on how far you have opened up in the process, your consciousness expands, and that's the same as above, so below. So that also overlaps to angels.
There's a part in my notes that's really interesting. It literally says angels are created intellects. So that's
Created
different.
intellects.
No, they are created intellects. So like
they were
literally what
created for
atheistic
very
preachers
one
say,
specific
they
thing.
literally just get updates on knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the beginning when they were created, their update on knowledge was that their natural end would be knowing God, loving God, serving God, and enjoying God as the highest good, is what I'm seeing from here. And the scripture portrays angels as beholding God's authority, doing his will, and worshiping him.
So, I'll be honest, I cannot mentally point out any verses that support that, but I think it's very fascinating, and I don't see anything logically wrong with it. I think it could work.
I don't know if you heard, but the initial question that like caused me to look all this up was, would we be able to sin, and then why did angels sin? So that's what caused me to look all this up. I do think it's
Satan is the reason why they sin. To be quite honest with you, that's why I don't like him.
Yeah, actually,
But what
I have
caused
a part that
Satan to
talks about
sin?
that.
He's a freaking brat.
How did he sin?
Rebelling.
All right, so in Ezekiel, it says, in Ezekiel 28:12-17, he's described as an anointed cherub whose heart was lifted up because of his beauty. So at some point, Satan was able to get a glimpse of his beauty, and then pride filled his heart.
Sophia did that. I blame Sophia.
And then the way,
No,
yeah, the way that I understand it is, so at that point, when pride entered his heart, Satan started to doubt whether God would fulfill his promise, on whether like he would ultimately see the end that he promised him, or if Satan would have to appoint himself to being ultimate. And then that's where he started to talk to other angels and spread it into their ear, and then but then like kind of like you said, like it was an instantaneous thing. So from what I'm reading, like I've always thought about it as like Satan was going around like gossiping with people, but it was more that like Satan saw his beauty, some others saw their beauty, the pride hit, and they were instantly cast out.
Do you think it's
it
because
doesn't
when
seem
they
like
talk
we-
about Satan?
I didn't. Y'all both talked at the same time. I didn't hear what you said.
So, do you think Satan was the snake in the Garden of Eden, where he tempted them to partake of the?
Satan is considered a cherubim.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Satan is considered a cherubim.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I was asking. Is he? Because it says here it describes a proud anointed cherub, and cherubim would be an animalistic angel. So
I
it
don't
makes
know.
sense to me
He's
that-
kind of like an enemy of mine, so I don't really deal with him. He can say whatever he wants because he's very misleading and he's a liar. So,
What did he lie?
That's his deal. He's deceptive. That's
Satan
what he
told
does.
God
The
that
cherub is a animalistic angel, but it doesn't have a snake head.
well, they can come in different forms though, right?
There's very specific ones. I believe it's an ox, a lion, an eagle, and a human, but no snakes.
Okay.
Catch them all.
Because I saw a video that like broke it down and was like trying to see who was the snake, and it's either like it's the enemy and the snake is like
It's all
like a word
allegory.
choice,
It's
or that
not
it was
even-
like some type of cherubim that was one of the fallen that influenced them the way that Satan told him to. It was one of the
The Genesis account doesn't necessarily say. It just seems like it's just a normal serpent.
The serpent doesn't lie in the garden.
Because it says that God
serpents
made the serpent the craftiest of all the animals that God made.
Mm-hmm.
So it labels the serpent as just another animal that God made. It never
Wow.
says that a spirit possessed the serpent. It never says anything like that.
Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that like the angel, like a cherubim didn't come that was in the shape of a serpent, or maybe like one of them didn't appear as a serpent, you know?
Oh, absolutely. That all is possible. I'm just saying that from the text itself,
For sure,
it's just an animal.
And so then all of that would be just ad hoc reasoning, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting.
What was the thing about the grapes in Deuteronomy? I was looking this up.
Right. That says Deuteronomy 22 towards
So I finally found the grape line. Let's see. So
Yeah, so I mean, I could just quickly go through it.
yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, a lot of atheists bring up this verse because it's a law that says if a woman or if a man finds a woman who is not betrothed to another man, and it says that he takes her and lies with her, then he should basically have to marry her. So many people interpret this to say that he raped a woman and the woman has to marry her rapist.
He laid with a woman. We can like get rid of grape and put laid because that already has a negative connotation.
Let's just take.
I mean, you can. It's the word is seized depending on the translation.
Yeah,
you can even
seized.
look at violated, humiliated. But if you look at the actual Hebrew wording, it is for a forcible seizure.
Well, it
So
can be.
this man is seizing a woman,
I
and
would
then
think
he
that
has,
we've
and then he has
evolved
to marry
since
her,
then, have we
and then he
not?
has to marry
the
her.
thing
Wait,
is-
wait. Please let me finish my sentence. So this verse, 22, 20, and 29, is allowing a man to see a virgin, unengaged woman, and if he seizes her and humiliates her, he then just has to
It
pay the
doesn't
father the
say-
fine, and then he can just have her be.
It doesn't say humiliate her. It says lies with her. But
It
Yeah,
says
so-
that you have
so-
to do it because you
Bro,
either
can I
humbled,
finish, bro?
violated, or,
Can I finish,
or
bro?
humiliated her.
It
And that's
says
because
he-
you and
it
that's because
says
you
he-
seized her.
Oh my God, bro! Let me finish. It says he sees.
Do you think she had a choice?
No.
I don't know.
So there's
women
two-
don't have consent in this culture.
So there's two lines of thoughts with this. So the word "seize" can also be used as like manipulated or entices. That is within the range of the uses of this word. So many people hold to that this isn't talking about grape, but rather, he convinces
Seduction.
her to have consensual intercourse with her, and that's the reason why they have to get married.
Nobody will find out. Come lay with me. It'll be fun. Da 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 da.
Right.
If you have to
That's what
manipulate
Which
someone
is
into having
what
sex with you,
Satan
that is
does.
assault.
That's what Satan does.
If you have to manipulate someone into having sex with you, that is assault. That's
Well,
not
it's not like it's not necessarily manipulation when we're just talking about like charm.
you literally said that as one of the words for a synonym.
No, I'm saying
It's about
that's-
enticement.
yeah, it's
Right?
about enticing, right? So if a woman says, "Oh, come get with me," I could go all night or some junk like that, and then unless you're saying that woman just raped a man, that woman is enticing that man, and he chooses to take up her offer.
I think that was a good example because me, truthfully, a woman tells me, "Hey, you could come lay with me. I'll go all night." I wouldn't consider that great. I went consensually.
Yeah, I mean, it's only considered great when it's men. Like that's kind of like
No, but if you're there, if you're giving misinformation about who you are, or about your status, or about your situation, or whatever the thing, or you're using pressure or any of that stuff to try to get that person to say yes or not, at the very least, not say no when you start, that is assault.
Wait, this is a
I'm
genuine
not
question.
saying like, oh, just come over to my house, like I can go all night. I'm saying like an actual step forward of manipulation.
This is a genuine question.
An actual conversation, to be quite honest with you. I'm so sorry.
Because apparently some people are confused about consent, and you wanted to know.
Yeah, you brought it up.
Where was the thing about grapes? What line is it? Can you tell me which?
We're talking about verses 28 and 29. We are literally
29.
discussing.
Okay.
Verses 28 and 29.
Wait,
we are
so
literally
atheistic
discussing
preaching
right now
did
whether
you
it was consensual or not.
did you ever like? And I don't mean to be too intrusive, and then I actually do have to go, but this is kind of funny. Were you ever like active in high school? You know what I'm saying?
I only had one experience in high school.
For sure. That experience probably wasn't like the same as an adult experience. You probably like snuck around. It was in somebody's house, whatever.
Sure, yeah, I was at my house, her parents' house. Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I don't know, when you say like when I think about enticing, and then you're like, well, if you add some added pressure, like, what if somebody was like, hey, we'll never get another day. Come slide through here. My parents not gonna be here tonight. Let's get it done. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but if I want to do that, that's consent.
Well,
but
that's
it would be
nature.
coercion. It would be coercion if it was like, oh, hey, no one's home. Let's do something. And I say no. And I'm like, why? No one's going to find out. No one's home. We can do anything. No one's going to know. Literally, we're all by ourselves. And the person keeps saying, I'm not feeling it. And I say, well, why? No one's going to know. And I keep pressuring. That is manipulation. So, like I said, yeah, the context matters. But all we see in the context for verses 28 and 29 is that the words that we have, we see that this woman can be seized. We know women don't have consent in this culture, and that's why the deal is made between the man and the father, and the money exchange is between the man and the father.
Mm-hmm.
And then if she's not claimed by another man because she's unengaged, he then can just have her and continue raping her forever.
That's not a thing, bro. I'm just
So wait, what's not a thing? What's not a thing?
The whole thing that you just said. Come on.
It's what specifically
Anyway,
is not a thing?
38. Deuteronomy 38.
Are you saying that sexual assault isn't a thing?
You will sow much seed in the field, but you will harvest little because locusts will devour it.
22, 28.
Will paint vineyards and cultivate them, but you will not drink the wine or gather the grapes.
What are you talking about?
That's the wrong verse.
22, you said?
22, 28. It's chapter 22, verse
Chapter 22, verse 20 and 29.
Oh, I went to 28. Sorry. Got it.
But yeah, I gotta go. I stayed up here hella long. I apologize. Kinda was in a shitty mood. I'll talk to y'all another day though, man. Hope y'all
have a great day, Prince.
We love you, brother.
Later.
But yeah, I guess real quick.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll read it. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife, because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So this is what we're seeing. We're seeing a man meets a virgin. She's not engaged, so she's not claimed by a man.
Mm-hmm.
He seizes her, lies with her. Mm-hmm. They're found out, which means that someone's got to pay. The father, the father has to be reimbursed for the damage done to his property, his daughter. And now, because she is no longer of any value to any other man, she has to go with the man who violated her.
Well,
and
my question
and he cannot divorce her. And this is just a punishment to her, because now he gets to continue to assault her every day.
Oh my gosh. So do you really think that that's a thing today, that's really... Are you taking Bible scripture and bringing it forth to today and saying that's what's happening? I'm just questioning. I'm trying to understand your context.
I never said that.
Okay.
I don't, but I am saying that this is a law that God himself gave, and so if God is perfect and just, and this is his perfect just law, I think we should question it.
So you're anti-God then, or anti-source, prime source creator?
What does that mean?
Prime source creator. You're saying a God created these things. The God of the Bible? Man created the Bible.
The God
Man created the Bible.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
So you don't believe in God either?
I do, actually. I wholeheartedly agree in prime source creator, Most High, absolutely. He didn't create the Bible. He didn't create the Bible, man did.
Okay, so you're not a Christian.
I don't subscribe to any one particular religion. I think all of them have their valid points. They all have, you can pick and choose. You can do whatever you want. But I know what I know. I believe in what I believe in. So
Okay,
that's all.
do you agree that if this God, though, gives law that if a man rapes a virgin,
What
that
law?
he can just pay for her and have her? This law, Genesis,
The law
or I'm sorry,
that's in the
Deuteronomy
Bible?
22.
Who created the
20.
Bible? Man created the Bible. A dogma. It's indoctrination.
Okay, I understand. Please listen to the question I'm asking. In this text,
Mhm.
if the God character is giving these laws, do you agree that that's something that should be questioned?
What were the laws again? The laws of
The law that allows a man to assault a woman and then just pay the father for her and then marry her.
I would say
Yes, I
yes,
think
because
so,
that is not
yeah.
something
Okay,
that I
thank
can
you.
align with right now today.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
just
That's all I was asking.
yeah, very good.
Yeah, so atheists, where does it say grape? You're going to appeal to the Hebrew word that says seized, right?
Seized and lie with.
Which is
Mhm,
yeah, which
and,
the word that is-
violated in verse 29 as well. The whole
Could have just
context.
been lay with.
Right. What was the
Doesn't have to be
violation?
seized.
Right. What was the violation? It's the same word that's given above a couple verses earlier. It means to manipulate, right? So it's going to be like enticement.
Oh my God!
To
We
convince,
just went through this.
right?
But it also
Yeah,
could
I
be
know, and
rape.
you weren't accepting the rendering, which is just silly to me.
If you have to manipulate someone into sleeping with you, that is not consent.
Yeah. So how do you define
Physical
manipulation?
force is also a manipulation.
Yeah. So it's not entailed. It does not say that any.
What did
physical
you say? Physical forces?
It's also physical force is also a manipulation.
What is a physical force to you? What does that mean?
Like overpowering someone to grape them.
Overpowering
Yes.
someone.
Look, I just have a general question for anybody on the panel that wants to engage it. Right. So, is using your words to convince somebody to have sex with you manipulation?
It can
If,
be.
if they didn't want to, yeah.
Yeah, it can be if they didn't want to.
What do you mean if they didn't want to?
If they didn't want to, and you keep trying to pressure them and convince them to turn that no into a yes, or to turn their unsure into a yes, yes, that is manipulation, and that is
Okay,
not
so-
consent.
Yeah, consent is.
Yeah, so if they say-
consent is.
Wait, convincing somebody is not manipulation.
Well, hold on. Consent is loud, clear, sober, and I forgot the other qualifiers.
Enthusiastic.
Enthusiastic, yeah. Like
Yeah,
if,
so-
if somebody
It says
says
resounding, clear yes.
Yeah.
Right, so someone says no at time X, right? So you wait a while, time Y comes up, and you try to use your words to convince them again. You think that's great?
You should probably respect the no. Like pressuring them into
No,
it is.
no, I said that's manipulation.
It's manipulation. I would agree.
Yeah, so like if you shoot your shot with a girl you've had a crush on forever, she says no, then your duty is just to stop trying to win her over at all.
Yeah.
That's what your guys'
Yeah,
ethic is?
respect her. Respect her.
Respect her, be her friend. But
You
like,
can
stop
make
shooting your shot.
you know what to do if a woman rejects you. You say, "All right, just so you know, I'm still interested. If that changes for you, let me know." And then you leave her the fuck alone.
I would agree with that. That's a good point.
You see how easy that is? And then she knows, hey, that guy was interested in me. It's been 7 months. Maybe I judged him a little too harshly. Let me see if he's still interested. And then you can say
Yeah.
yes or no.
So all these movies that women like love, where men keep doing these like romantic gestures, you think that's immoral? You think men should not do that?
Some of them, yes,
You think that's
absolutely.
ridiculous?
Oh my God, some of the movies that we saw as kids are horrific and are just filled with men harassing women. And clearly, what we're seeing is a celebration of harassing and bearing women down over and over until they finally say, "Okay, fine." And that is not good.
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
How
hold on.
many
Wait, hold on.
successful marriages?
Wait, hold on. Actually, atheist preacher. That was actually like a good point. Cause like, yeah, when you think
The
about
first
it,
to come to mind is The Big Bang Theory.
yeah, like society like celebrates men harassing women until they finally say yes. Actually, low-key in the movies, like standing outside
yeah,
their
but
house
look-
with a boombox and like just the continuous
Yeah,
pursuit.
but look, Coco. Millions of women love these movies, though. So, like, you're saying
Yeah,
that
they
these women
love
are
them.
wrong.
No, they can love
Women are
the
wrong.
fantasy and the idea, but in reality, we understand that's not actually the truth. It's like comparing porn to actual sex. I'm sorry, porn to actual sex. You can have the fantasy, you can think it's fun, but in reality, you want that clear trust and communication. There is a difference between what's on the screen versus what you actually experience. And like I brought up in The Big Bang Theory, I love that show. It's a great show, but Leonard wears down Penny, and literally what he's doing is harassing him. They make jokes about him just bearing her down until she finally submits, and you can tell by the end, they are the most unhappy and unstable couple out of all of them.
You're latching onto that and trying to make it into a thing, but I
No,
guess
it is a
that's
thing.
what
I'm
humans
sorry.
can do.
What did I say that was wrong?
You're saying
I totally agree with
Sheldon. You agree with him? You agree with that structure of the character and the role?
What did I say that was wrong?
Something about a non-fictional show, which is The Big Bang.
No, it's a fictional show.
Huh? Or
It's
yeah,
it's
fictional.
fiction.
Not
Yeah.
true. Not true. Right. So it's
Yeah.
like a show on
It's a
TV.
sitcom. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a sitcom on.
He just made himself available.
Well, isn't he?
What percentage?
No,
of marriages-
so
I can't say
what
that.
I said was that Leonard, one of the main characters, likes a girl across the hall, and from episode 1 all the way to the very end of the whole entire show.
Oh, Penny. You're talking about Penny?
Leonard and
Oh,
Penny.
I was
yeah.
thinking about the other one, the
No.
the two scientists, the girl
Oh
and the
no,
female.
no!
Oh,
I'm
okay,
talking
sorry.
about Leonard and Penny. The whole show is Leonard just chasing Penny over and over and over
Because
again.
she probably wouldn't have.
Been with him otherwise.
Right.
Exactly the point.
That's the point.
Exactly the point.
You
And you can tell by the end of the show that they are the most unhealthy and unstable and unhappy couple compared to
I
all
don't
the other
know
couples.
that they are or not. I don't know.
They are, and it sucks because I do love the show and I do love those
it's
characters,
not
but
real.
they were not. Of course, it's not real. But the thing is, that's the whole point of what I'm saying is, in our society, and that's why Wesley is bringing this up. All these movies, all these shows, yeah, they're fantasies and they're made up. But in reality, when we're having real human-to-human conversations, we want that trust, we want that connection, and that consent matters.
Mm-hmm. Oh God.
Can I say something really quick?
Go for it.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, I have to start getting ready for work.
When that word, tafas, like I find it interesting how when it comes to human contact, when that word is used, when it comes to human contacts, I'm not just speaking about tools and stuff. It's usually always non-consensual. You're not gonna really find, you're not gonna find a verse where tafas is used when it comes to human contact, and see that it's consensual.
Yeah, I agree.
What's tafas? I'm sorry, I was trying to understand the
word to
word.
seize, I
Tafas, however you say it, but when it comes to human contact, it's non-consensual, like every time.
It's the same word that they use in Matthew to when Jesus gets arrested. They seize upon Jesus roughly and grab him. That's the same word that's being used in the Deuteronomy passage. So it
Well, no.
definitely has
that-
it
the New
definitely has
Testament is
a-
Greek.
Yeah,
The
but
New
it's the
Testament
same
is
word in the
Greek.
Septuagint then.
Okay, so look, it can be used that way, right? But the root is manipulate, which again is just going to be about like an enticement, a vocal convincing, right? And your guys' contention is that any vocal convincing is just wrong, like brutally. And I just think that's really bizarre. I mean, what percentage of marriages do you think the woman said yes to a date or to be courted, right? The first time, like, that he ever asked her.
So we're not saying that these things haven't happened. We're saying that you shouldn't. We're saying that if a woman tells you no, you should respect her and say, okay, if you change your mind, you know where I am, and that's it. We're not. We're saying that it isn't right to continuously keep going 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus times, saying, "What about now? What about now? What about now? What about
Ask
now?"
the women. Ask the women if they would have preferred their husband to stop at once. What do you think they'd tell you?
Did the
They look at their marriage
cavemen
now.
just take a club and like knock a girl out and drag her and say, "Hey, you're mine"? I don't
In
know.
cartoons.
Yeah.
That's possible, but that's not really what we're talking about.
Okay.
I just find this so bizarre. Women, for the majority of human history, like swindled, right? It's not it's not it's not wrong. I don't see how that's wrong to entice a woman to get with you, like to show her that you are somebody she would want.
It's just like
By-
you know, like the
romantic
male
gesture.
birds,
How do
the
you know what
peacock.
she wants?
Have you seen a peacock? They're male, and they flip, you know, their feathers go out, and they're like, oh, let me entice you. It's just it's nature, really. I mean, if you think about it, if you look at nature,
Okay,
you know,
yeah, but if you want to say, oh well, it's nature, so is assault.
Well,
But yet we
I'm
still say
talking
no.
about a bird, two birds. I'm not talking about humans. There's a whole different. That's a whole different.
Okay,
like,
then why
category.
did you compare it in the first place?
I don't know, because that's the thing that brought that
So
came
I
forth
won't
to
make
my mind.
a naturalistic fallacy. Like I'm not going to make a naturalistic fallacy, but what I would say is that if you look at the books that women read, right, and read about the male characters that they fall in love with, right, it's not somebody that's like, "Will you go out with me?" No. Okay, I'm done. Enjoy your life. And then he like goes on his merry way and never makes another advancement. Like that's
Wesley,
just
have you-
so bizarre.
Have you seen the show You?
That is so separated from. Yes, I have. Yeah,
I've
You's
seen it.
disgusting,
Okay.
right?
So You
You're
is a
painting
show
a picture.
that is romanticized by so many women that it's crazy. You know how many women I've talked to
I don't think I've
that
ever
will
seen that show.
romanticize Joe in words, but you know what they don't want in reality? Joe. So again, there's a difference between the fiction.
Like,
There's a difference
obviously.
between the fiction and the fantasy than in reality. No, so even in the beginning, when the one girl Beck was happy because he kept just being around, somehow being there whenever she was there. If she had the knowledge, the truth of how much he kept going after her, of how much he took her nose and just found a way to twist him around and be like, I just need to keep coming back. That we would have a whole different situation, and that's why there's a difference between the fantasy. So you can keep saying, look at all these books women read, look at all these movies women read. Cool. So what? It's a fantasy. In reality, they want a partner who's going to love and respect them.
So look, we can both agree that you goes too far, but like your claim is that Joe goes too far the second time he tries to swindle her, which is just beyond absurd to me. Are you? Let me ask you something. Atheist.
That
Are you
wasn't
married?
my point. That wasn't
What?
my point. My point is that, like what you were saying, just because women like these movies and shows does not mean that's what they actually want.
Well,
Yeah,
do you
I know-
Then
I know
who's
guys that
forcing
are
the
like-
narrative as to man,
Men,
right?
Men are
Okay.
forcing the narrative.
Okay. All right. Well, what are you gonna? What can we do about that?
No one's forcing.
We all need
No
to
one's
call
forcing
out
women to buy
men that
these
are doing
books and
that.
read them.
Men need to be better.
Yeah,
no one's
but-
forcing women to read
It's
these
a
books.
tale as
No,
old as
they
time.
can read the books. That's fine. No one cares about them reading the
Yeah.
books. What we care about is the mindset that people take away from it. So when men see
Yeah.
women read books like that and say, well, this is clearly the type of men that they want.
Have there
No,
been studies
that's
based on
dangerous.
that, or are you just postulating that?
What, the books thing, or what?
Well, like women
That
read
women
these-
read these books?
Yeah, and that's the outcome of the women
demonstrated.
reading the books. I mean, are you just saying that to prove a point, or is that an actual thing?
No, we're just talking about women that do read these books and like them. We're not talking about all women that read the books.
And there's
Okay.
guys that watch corn that's just
Yeah.
weird and way out there. But in real life, they would never go for those sort of acts.
Yeah, exactly. It's the fantasy of what's on the screen and what's on the what's
you
on the
married?
media versus what's in reality. Am I married? No.
Atheist, are you?
Why does that matter?
Why?
Oh,
Why
I
would
was
you
just.
ask
I
that?
was just. wondering.
Are
Well,
you married?
Because I mean, yes, I am. So
Okay,
I was
cool.
just curious. Because
Did
I
you
mean,
swindle your wife
yeah.
into marrying you, Wesley? Come on, you can be honest. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
I'm
she
totally
obviously-
Yeah,
kidding.
did you
obviously
coerce
fell
her
for
with
me,
your
right?
words? Did you manipulate her with your words?
I'm
she
totally being
obviously fell for
lighthearted
me, right?
about that.
What I present? No, I know. But what this is very real though. What I presented to her, right, seemed like something she wanted over time. It wasn't immediate, right? It wasn't like first interaction. She's like, yeah, let's go on a date, right? We were friends first, and then I communicated with her over time, right? And then I'm like, well, would you go out with me? And then you know how it goes. The first date, then if she likes what you say on the first date, you hope for another one, and a couple years down the road, you have a happy family and a happy life. But this idea that I should have just stopped at the
Well-
first interaction, is just bizarre.
Wait, check
Like, what
this out.
ethic is that?
Wait,
So,
check
so
this out,
no one
check
is
this out.
saying you
Wait,
should
hold-
have.
So really quick. So like, let's say that you asked her on a date, and she said no, right? What you should have done is been like, okay, well, I'm interested in you. I'm gonna take a step back. We can be friends, and if you ever change your mind, then I'll be here, waiting.
That's a good point.
And that should have been like the move, right? If at any point she said no,
Yeah.
you should have just stayed a friendly person in her life, but respect her consent and like don't pursue in a intense way like any further.
Yeah, no one is trying to judge your relationship or say like, oh,
no,
you
I don't
with your
feel
wife.
judged, but look.
But we're
Look,
just simply
if you
saying
ask-
that
if
in
you
these
ask her-
circumstances, this is the best way to go about
Yeah.
this, so that both parties are respected and both parties can say what they want respectfully and consensually.
Yeah. Yeah, but like if you were to ask her if she wishes I would have done that, what do you think she would say?
She probably would appreciate
I think it would be a moot point. It
Yeah.
wouldn't matter.
It'd be like,
So her
I don't
feelings
know.
don't
She only
matter in
speaks for
regard to
herself.
the women's feelings?
I don't know.
What'd you say?
That she only speaks for herself. It doesn't really matter her answer.
Well, it's a probabilistic statement. Like, what do you think she would say? I'm asking you to judge based on like a probability. What do you think?
I don't
she
know
would
your
say
wife.
as
I
a
can't
woman?
answer.
You
Yeah,
think
I
she
mean-
would? Yeah. Well, you seem to know enough to make a general heuristic statement that women don't like this.
I can talk to you about the women that I do know and the women that I've talked to about this that have given an answer and what answers I've gotten most. But I've never met your wife. I can't judge your life. You know.
Yeah, sure. No, that's fair. I mean, you could say it's anecdotal at this point, but like most women I've interacted with would not want men to stop the first time. They would see that as, yeah, they would not find that attractive whatsoever.
And that's fine.
They just give up.
And that's fine. I'm sorry if there are some people, and it's men and women. There are some people who have a skewed view of this as well. It might be how they were raised. It might be how the way that they were taught. Yes, because I know women that were raised to believe that a man should wear you down, should pressure you. I actually know some women that are okay with the fact that they were assaulted because they felt that meant that man loved them, and now, that was a good thing. It really depends on the person's
Do
psyche
they know
and
better
mentality.
now? Do they know better now? Is my question.
Some of them do, some of them don't.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about is let's just divorce ourselves from every single personal experience. Overall, what is the best when it comes to human consent and human well-being? It is that each person has the right to voice their wants and the right to be left alone if they say no. So what should we do as a society moving forward? What should we teach? It's saying, well, we want to value consent. So if a man or a woman that you ask out says no, just let them know of your interest and let them know where you are if they change their mind, and then move on. I understand that's not everyone's personal story, and good if it worked out. But we have to also acknowledge that when people don't follow that outline, it can very easily become a case of harassment, a case of assault, or something worse.
Yeah. Yeah, so for me, general heuristics that are provided should be like practical and functional. And if you want to say this is another anecdote, that's fine. But in my experience, the people who like take your line of reasoning to approach the relationships are usually single, and the people that like what I'm suggesting, they actually end up in really happy marriages.
Oh no.
So like I don't know, take that for what you will, but
Well, that's okay, and that's not my experience. I know lots of people that think like me, and we're all in long-term, very happy relationships. So, yeah, it's just anecdotal at that point, but I think that going with the mindset that respects the consent of everyone involved is the better way to go.
well, yeah, but do you see an issue with like setting that as the one all be all standard? Like
Yeah,
you're
but-
suggesting that anybody who has my view is actually mistaken. Like I'm actually wrong about something, and I don't think
Did I
you would
say you're
hold to,
wrong?
like, objective. Yeah, you said something
I said
about
no. I said that I
So
think
a lot
that no. I said that I think that the people that take the way that you're thinking we can end up with situations that lead to harassment, assault, and worse. I didn't say they will. I didn't say that people that think this way will become that way or that it's wrong. I'm saying that that kind of mindset is more likely to lead to negative situations than what I am proposing.
Well, yeah, but the initial contention was in regards to the Deuteronomy verse, and you were suggesting that your interpretation is getting at like an absolute case where if some guy does this, you might as well write him off as a rapist. Was your mentality, and I'm just wondering how you get to the universal language like that from what we've just talked about.
No, I never said that all women that like talk to women or whatever are rapists or should be seen as that. I'm saying that in this context, we're seeing whether you because the words that both you and J. Rob used were manipulation, and we're talking about how consent cannot have manipulation in it, otherwise it's not consent.
Well, yeah, but when I said manipulate, I clarified that that's just like to swindle, right? To entice.
Yeah, swindle.
Right.
Swindle
And
means to
you're
con.
suggesting-
Swindle means to trick. So for
Yes,
example,
and you think that's wrong.
if I'm on the side of the street and I'm doing card tricks and I get you to keep giving me money and I'm swindling you of your money, sure, you could say that you're there, you're a part of it, you're kind of, but you're not feeling it, you're unhappy, you're losing money, and you're just getting manipulated and tricked because I'm literally doing a psychological trip to make your brain give you dopamine every single time you play, and I'm using that against you to keep taking your money. That's still manipulation. Swindling is still manipulation.
Yeah, but you see, if you talk to a woman and she likes you, you understand that the same dopamine and serotonin receptors are going to be going off, right?
Yeah, that's if she likes you.
It's an energetic
Yeah.
exchange.
Right, and it seems like you're suggesting to elicit dopamine with your words is wrong. And I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, if you're doing it intentionally for a certain outcome, like
No.
church, for example,
Dopamine.
worship music is specifically done as a form of manipulation, and there's a whole there's study behind it. It's actually really cool. You can talk to worship leaders that can talk to you about it. It's actually really fantastic. But when people feel the Holy Spirit and stuff like that, or people feel really great at rock concerts, it's literally musical manipulation. So, yeah, that is just because we can know how the brain functions. If you are using it intentionally to get a certain reaction or a certain response, and if that is sexual, yeah, it can be very problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so
I just don't understand how every time I say that we want to promote consent, you say things like yeah but, and that that's just not cool.
your consent, your boundary around consent is like the second conversation, and if you go past that, you
I'm still
violated
stuck on
her,
dope dealers.
which is just
the consent is very
Absolutely
clear and
ridiculous.
straightforward. It needs to be clear. It needs to be with no manipulation or trickery, and you just need to be enthusiastic about it. You need to want to be
look,
there.
you
Otherwise,
define
it's not
trickery.
consent.
You define trickery. Hold on a second. You define trickery as eliciting dopamine with your words, and you do that when you have a conversation with a woman if they like you, and you're saying that's great. You're suggesting that is great.
No, I never said
Go
that.
further than that. Okay,
No,
if
and
you have
also you
sex
don't know if the
after
woman likes
you elicited
you.
dopamine
You don't know if the woman likes
in
you just
conversation.
because you're having a
Hold on a
conversation
second.
with them.
Hold on a second.
You're assuming
Okay.
a lot of information is known.
If she elicits dopamine, if she experiences dopamine in a conversation with you, what do you think she thinks of you? What do you think she thinks of you if it's dopamine that she's experiencing?
She may like
Not
being around
cortisol.
you, or she might like
Right?
you. Or she just might like what you said.
Right,
It might
so-
not even be you.
I have a question. Right, I have a question. If SMEX occurs after you elicited dopamine via a conversation you had with the woman prior, is that grape?
No, and you are completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying if
Okay,
you
so
are
how is that not true to what
intentionally,
you
if
said?
you are intentionally doing this to manipulate them, that is where the problem is. Just because you like a girl and you go talk to her and she gets a dopamine response because she likes you too, and that's a natural encounter that's happening, no one is calling that grape.
Okay, so if my intentions are to go home with
Yeah,
a
right.
woman. Yeah, and I communicate with her, and she experiences dopamine, and we go to her place. You think that's then great if something happens because
No,
from the
let
beginning, I
me
wanted
give
to have,
you let me give you an example of what I mean. When
Okay, go
we
ahead.
see when we see like when we see a cult, for example, when we see a cult leader that takes child brides, we have examples of this all throughout history. But when they take a child bride and they make them feel special, feel loved, feel chosen by the prophet, and they
It's a
are
stretch.
abusing them, that is manipulation. Just because they are intentionally trying to make this person, this child, and we don't even have to take it to the form of a cult leader. This happens every day with just a normal predator and a child. They can try to make them feel special and manipulate them and to trick them into feeling good about the situation, to feeling good that they are being quote unquote loved. But it is not consensual and it is abusive. Do you understand what I'm talking about now?
So, well, yeah, in regards to children, right? But we're talking
Okay,
about.
but you realize that can also happen to adults.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, in what way? Give me an example of it happening in an adult, where like a conversation
Cults.
leads to smacks, and then you regard that as manipulation. Like I would understand.
Here's
Look, if I give a girl
Well, it's
promises,
like if a
Gordon,
man
give
is
girl
like
promises-
if a man lies to a woman and says, "Oh, hey, I'm rich. I've got all this money. I'm going to take you out and do this. I love you. You're the only one for me, and I want to, take you on this trip or whatever." He sleeps with her and then he never calls her again. I would consider that assault.
Right.
I would know that
Yeah,
he's
and I
fucking
believe
lying,
that's-
to be quite honest with you. And
that's
I would
absolutely
be
How
smarter.
do you know?
wrong.
Maybe he takes you on a
But, like,
on a
look-
weekend. He takes you on a weekend getaway. You see the money, you see the wealth. He's buying you a bunch of stuff, and then all of a sudden he leaves you at a hotel.
Who
Never see him again.
cares? Like,
Yeah.
If
so-
he had the intention from that from the beginning,
I
to
would
stay
actually.
there at the hotel, then yes, I would consider that assault.
Well, look, no. I would actually regard that as wrong as well, but like I have a further justification. I would say
Okay,
that
so
if the
you're on the
man's
same side.
intentions Look, hold on a second. If the man's intentions isn't ultimately marriage, right? I would say that he is using her. And this is what this passage in Deuteronomy 22 is getting at, right? Because he's convincing her to have sex with him without the commitment, which is why the punishment is for him to pay the father and actually grow a pair and commit to her, right? So like I have
It doesn't say
justification
anything
for that
about
further for that. What do you mean? Doesn't say anything about what?
The text or context doesn't show that. All we see is that through the context and the text that we have is that a man manipulates, seizes, entices, whatever word you want to use, swindled a woman
Convinces to have sex with her.
into
Yeah,
intercourse.
convinces her to have
and just
sex with
because there's intercourse
Right.
does not mean that that's consensual or not. That's why we look at the context. And then we see in verse 29 that he has to pay this because he violated her, and that he gets to keep her forever after that.
Right. What's the
Why?
violation?
Because the violation is he damaged another man's property by making her
he was
invaluable.
selling dope.
By making her invaluable by seizing her.
Yeah, so the violation, right, is making a virgin no longer a virgin and not being married to her, right? So this idea
No,
that
actually, that no. The reason why
this
that
idea
was
is that men,
damaging.
look,
Why
no,
was that
look, hold on a
damaging?
second.
Do you know why
Yeah,
that was?
because virginity, right, was seen as because virginity was seen as like the pinnacle of female, like that's what men wanted, right? Was
Because
virgins. They wanted
virginity
to
is
marry
what they
virgins.
sold.
So
That's
then,
because what they sold. So if you made a virgin not a virgin, the
Yeah.
father couldn't sell her anymore. You damaged his property, his sale, and that's why you have to reimburse him for the loss.
The God of the Bible.
Because he can't turn around and sell his daughter to another man.
The Abrahamic God.
That's
Is that
why
what
you
we're
are forced.
talking about.
Yes. That's why you're forced to buy her.
and what from look, yeah, look. So no one. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that no one's going to get with this woman now, right? So what should the man do? Because no one else will want her. What's he supposed to do? What do you think his duty should be? Because no one else will take her.
Who cares? What does the woman want?
What do you think he should do?
Maybe she has
What does the woman-
elevated
Well, look,
so
women-
much, so far above
Yeah.
everyone else. She's like, it doesn't freaking matter. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I am
Women
up
are not
here and
elevated
you're
in the
there.
Bible. Women are not elevated in the Bible. They're property.
Well, that's the Bible. Do you know the
Yeah,
Bible
so-
did not
But that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the context of the Bible.
Yeah. So during this time, do you imagine women as just being as free as they are today?
No, during this time, they
like
were
even
property and their
psychologically.
consent didn't matter. They didn't have the right to consent.
Well,
that's why we see them
well, yeah,
just
but I mean,
taking
even
women and buying them and selling them.
yeah, but I mean, even as psychologically free, right? So like women. Okay, so do you agree that women, like the world's more dangerous to women in a more tribalistic community than what the world is today? Do you think there's more threats to women? I mean, you might even concede that today,
I think there's
too.
more threats to
You think
women
the world
today.
is more dangerous?
Yeah, I think there's more threats to women today.
So, do you think women are going to fare better in the world alone or with a man, given that the world is more dangerous to women?
Well, here's the problem,
than it is
though,
to
when
men.
it comes to talking about it in the Bible's terms, is because
Yeah.
these laws that we're talking about in Deuteronomy 22, 20, and 29, they're given by God of how to run a good, godly society. So why is God allowing this?
Okay,
Why is he not
great.
just simply saying men and women are equal? You cannot subjugate women or sell them or see them as devalued just because they're not virgins. Why didn't God make them equal? Why is God creating a system where, yeah, you can sell women. Women don't have consent. You can just take that woman. You can take that captive war captive and just make her your wife. Who cares what she says? Like,
Well, actually, really quick, what verse
Yeah.
are we talking about, just to get Black into the conversation?
we're specifically talking about Deuteronomy 22, 20, and 29.
28 through 29. Well, yeah. So there's a
I
couple
do have
different
to get
ways we
going in a
could
couple
take
minutes,
this,
just so
right?
you guys know.
Okay.
No, that's
totally
fine. My phone's about to die, so I'm gonna jump off soon, anyways, too. But there's a couple different ways you can approach this, right? So the question of this law is from God; it should be universally applicable, right? I would just challenge that anyone would have interpreted this as a moral universal at the time they were written. The easiest example to demonstrate this would be: do you think it's universally wrong relative to the Bible's ethical code to mix linen and wool? Do you think that's a moral universal?
Biblically, yes, because the Old Testament says that the law is going to be there forever, and then eventually for all people.
Yeah, so at the same time this text was the most popular, right? They regarded it as the highest, the most sacred thing, right? The priests would mix linen and wool in their vests when they entered the most holy place in the tabernacle. So my question for you would just be, did the priests see themselves as sinning when they did that?
The priests had a very specific outline of how their clothing had to be. So if God had a very specific set of rules for how to enter the Holy of Holies, and detailed that like he did in Exodus, I believe, but then also detailed for the rest of the people how they ought to be with their clothing, yes, that I don't see what the issue is.
Well, the first one you
The
told
Bible
me,
clearly
my first
outlines
question, you
both
said-
the differences between the priest's clothing versus how the rest of the nation is supposed to wear their clothes. What's your
Yeah,
issue?
but when you... Yeah, sure. The first question I asked you, you said it would be a sin to mix linen and wool, and you gave no qualifiers. And then when I pushed you on it, now you're
Okay.
moving it and saying, well, this only applied to the priest.
Yeah,
So,
lots of
like,
things only
either it's...
apply to the
Look,
priest.
man, hold on. Either it's universal or it's not. And my question is it universal? At first you said yes.
Sure. If
But
you
now
if
are
you
saying
if you
no?
want to say that the Bible has contradictions, I am with you 100%.
Okay.
If you want to say what does the Bible
This is
say,
what you guys do every time.
if you want to say what does the Bible say about its law, whether it's universal and forever or not, the Bible claims it's universal and forever.
Okay.
What
so
are you
did
not
the
understanding?
people did the people at the time this text was revered see it as a contradiction, or did they see it as not universal language?
Also, by the way, whenever you guys get off, I'll probably head out to grab some food.
All right.
Yeah, the people of the
Right on,
time
brother.
understood what they had to follow. So they understood that the priest
Yeah,
had a very
did they-
specific garment, and that they knew what laws that their clothes had to be made from. You are not.
Did they see it
you're,
as a
you're not
contradiction?
making any kind. No, they didn't, because it's not a contradiction.
Okay. You just said it was. You're all over the map, atheist.
No.
Look, is it a contradiction,
Dude.
or is it not universal language? Is it universal language or is it not?
Okay,
It's a
you're
very simple
asking
question.
two separate things here. Okay.
I'm not.
I'm going to try to be as clear as I possibly can about this. When
Okay.
God gives the law to the people, there are 613. There's a small portion that is very specifically for the priests, and yes, the priests have a few different things. One of the things being their garments. But overall, the law is objective. It's forever according to the Bible text. The law has both. This is how the people can wear their garments. This is how the priest's garments are supposed to be. There is no contradiction in the understanding of the people of the time. So I don't understand how you're not understanding this. It's very simple.
Is the command, thou shalt not mix linen and wool, universal moral legislation?
The law is supposed to be forever, yes. You realize that the law also states that the priests have very specific garments, correct? The same law at the same time.
No, it's not the same time. It's a different passage entirely.
So wait a minute. Both of these laws were not given when the Hebrews were getting the law in the desert?
Well, look, I'm saying if you regard the first...
Were both of these laws given to the Hebrew people when they were in the desert, yes or no?
Atheists. Yes, look, if you regard the first
they were
as
given at the same
universal...
time.
Hold on, atheist. If you regard the first as a universal, the second would be a contradiction. You said the people back then did not regard them as contradictions, so that means they did not regard the first as a universal.
Because it's a whole law. They're not two different laws. It's all part of one law. The law code was given to them at one time.
Yeah, so perfect. So when Yahweh says to heed the wisdom of the Torah, it's not, hold on a second. When Yahweh says to heed the wisdom of the Torah, he is not saying that every single stipulation I provide is a moral universal that needs to be applied in all cases absolutely. It's absolutely not the case.
No, I'm saying that when God gives the command that his law ought to be followed, and then when we see the prophecies for the new covenant, when all the nations of the world are going to receive that law written on their heart, it's going to be the same law, and all the nations are going to follow it. That's what I'm saying by it's going to be universal and forever. That law is going to be standing forever.
Okay. So is it a sin to mix linen and wool?
Yeah.
Okay. Were the priests sinning?
No, because the law had their garments very specific.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's use the people then. Do you know they were instructed to mix?
Yeah, you think that you could? You think you got something here? So I said, it's very simple and straightforward. And if you have the verse where it says that people can mix them in the law, I'd love to see it. But you have to send that to me because it's 6:41 and I have to get in the car. So go ahead and send me whatever verses you got that the people by law could change it. But until then, sorry, I do have to get going though. I have to get to work.
Yeah, no problem.
You guys have a good day. It was a good discussion.
Have
I'll see you guys later.
Yep, I'm gonna jump off too. The last thing I would say is that what I was going to tell him was that the people back then were instructed to mix linen and wool in tassels at the end of their sleeves as well. So you can't maintain that to mix linen and wool is a sin without also calling the priests and everybody in Israel sinners. But they didn't regard it that way. So clearly it wasn't seen as a universal binding law. So that's all I would add.
With that, I guess I'm going to go make some ramen noodles, and I'm uploading videos to YouTube. I'm probably still going to be editing. Huh?
You said Roman noodles?
Oh no, ramen noodles.
Right on. What's your go-to flavor, Coco?
I think I just like chicken, to be honest.
That's mine too, man. Chicken's the best.
I'm gonna go make beef.
For me, it's shrimp.
I've had shrimp.
Shrimp's good too.
Yeah.
But it used to be my favorite. I'm grown on the chicken though. But hey, y'all have a great night.
You too. And yeah, I guess I'm gonna head out, and yeah, I'm still gonna be editing. The upload speeds are terrible, but yeah, I'll see you guys around.